Boyle Town, and they left it wide open for these two candidates, excellent candidates, to get elected. And it looks like that they're going to do it. And Boyle will have no councillor as such. These two will represent Boyle.
Has that ever happened before? I don't know.
No, not in my memory. It's amazing.
First time ever in history of the state that there wasn't a candidate, Mr. Boyle.
Yeah.
Elected.
Maybe Frank Feehan might have to make a return to Boyle. Who knows?
Well, his legacy obviously will have to be reinvigorated in Boyle anyway.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. What else are you making it so far as we head into towards the end of day 2? What sticks out for you, Porrick, in the last 2 days?
What sticks out for me?
What are the stories of the election so far?
The stories really are who's transfer friendly and who's being transfer friendly is very important. First of all, you have got to have enough number ones to have skin in the game, and then who's transfer friendly, and that's what's going to make this last contest here in Ballymote very, very interesting, John.
Yes.
Because Connolly is very friendly, transfer friendly, and that's going to make it a very keen contest coming towards the end.
I would certainly agree with you, Porrick. When you look at the last transfer at the moment, that he is, when you look by comparison to what Barry Gallagher got, he certainly has got the lion's share of them. So that the elimination that's coming next with the Ted or Patrick Cleary, I expect that he will get well in excess of 100 votes there.
Well, that's going to be the interesting question as well, because really, in local elections, local elections are very different animals because votes tend to stay in the locality. So the question is, how many of those votes will come across the mountain to Canada?
Well, from my information, I believe that with the Fine Gael, staunchly Fine Gael vote that Patrick Cleary got, that in excess of 10% will cross.
Right. Okay. Well, that's going to be a very sizable. That's going to bring him right back. That's really the story. It's going to be the story for the next couple of hours.
And I think that looking at the transfers, I think that it's certainly there's more of them going to Merton Connolly that will be going to Barry Gallagher.
Yeah, but then Henry's vote, where is that?
It depends as to where he's going on his elimination. You see, but his vote will be going predominantly to Brennan Liam Brennan, and they'll be going to Gallagher.
Yeah, so that's why it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. It's a cliffhanger, and that's what I'm saying. And that count is continuing, and I believe that in the next 20 minutes we should have the next count in there on the Sligo Strandhill, or not Sligo Strandhill, on the
Ballymote. 20 minutes, do you think?
I think 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay, that's the Clark Circus.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And that's going to...
And I believe, Porrick, correct me this, they're distributing the total 153 this time. It's not a random selection. They're doing the distribution of the total surplus of Michael Clark of 153.
153, yeah.
So they're not basically, they haven't picked the random selection. They're benchmarking all of them.
Michael Clark's
153.
153 surplus.
Papers are now being looked at.
Yeah. It's 107.
Sorry, is it 107? Is it?
Is that a random selection?
Yes.
It's
from the previous 153.
It's a random selection from the previous 153. Yeah.
Right, okay. And again, we're getting text, just as you say that, Porrick, about the Boyle candidate. Newly elected councillor to Roscommon County Council, Dibna Daly from Origna, is a healthcare assistant at Sligo University Hospital. This person tells us.
All right, okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay, seven count to come, isn't that right? Some more questions and various points that people are making so far. They're more comments than questions of late, since we had our last few guests. Bring back John Perry to Ballymote. He's a passionate Ballymote man. Ray McSherry and John Perry would do some outstanding work together. They have the experience. Well, that's one for you now, John.
Nice to get the compliment, and whoever that listener is, thank you very much. It's a privilege to serve when I was in it.
Yeah, and so someone else says some of the members of your panel are not great at maths. I think they're probably including me in that. I've made a few boo-boos already with the adding up. Great coverage of the election. In relation to the issue of representation in Ballymote Tubbercurry, I'd just like to highlight the fact that Tubbercurry has not had a councillor directly elected from the town for many years, and Tubbercurry is Sligo's second biggest town. That's from Barry Brennan.
Joe Cawley was the...
was he the last Tubbercurry based?
He was, yes.
Councillor.
Joe was quite a legend, I must say, that he was the stalwart there for 30 years plus.
And that would be straight. You were on the council, Jerry, with Joe Cawley, weren't you? Yeah. I didn't realise he was the last Tubbercurry based councillor. Yeah. Joe.
I didn't think so either, but anyway, Joe Cawley and Leo Condon.
Well, Michael Flemmer was, and he'd be my lock.
Yeah, he's Curry.
Curry, my lock. So that Joe was the last Tubbercurry. Yeah.
Base kind of.
Yeah. Cawley's hotel there, and it's a fine establishment. It's still running very well.
Now, were you the last yourself? It was the last. It was Tommy Lavin, was it? You ran in Sligo's Transit.
Yeah, one Sligo's Transit, yes.
So was it Tommy Lavin?
Tommy Lavin, yes.
Was the last.
Ballymote councillor, yes.
Oh, we could start another round about a councillor in Ballymote and Tubbercurry now.
But Ian Scanlon, actually, correctly.
Yeah.
Ian Scanlon was.
Oh, Ian Scanlon was it? Ian Scanlon.
Yeah.
Man, Eamon, he'll be texting us in.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not. We've asked a number of councillors who've been successful and otherwise some who are not being successful. We've asked them to sort of give us an indication of where they might go from here. Will there be candidates? No doubt there will be candidates looking ahead to a possible tilt at the general elections.
Well,
that's a fair assumption, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been murmurings there on the floor by some of the candidates that poll very highly by their supporters that they were going to seriously have to ask the candidate, the councillor, to consider running for the general election. And one man that was elected there a little while ago, his supporters were very vocal on that.
The Fianna Fáil man or the Independent?
No, he's Fine Gael man actually.
Oh, right, okay.
No.
But you said he was just elected a moment ago, was that it? Last night, maybe. I'm with you now. Okay, but that I mean, we'd be foolish to think that's not what happens, isn't it? And they're gearing up, are they not? Some of them.
Yeah, I think if you're polling very highly, you have to consider is it an option. But then again, as John Perry would tell us, the dynamics of a general election, it's a much bigger geographical spread.
And when you look at when you look at verify this, Corey, when you look at the boxes, in honesty, a lot of the candidates got which was the 80-20 principle. They really got the bulk of the votes in their own area. Yeah. So that if you were spread those candidates across the south and west Sligo, while they would be recognised in their own, just in the catchment area, if you look at the result, the 80-20 principle is prevalent the whole way through here. That they've got the candidates that they've got the 80% of the vote and 20% of the area. And so that really indicates that there's a huge area out there where there wouldn't be they may not poll to any degree.
Yeah.
Okay,
even to get a preference. But all like
obviously, but to be in the game for the Dáil seat, I mean, you'll have to be getting while the 80-20 principle prevails. You want to be name recognition in every ballot box across the region.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult task.
Well, that's where so that while council elections they're a fantastic base to do an evaluation, but they're not a true evaluation of on the strategy for a general election.
They're not, but they're very good at deciding who shouldn't run.
Well, it's clear. From the election, there's a very clear indication of the area at the moment, isn't there, for this election? It's at the bit, chopping at the bit to go. You know what I mean? To be honest,
there's a couple of questions there about Fianna Fáil at the next general election. It mightn't be too far away. Who were the likely candidates? Well, there's a couple of them, I think. Jerry, isn't there?
Well, there'll be a couple.
There'll
be a couple of contenders if Mark is standing down.
Yeah. Who may be involved in this election? I think.
I'd say you probably could pick the contenders out of this election.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you have a lot of, you know, see, I suppose when you have a lot of curates in every parish, you know what I mean, Jeremy? So there'd be, I'd say there'd be a lot of them, but there'd be effectively, there would be a campaign on there. I suppose it all depends on Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, what strategy they're going to use, whether they run 1 or 2 or 3, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, see, if Mark is definitely stepping down, if he is, right, that means there's no TD.
Correct.
And then the only place then to look will be to the council to see who's going to run.
And if you look at the Sligo, I mean, they had Rosling stood down, so they had difficulty in getting the second candidate in Sligo. No more than Fine Gael had a candidate, difficulty getting any candidate.
Well, you see, that was very much reflected in Boyle. I think they would get no candidate in Boyle to stand.
No,
that's what I was told.
Fine Gael couldn't get a candidate in Boyle.
Or Fine Gael either, apparently.
Yeah.
And see, for the National, then Fine Gael already has a sitting TD in Sligo.
And the big question will be asked at the moment, you know, who will be the Leitrim candidate if he's the Sligo-based candidate, because he was, you know, his vote, if you look at, he was elected on 50% of the quota in the last general election.
Yeah.
You know, so he was really just, it was extraordinarily lucky to get in. It was just on with the Eamon Scanlon's, you know, he missed the seat on the last occasion.
Yeah, who will be the Leitrim candidate, do you think?
That's the question now.
Yeah, you don't know.
But there's no, if you look at the Leitrim results, there's no clear candidate emerging from that now.
Yeah. Right, okay.
And I think that we'd also need to consider the independents who ran really well in Leitrim and in Sligo as an independent candidate, and who have name recognition. And there's been 1 or 2 spectacular results there as well, so that's going to be very, very interesting.
And I suppose whether Marion Herkin decides to run or not, you know, that will be, you know, that's the question as well. It to be honest, what she indicates, and she would have to indicate she's going, but you know, coming nearer the time, you know, Jeremy, you know, that question would be more apparent.
Yeah, it might be coming nearer the time. Who knows? Anyway, she said she's running anyway.
I think Marion is running. She said categorically that she's running.
I would think so as well. Definitely if elections called this year, anyway. So. Yeah. And when you get into this year, it's only in the next few months of next year.
Well, that's
she'll be running, I think.
Yeah.
I think that we'll be back here in 4 to 5 months time.
October.
Yeah.
You think so?
I wouldn't think so now. No.
Well, if you were a general going into battle, wouldn't you want to pick the hill you'd fight on rather than having no hill to fall back to?
I suppose when you look at it, you couldn't make any comparison with the UK. When you look at Rishi Sunak, you know, that when he called the general election, and you know, all of the advice he was given, when he should have called it this time, just when the economy was beginning to move. I think that it's ultimately a decision for Simon Harris, and he's a new term Taoiseach. You know, he's enjoying the job, he's making an impact. You know, he doesn't want to be I'm not saying it will happen, but he doesn't want to be the shortest Taoiseach ever elected. You know, so that he's going to, you know, he's very conscious the privileged position he's in at the moment. So, and honestly, if he feels that when you look at the weather at the moment, you know, whether it's summer or winter, there's not a big difference with the amount of rainfall that's coming down. So whether it's November or March, I mean, Micheál Martin is committed on the record time and time again that it's a 5-year term. He's a believer in full terms, and I honestly believe that from Harris and what he's saying at the moment, even on today's papers, it's clearly indicating. So I genuinely believe myself the next general election will be it'll go the full term.
But John, if you think about it, would you want to be running a general election as a government when the Christmas bills and the blues after Christmas is setting in, and people aren't in the most positive mindset? That never helps a sitting government. Whereas immediately after the budget, John, and with the way that the economy is going at the moment, we can expect all the indications are that it will be a very, very friendly budget, and therefore to capitalise on that budget, wouldn't it be insanity not to go at that stage and go to the people rather than waiting for the post-Christmas blues to be going out looking for the vote?
Well, you know, with the budget, the Finance Act will have to come in, and people like to see the colour of the money in their pocket. I mean, if he's given the grave vote €25 a week of an increase, you know what I mean, that that and honestly the benefits of tax breaks, and it's going to be a massive giveaway budget. That it would be tempted, but I think the government has to be very careful. We cannot be. It'd be a major mistake to think that Sinn Féin are going to do desperately bad in the general election when on the polls.
No, well, I've been saying that all day. The last local election, Sinn Féin ran candidates for council and they didn't get elected. And some of those candidates subsequently were very, very successful in the general election 9 months later. So to think that the local election is going to be where Sinn Féin are at in a general election,
that would be a major mistake.
Massive mistake.
And I think that's, and honestly, they go to the quick school of economics, where they do the due diligence in this election. I guarantee you, whatever manoeuvres they have to do to change the message, they will do it. So I would.
All right,
we shouldn't miss. We want to be very careful.
Let's go back to the tallies. We're waiting on the 7th count in Ballymote at Tubbercurry. Michael Kilcoyne has joined us. Michael, you have some figures which have proved to be very accurate. So what's the situation with the 7th count?
Well, I'm second guessing what the returning officer will do here. Obviously, Michael Clark is after exceeding the quota by 107 votes. Mm-hmm. He got an allocation of 153 on the last count from the remaining Sinn Féin candidate. And what it looks like is after happening from obviously the tallyman's view from outside the barricades, it looks like the returning officer has actually counted the whole 153. So we counted 153, we're looking over, we can see the bundles, it adds up to 153. We see 63 spoils, we see 47 for Queenan, we see 11 for Dara Mulvey, we see 2 for other candidates. So what we're doing here is, this obviously is tally unofficial.
Yeah, sure.
So what we're doing is we're taking the figure of 107, which is all he can allocate. We're dividing it by 153. That formula is 0.7. And then we're allocating each person's pile by 0.7. And that adds up then to 107 votes, which will be distributed accordingly if the returning officer is doing what we're thinking he's doing.
Yeah. And
that would mean that the 7th count would be, this is unofficial obviously, Liam Brennan will gain 4 votes, bring him to 1418. Patrick Cleary will gain 10, which brings him to 1077. Barry Gallagher plus 6, 1352. Keith Henry plus 1, 1135. Gerard Milani plus 1, 1809. Dara Mulvey plus 8, 1818. Joseph Queenan plus 33, bringing him to 1760. And there would be 44 that wouldn't be transferred. So there's a health warning there, obviously. It's percentage, it depends what computer the returning officer is using. Everybody could be out by 1 vote only, we think. The quota is 2021, and what it would mean then is that the bottom candidate next time would be still Patrick Cleary at 1077 approximately.
Yeah, that's going to be the bottom candidate at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the votes are so small, it could be very crucial later on, but there's not significance at the moment there.
So what happened there, the selection, the random selection? Is there a rule in the book if they're down at a certain number?
Yeah, but just say that one of the candidates there is getting plus 4 votes. To take a random 4 votes out of the bundle and put them in with that candidate. So when that candidate's vote has been looked at again to be distributed, those 4 votes are in there. So there might be one candidate benefiting from all those 4 votes, and there might be a pile that hasn't been selected that would be for another candidate. So that's how the random selection gives it a bit of a game of chance here.
I think the returning officer here has actually cut out the random. He's done it totally scientific.
No, but it's not that. It's the actual number of votes you know the way you said that's going to equate to the candidate getting 4 votes.
Yes.
Then he would take 4 of the entire bundle
Oh, yes.
and randomly put those 4 votes in, and the rest of the votes are forgot about
For subsequent
for
counts.
subsequent distributions.
Correct.
Right. So that's the randomness. That's what people mistake random as if it was just a. That's where the random comes in.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I explained.
All right, okay. We'll take a break. We want to turn to talk to some more interesting guests in a moment here at the ongoing coverage of our accounts here at the Sligo Park Hotel. Join us again in a few moments. By management, we've been reminded by management of the Sligo Park Hotel, if you are coming to the Park Hotel to the count, there's absolutely no parking whatsoever, hasn't been for a number of hours. The car park is completely full, and you're advised not to come either near the hotel at the moment, and nor to even consider parking on the grass. I am told you can park up at the retail park, Carrow Retail Park, and walk down to the Sligo Park, or park up around the Markovich Park area and head down to the Sligo Park. That's if you are going to be here at the unfolding counts here. As it stands, we're waiting on the 7 count in Ballymotubbercurry, and we're still waiting on the first count in Sligo Drumcliff. There won't be anybody elected on the 7 count in Ballymotubbercurry, but Thomas Walsh will be elected when we do get around to a first count in Sligo Drumcliff. 4 special guests to a different angle now. The spouses, because we have with us at the moment Naomi Taylor, who's Paul's wife, and her daughter Freya, Mel Casterly, husband of Councillor Marie Casterly, and Magella Healy, wife of Thomas Healy. Thanks to you all for joining us, and I'll ask you, Naomi, first. And so many candidates have talked about the importance of their families and what they have to put up with and endure, particularly at election time. Is it difficult?
Oh, listen, it has been very difficult, but we're 100% behind Daddy, and he's done really well, and the kids understand, and I understand that he had to do this, and listen, it's all paying off now. So listen, it's very difficult, especially on the kids, but we're there now and we'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, do you go out canvassing yourself, Naomi?
We did. Myself and the kids were canvassing the churches with help from friends, and it was lovely. It was a real family event too, and we got to meet loads of different people that we wouldn't have met before, and they all know who we are now, don't they, Freya?
Yeah. And what did you? Were you out canvassing for your dad, Freya? Looking for votes.
Yeah. And she was doing the leaflet drop.
Yeah, I was doing the leaflet drop with my friends.
And you were doing the churches.
And I was doing the churches with my mum and dad and my siblings.
Yeah. And did you get well paid for it? You did. You get lots of pocket money.
She's going to get a McDonald's on the way home.
Oh, she? Well, that's better than money.
I think so.
Yeah, at some stage, okay. But I mean, you must be very proud of Paul.
Oh, super proud. But he didn't do it on his own. He did it. Louise paid Trojan work, and friends, family, great team behind us. We're so blessed. We really are truly thankful and grateful to live where we are and have so many good people around us.
Okay.
And the kids, and we did it for Joe.
Yeah.
We miss him,
Magella, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. I'll bring you into the microphone a bit. What's it like with Councillor Healy during election time?
It's like you said, it's hard, but it's all worth it. And I'm very proud of him and 100% behind him.
Yeah. And do you get dragged out canvassing and leaflet dropping, or?
Leaflet dropping, yes. Canvassing, I drive for him. I don't go to doors.
Do you not?
Our daughter does that for me.
You wouldn't?
No.
Couldn't do that?
No, couldn't do that.
Yeah. And you weren't involved in the recording of the song, were you, that he plays?
No, that was the rest of my family.
Was it? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, was it? I didn't realise
yes,
that.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So you do the driving?
I drive, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that, isn't there, in this?
Oh, there is.
In the area that he represents.
And you get clutch leg as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, because there's so many stops.
Yes, exactly.
All right, okay. But I mean, no more than Naomi, you're proud of your
beyond
husband.
proud.
Yeah.
Beyond proud, yes. And he's a very, very hard worker.
Is he? Yeah.
And I'm not being biased. He is genuinely very hard.
Never
worker.
at home, so.
No, but it does get to me now and again. But anyway, it's part and parcel of the job.
Yeah, but there's a lot of sacrifice. That's the point we're making, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes.
Even though it's only local politics. I mean, we know ourselves. There's meetings nearly every night or second night.
Exactly.
You have to be at them. You have to be seen to be at them.
You have to be seen.
Yeah.
And it does be.
But you get used to it. You
get used to it. Exactly. I should be used to it by now.
Yeah. Mel, you're welcome. This is Mel Casterly.
Thanks very much, Noel.
Yeah. And you have a bit of a background in politics yourself, Mel, haven't you?
I wouldn't say that really. Marie is she's the politician in the house, and she's done very well. We're, as the two ladies said, you have to be very proud of what we've achieved with a very small team. This would be Marie's third time, the same as both Paul and Thomas.
Yeah.
And that I suppose Marie would always say, like, the first thing she thinks of in the morning is it good for Sligo? So that's really what's driving her. Family is probably the core of what what has driven this on. Like, we've 5 kids, and the 2 oldest ones were out canvassing. The 3 others are doing exams. So James and the twins have exams tomorrow.
The leaving cert, I think.
Leaving cert and the junior cert.
So you have all that going on in the middle of an election count.
It's all going on. But like, they understand. They're very easy to deal with. And once the voting was over on Friday, it's nearly back to normal. We had a match this morning, a ladies' match, which didn't go too well, but 2 girls played in the match for the Lash Gales against St. John's, and it's straight back into normal routine. So, like, I suppose ultimately, like, Marie's brothers, her mother, and then like a relatively small team of friends and colleagues that have helped us out. So it's actually. It's a huge achievement, what she's actually come up with. She decided not to do posters and all that kind of thing as well, and it's just what can be achieved.
Luckily enough, says you'll be up hanging up posters as well. You've enough.
We'll be taking them down now. We'll be taking them down now as well. So
just add to the pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, as the 2 ladies said, we all have lives outside of politics as well, and I think that's the point. We all. Are just here to try and, as the support act, to try and make sure that the politician can go out and do the best they can for the community, because ultimately that's what they're all in it for. As far as I can see, no matter whether they're on the left or the right or in the middle, they've all got the very best intentions. That's my impression of the people that I've gotten to know through Marie and through the council.
Naomi Paul's over the line now, has been for the last hour or so. Is that a big relief? Is it a nervy and stressful time coming up to the election count?
Well, Friday probably was the slowest day ever on record, and I thought yesterday was going to go faster, but it was even slower again. But anyway, until you get the seat, even though you've topped the poll or whatever, you're not comfortable until you get there. So listen, he's got the seat now, and we're so delighted, so relieved and thankful and blessed, and we're just going to enjoy this, and we're going to meet Nanny and Grandad now, and we're going to have a bit of a celebration with them because they weren't able to be here today, so we miss them.
All right, okay, well, hopefully they're watching, and Freya, you'll get your McDonald's yet, you will.
You go for McDonald's?
Yeah.
Uncle Nevin wouldn't be happy.
Magella, you have, well, it's not too much to worry about, but still there's a bit of waiting involved, isn't there?
Please God, everything will work out fine. I'm confident it will.
But again, it's...
But like Naomi said, you don't worry until you've actually been elected.
And leading up to the count day, is that a particularly stressful time? It is.
It is. It's a busy time.
Yeah.
Very busy.
Okay. Well, we know how busy you've been, Mel, with ladies football and leaving certs and what have you.
You kind of take it in your stride. I mean, as you said, Niall, we have an interest in politics anyway. We were in here Italian, myself and Marie's 2 brothers were in here Italian yesterday. There's a bit of a buzz for the anoraks, who are involved and who are interested in it, But I'd just like to say a shout out to Alana Bruin, who's Marie, probably Freya's equivalent in our team, Marie's niece. She went out canvassing a few days, and she did a great job. So.
All right, okay. Is Freya a footballer?
Are you a footballer?
Yeah.
Who do you play with, Freya?
Harps.
Harps.
Eastern Harps all the way, isn't that right?
It's the Harps, isn't it?
And
the Harps.
And Gertrude Celtic.
And Gertrude Celtic as well. Okay. Thanks to all 3 of you for dropping by, and well done to you, Naomi, and well done. This is inevitable that your Marie and Thomas will be elected as well. So thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Niall.
Thank you so much.
Naomi and Freya Taylor.
Go night. My brother Damon said to ask you, when are you going to Old Trafford?
Okay. No, I'm not an Old Trafford. But somebody said earlier I wasn't a fan of Alex Ferguson, which is not true. He was in Sligo years ago, I remember, at a Sean Fallon function, and I have to say he was one of the most nicest gentlemen you could ever meet, Alex Ferguson. Absolute gentleman. But I'm not an old Trafford fan.
Thanks very much,
and
Larry.
Naomi and Freya and Mel, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Good luck again. Thanks very much.
Good luck.
That's
Bye.
the spouses of Paul Taylor and Marie Casterly and Thomas Seeley. Right, we'll update you on the count situation in a moment. That was just a nice diversion from some of the most serious conversations we've been having over the past 2 days. Right, we'll take a break. Back again in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of moments. Right, okay, apparently Taoiseach Simon Harris has said he's not in any rush for an election, but what else would he say? He's hardly going to announce that he's going to the country.
He's been addressing the election results today at the RDS Count Centre in Dublin, and he's come out and he said that he's in no rush for a general election because we've got lots to do. Now, as you say, he'd definitely say that anyway until the results are in. But the fact that we're talking about a general election alone, I think, is it's interesting.
Yeah. Sorry, Jerry. Yeah.
The French president is after announcing a snap election.
Now,
today.
Have we got the tallies for? Will we start?
Yeah. So that's 2 gone.
Yeah.
England and France. It could be next.
Macron, yeah, he pulled it.
Yeah, he's at pulling it.
Well, he esteemed politicians. Who makes the decision? Is there an inner circle? Well, I better not mention inner circles. Is there
3 leaders.
Do they?
What do you say?
Any one of the leaders, really.
In a case like that, is there wide consultation or not, or is it down to?
He's not a coalition, has he? There's no coalition there, so they'd obviously call that themselves. So
you're talking about in France?
He's talking about Ireland.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Sorry.
None.
Yeah. None at all. None.
Well, I can only speak from my experience.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of the leaders, they probably should be getting together and agreeing.
Well, do you remember the ending of the Labour Fine Gael? There was some discussion, and Fine Gael agreed to hold off on the election until later in the year to suit Labour.
Accord, was that it? No, it wasn't. No.
I know there was definitely a discussion. Enna Kenny and Joan Burton saying that there was. They were well done.
I'm just Harris is not maybe. But they say, I mean, we were talking about Phil Hogan. Does Phil Hogan be ringing around now and getting the?
Phil Hogan has a critical role in the party all the time. I think he was critical role in the leadership of Simon Harris as well. He's one of the shrewdest foxes out there now, to be honest. he can certainly read the form very well, and he was actually key advisor to Enda Kenny as well. And I think that, and I don't think himself and Leo Record got on that awfully well. I think that was
Was that before or after the sacking? Was that before or after he had to leave his commissioner?
It was certainly after it, and there's no doubt about that. It was finito.
Yeah. But you're very split on whether we will be back here in October or November anyway.
I don't think you will anyway.
No.
In November, Mark? No, not after the budget.
No, I think they'll do a budget, but definitely no earlier than late. No earlier than late November, I'd say. Okay.
Right. Let's bring you some updated figures to hand.
These are right. We did the samples of 849. These are okay. So what have we not got here now? Just give me a second here. I have to.
Yeah, no, you Michael. What are
Waltz
these?
is 25%.
Just
that's
going back to that calculation earlier on.
Yeah.
I omitted because he's not going to gain Anthony, unfortunately, for Martin Connolly plus 0, which will bring him to 1190.
Yeah.
That was on the last one. Now we've got a lot of information in cents, and it's all regarding the Sligo Drumcliff, and obviously there's a lot of interested parties there, so there was no problem getting them to tally.
Yeah.
So we have tallies on a sample of 850 votes of Thomas Welch's. We can give you the percentages of where they are going.
Yeah.
We also have tallies on the Green Party lady, Aga. Well, we did a sample of 176 of hers. We can tell you exactly where the number 2s are going. We have a sample on Amanda Gallagher's. 213 of her votes. We have caught the number 2s. And also on Colin McGurn's, we've got a sample of 396 of his. So we have a lot of different samples there now, if you want me to roll them off.
Run them through and give us a few of the...
Right, obviously Thomas Walsh we think is going to go in with a big surplus, possibly 300, would that be right, Blaine? About that, okay. So we figure that the percentages on those, now these are percentages for Thomas Walsh's votes.
Yeah.
Marie Casserly will hit 14%.
Yeah.
Rob DeSalle, 0%. Tom Fox, his party colleague, 25%. Amanda Gallagher, 1%. Donald Gilroy, 4%. His neighbour, Thomas Healy, 29%.
Yeah.
Colin McGurn, 5%. Edel McSharry, 21%. The Green Party candidate, Aga, 2%. So those 300 votes will probably split in that percentage way. Then going on to the Green Party candidate herself, and I can't pronounce her name, it's Aga.
Dr. Aga.
Dr. Aga, we call her, okay, yeah. We sampled 176 and exactly where the number 2s are going, which will obviously benefit these candidates as the counts progress, maybe the second or third count. Marie Casserly will gain 72, plus 72. Rob DeSalle plus 1, he could be gone at that stage. Tom Fox plus 16. Amanda Gallagher plus 4. Donald Gilroy plus 9. Thomas Healy plus 19. Colin McGurn plus 8. Edel McSharry plus 22. And if Thomas Welch was still in it, he'd be getting 25 of them. Then we also have Amanda Gallagher's. We sampled 213 of her ballot papers, and we're allocating the number 2s as follows. Marie Casserly is directly getting 34 of them. Rob DeSalle would have got 83. Tom Fox, 3. Donald Gilroy, 15. Thomas Healy, 14. Colin McGurn, 15. Edel McSharry, 17. Dr. Aga, 4. And Thomas Walsh, if he needed them, would have got 8.
Yeah.
And Colin McGurn's then, which is a substantial number. So we have a sample on 396 of his.
Okay.
Allocating them as follows. From the top, Marie Casserly, 62. Rob DeSalle, 8. Tom Fox, 17. Amanda Gallagher, 31. Donald Gilroy, 11. Thomas Healy, if he needed them, would have got 105. Would be over the quota by then, though. Edel McSharry, 70. Dr. Aga, 8. And Thomas Walsh, if he had needed them, would have got 84.
Okay, just give us the Gilroy figure again there, sorry.
the Gilroy from McGurn.
From McGurn.
Directly 11 number 2s. Now obviously this figure will change because at that stage Walsh should be over the quota, a couple of candidates will be eliminated, Healy will be over the quota, so it's just a snapshot in time.
Yeah. Okay. Any significance there? Anybody? John? Some of them were here before we heard the 850 sample from Thomas Walsh. We were talking about that earlier, and Dr. Ag as well. But the McGurn one, John, what do you?
Certainly that there's not a big portion going to. Actually, Gilroy didn't even get a big transfer there either. Donald Gilroy.
No, a little bit less than.
And Tom Fox, that he's holding pair with Gilroy on the figures that's going forward. They're very much in the 20. So there's, in one sense, he would need to be getting a few more to close the gap. Just to be honest.
Yeah. 25 versus 30. 25 versus 36, is it? About 11 more. Now, obviously, as you said, they're not going to spread.
Just one question, Niall. Maybe Michael might know this. Of all the eliminations that's there at the moment, how many votes is going to Fox and how many votes of the three candidates you discussed? How many is going to Fox and how many is going to Gilroy? This is the final seat.
It's not scientific because there's other ones going out.
Just approximately.
Yeah. So 35, Gilroy 35 and 36. 36 for Fox, 25.
36 and 35.
Yeah.
So really, it's not going to change the difference. It's not going to change the difference.
Well, that's on the direct votes of the number 2s.
Yeah,
but then obviously Welch's surplus will have a difference because 25% of Welch's surplus will go to Fox, whereas only 4% will go to Gilroy. So there will be a substantial gain there.
What would 25 represent in votes?
Well, on the tally we have Walsh at 1881 and approximate quota of 1540. So 340 votes, so like 25% of 380. 80, whereas 4% of it is just 12. So it's a gain of about 65, 70 votes.
So if you take the 17 to 36, that's 106.
Yeah, but Gilroy is 10 and 35 as well.
But that's 106 for Tom Fox, right?
Yeah.
And what's Gilroy getting?
Well, 35.
So if you,
plus the 4%, 38.
38, so if you take the difference there of the two, you know,
70.
So he's still giving...
less than...
And the tally could be 10 plus or minus for any candidate.
But your tallies are very accurate. So it's not closing the gap really, is it?
No.
It's not closing the gap. So there's a gap there about 40 votes between Fox and Gilroy after the eliminations.
Yeah. We're going to have a count in less than 5 minutes. Here it is.
Count for the Ballymote Tubbercurry electorate area, which consisted of the distribution of Michael Clark's 107 votes, with the following result: Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 6, giving a total of 1,420. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael plus 14, giving a total of 1,081, 1081. Connolly Martin Fine Gael 0, remaining on 1,190, 1190. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 8, giving a total of 1,354, 1354. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil plus 2, giving a total of 1,136, 1136. Mullaney George Fine Gael plus 2, giving a total of 1,810, 1810. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael plus 11, giving a total of 1,829, 1829. Queenan Joseph non-party plus 47, given a total of 1,774, 1774. Non-transferable papers not effective 17. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is an undisputed surplus as follows. Paul Taylor has a surplus of 3. The distribution of the surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Patrick Cleary's 1,081 votes. Thank you.
Okay, that was the 7 count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Will we just reflect on those figures a moment, and then we'll talk a bit about Patrick Cleary.
The spare sheet.
Yep. Nothing significant from that, really, at all, because the numbers are so small. Okay. We had Patrick Cleary with us last night, as you remember, and he was quite emotional, and he was quite ebullient and quite proud, and why wouldn't he be, of having stood in the election. And he said he was a fighter in every shape and form which he is. Okay, so it's appropriate that we pay a tribute to Patrick
Well,
Cleary.
yes, indeed. I would like to say absolutely. Well, he was very emotional because it was very good to see, because he had a real passion for the political life, and I have no doubt with the vote he got that he has a huge connection over there. He's certainly won for the next time. That clearly with that vote, it's an extraordinary base, and 5 years comes around quickly enough. And so I would like to compliment him and his wife and the family and all the supporters that he got. He put in a fantastic campaign, and for a first time outing, he has to be immensely proud of what he achieved, and I've no doubt he will be certainly here at the next count, and it would not surprise me one bit if he's elected a councillor for, and also likely with the drawing of the constituencies, that there could be 2 4s by then, and in that case he'd be certainly guaranteed a seat.
All right, okay. So who's going to bring us through what's going to happen now with the Cleary votes?
Jerry is on the ball with it.
Jerry.
Well, that's going to be distributed now, and it'll depend on how that breaks up. Mark Connolly will need a big share of that vote to stay in the fight, really, because after that, depending on where Keith Henry stands, it's probably likely that Keith may be eliminated at that stage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it'll depend where Connolly ends up in this vote. This is where most of his votes are going to come from. So if that can transfer like at 50%, it brings him up very high and close to a seat. But it's going to end out anyway. The last 3 seats are difficult. It's going to be fighting for the last seat, really.
Yeah.
The bottom.
Mark.
The bottom line is Connolly has to get more than 164 more than Gallagher.
From Cleary.
From Cleary.
Yes.
Yeah.
More than 164 more.
So we guess.
Yeah. And Patrick Cleary's Castle Connor, isn't that right?
Yes, indeed, and that would be a very hardcore Fine Gael. I'd say that's a very hardcore Fine Gael, residual Fine Gael vote from Mary Parish and Paul Connolly over there. So that they would be they would vote the ticket, really.
Sorry to interrupt you, John. Did we have good memories around the vote here the last time when Blair Feeney,
Gerard Malani.
Yeah, and Gerard Malani, and what that transfer was.
No, it is, yeah, and that elected Malani.
And that's what I'm just saying. Is there a trend there that could follow on this occasion?
Yeah, but others were elected at that stage. So regardless, of the Fine Gael sort of vote or whatever, I mean, obviously a significant percentage is core Fine Gael, but there won't be core Fine Gael, and Queenan is still there, and he's in the same parish effectively next door.
Yeah.
So you'll be expecting him to do sort of better.
Yeah.
And Mulvey is going to be picking up an awful lot more than Connolly is going to be picking up. Because it's that side of the mountain. I always feel that number one sneak across the mountain, but transfers don't go back across in the same sort of trends.
But 164 isn't any good to Connolly.
I said it has to be more than 164 more.
No, it has to be a lot more.
Well, it has to be a lot more. I'm saying the minimum.
Because Henry has to go, and
he's going to
Gallagher is going to get a load of votes.
He'll define the results.
From Keith Henry.
That's what I'm saying. But to stay in the race.
Oh, to stay in the race.
Otherwise he's gone.
That's why you take the next step.
But really, it's all academic, to be honest, because Henry theoretically has to go. You're going to put the two of them in anyway.
Yeah, because Keith Henry, absolutely, because there'll be 3 candidates. I think you'll have three candidates elected and three candidates standing and 2 elected, and with the Keith Henry vote distribution there, right, which is there have been a fall vote. They would certainly go to Riverstown, and a lot of them would certainly go to Trubbercurry, to Barry Brennan.
Okay. So it's
As we were at 12 o'clock.
looking good for Fianna Fáil. So here, John.
But absolutely, just based on those numbers, that you see they have a major port left when they've a major port to the Storm. He's a massive vote there to transfer.
Yeah.
And that's all. And those on elimination, it's all solid one vote that's coming through. It's not a percentage.
Yeah, and so we can give people an idea then of the next count, the 8th count, Mulvey and Mullaney.
I think Gerard Mulvey will be elected
on the next count.
At the next count, yeah.
Mullaney?
I think he will be soon afterwards. Because I think Gerard Mulvey will get a higher percentage of the vote from Patrick Curie.
Yeah, that's the consideration I wasn't thinking of with the previous example.
No.
The fact that the two
that's my
lads are
opinion
still
now. Yeah.
All right. It is approaching 9 o'clock. We'll digest those figures and give you more analysis in a few moments. But as I say, it's 9 o'clock. We'll take a quick break. Back again in Sligo Park in a few moments. Working diligently for the past 2 days. I'm getting some grief from listeners, not just me, the panel, because we cannot pronounce Dr. Aga's name, and she's the Green Party candidate in Sligo Drumcliff, and we're trying to get the phonetic translation of her name, but we can't get our heads around it at all. So Yahtzee, can you give us the pronunciation of Dr. Aga's name? We get that? Pribovarchik. Pribovarchik. Okay. Aga Pribovarchik. There you go. Thanks for that, Yahtzee. So it's Aga Pribovarchik. No, I'm not. I'm not a natural.
Hi, can I just take this opportunity to say my goodbyes? I have got to disappear now and go back home. I work in the morning.
Yeah.
The last 2 days have been really, really fun and exciting. I've been delighted to be a part of it. I've enjoyed contributing, I've enjoyed getting the messages, and I've enjoyed being here with the panel. So I'm heading home. I want to just thank you very much for all your offers of participating here today, and I wish the rest of you best of luck for the rest of the evenings. I hope it's done tonight, that you're not going to keep going tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't.
Some of us will work tomorrow.
Complimentary, and I think my offer still stands. Judgment that he South and West Sligo, I think he's a very bright guy. I mean, I've no doubt he'll be on a ticket somewhere. But definitely in Oakland, and you were very worried about Ballymore, and I think he pulled very well up there.
No openings in Ballymore to Curry yet, is there?
Well, no, I think that with this strong positioning on it, I mean, that he has all the credentials for fighting a very strong campaign out there. So I think you wouldn't like to decline that opportunity now.
And of course, you were elected first to Sligo Strandhill.
I was very lucky, wasn't I? I went to Sligo Strandhill, absolutely.
Yeah, nearly went again as well.
And it was well, people said that. I couldn't possibly see it. But that in one sense that I think we left a seat behind us, Strandhill, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
We got 1,900 votes the last time with this man here, and we got over 1,000 this time. So we definitely left a seat behind us, Strandhill. So that is a pity, because they had the ability to. And I was disappointed that this man didn't go, but he certainly would have. And Fergal, I think they'd have won 2 seats. That's my opinion.
We could have had some crack online, but no, listen, thanks very much.
Yeah,
lads.
Anyway, you don't have to thank us. We'd like to thank you on behalf of all our listeners all weekend, and those who are tuned in and looking at the video stream. Thanks for all your help and expertise over the weekend. Blaine Gaffney, who has to go back to work
tomorrow
as
morning,
we all do. Yeah, back to normal.
See you guys, bye-bye.
Thanks again. That's Blaine Gaffney, one of our panellists. Okay. Okay. Couple more comments from listeners. It's a pity listening to all of the commentary over the last 2 days that a local person with general interests cannot gain entry into the count, while there are other people who can. Again, they're asking about the admission policy. Thomas Healy is a very lucky man, so someone else. Magella is a wonderful lady. Thanks for the ongoing coverage on Ocean FM, and to all your panellists for your work over the weekend. It's bringing the count into the homes of many who would like to be there. Our special thoughts go to Helen Rochford Brennan, who we know is dearly missing being able to attend the count, and indeed Helen was a regular attendee at counts down the years. And Anthony Kilcoyne has been on to wish you all well and to say that it's fantastic coverage. So still the interest continues. Okay, so where are we? 7 counts gone in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and we're still awaiting that first count in Sligo Drumcliff. Right, okay, we'll bring Pádraig Hart in here for a moment, and he's got a tally sheet in his hand. So what information do you have for us?
Well, it's actually quite interesting information in terms of who's transfer friendly, and the tally people have tallied Healy's vote. Now these probably won't be transferred, but it tells us who's getting Healy's number 2s, which would indicate what candidates are the most transfer friendly. And Casserly is very transfer friendly. She's getting 246 of Healy's number 2s. DeSalle is 38, not very transfer friendly. Fox is getting 77, which is significant. And Galler is getting 93. but Gilroy is getting 136, showing that Gilroy is more transfer friendly on Healy's vote than Fox, and isn't that really the one that we're looking at?
That is the box. That is the two. Between
they're the two.
Gilroy, Fox, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's between Gilroy and Fox. So based on that tally, we're seeing that Gilroy is more transfer friendly than Fox, and that would be significant if it says that.
And what's the likelihood of those of the country realising that Healy has to be transferred? Is that
this isn't significant in terms of Healy being transferred.
That won't happen.
I don't think it will happen. But the reason, as an exercise, it was important to do it to see who was more transfer friendly.
Okay.
Good
It's
exercise.
just to give us a general indication.
Yeah.
Okay.
It gives us a general indication. So.
Or to keep people occupied, so they won't get bored when they're waiting for the count.
Well, tallies are always an interesting exercise, and the candidates will be looking at these tallies to see what were the important issues that made those candidates transfer friendly.
When does it look like we will have a count?
Well,
I don't have a time for it. We've tried to find out.
Are we at full swing back here again?
It looks like there's full swing back in there again,
That's
but
grand. So
we were hearing on the grapevine quite some time ago that was going to be an hour and a half. So based on that, you'd expect something to happen in the next half hour.
Yeah.
You'll probably come back to us on that.
But you don't see it going into a third day, I hope.
No.
I'd hope not. I mean, last night Carrick and Shannon finished at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So it all depends your definition of a third day. If it's after 12 o'clock tonight.
But as long as it's night time, we don't mind.
If long as it's night time, yeah, it could. I think it'll be tonight, but it could be very late.
Yeah, well, some of us remember 5 years ago, we went on till 3 or 4 in the morning on the Monday morning, but it was the fight at the end between Gormley and I can't even remember who it was in contention for the last seat.
Which box? That was
Ballymote Tupper Curry. Gormley was fighting it out with someone at the very end. I remember it was the last one.
I think it was actually. I think Gallagher and Connolly as well. And I think that Gallagher went out that time and he elected Tom. He gave him 500 votes.
But involved in that, as I recall as well, there was a recheck involved with Keith Henry's votes, and that delayed matters for a number of hours. Anyway, you can't compare with 5 years, so it doesn't apply.
Yeah, but I think it'll be finished tonight, all right. Or it could be late.
Yeah.
But not could be. It will be late.
I thought we'd have had a first count from Cliff area before now.
Well, I would have
thought
it
was 9 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have thought it'd be in by now, to be honest.
I thought too.
But I'd say it's there or thereabouts.
Come back to us on that.
Yeah, we'll try and get an indication from our sources to see if we can get a time, because it's I can appreciate it's frustrating for people at home when they're looking to, they're busy people, they're not just watching us all weekend, they just like to know the times and the progress. Right, okay, some more of your comments. Yeah, there's lots of questions about transfers and surpluses, and still a lot of confusion about the PR system, which there always are, and random votes and so forth. Okay, and the count admission there. I mean, it depends. Every candidate gets so many counts. People are wondering why they can't just walk into the count and attend it. I don't know what the restrictions are, but every candidate
got 6 tickets, and those tickets are given out to tally people to come in and tally and to observe. They're here as observers to ensure the openness and transparency of the system, and to ensure that everybody has confidence that the democratic process has been fair and followed through. And that's why other people can't come in, but the service that Ocean FM is given, and the way the cameras are zooming around and people can see what's going on, they can see the vote.
Absolutely, I think Pádraig is right.
I mean, the amount of people that are ringing me from all over saying what a wonderful service Ocean of him are giving. It's incredible what's going on. A lot of other constituencies don't have this sort of spread.
Yeah.
But also, I suppose you have to. I know you're modest. You mentioned the ATU, but in your team in the university, I suppose when you look at the software behind this and doing the tallies and organising it, it's a combination, really, isn't it?
Oh yeah, a huge amount of work, as Porrick knows behind the scenes, huge amount of work.
A combination of everything.
Yeah, we've had a number of meetings about this, and again, we undertook that exit poll in the last general election back in 2020, which was very, very interesting, and it was within 1% accurate in the end, isn't that right?
Yeah, it was fantastic, and that's a first for Ireland.
Yeah, it
was
was.
Never done a constituency.
Yeah, and I remember Leo Varadkar tweeting on the night in relation to it, then Taoiseach.
Yeah.
And again, that was tribute to you, and in particular the students who really embraced the process back then.
Yeah, it was great success.
And it's very educational for our students, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, we were making that point last night.
And we're continuing that education. I suppose it's time again to mention the competition that we're
mention
running
that.
with Ocean FM. The students, secondary school students, we've emailed all the secondary schools. There's a chance to win a laptop. We've produced the set of tallies from the last general election, and we've set 5 challenges for a student to complete. And any student who completes the challenges are in with a chance of with one prize of a laptop, and that goes to a student. So if you're interested in the democratic process, interested in the sort of analysis we're doing, we're asking analytical questions off the spreadsheets that we have from the tallies of the general election, and students can enter that and send us their answers, and we're going to be picking a winner in the very near future.
Could you give out is it an email application? Is it on where will you get it? On the ATU, is it, where is it?
Well, the schools have all been emailed it, and I think it's on Ocean FM as well. As far as I know, there's a link on Ocean FM, and Niall will be telling us about that later on. So
it'd be very important to, when you look at all the listeners out there at the moment, all the third level and second level colleges around it, learning politics and civics, and explaining the PR system. A lot of young people don't have a clue about it.
And I remember when we carried on, Porrick knows more about this than me, but when we carried out the exit poll in 2020, there were a number of non-national students, isn't that right, involved, and they were blown away by the Irish electoral process.
Yeah, they were absolutely enamoured with it. And I have to say that the response from people who we interfaced with, people who were willingly able to talk to the students, we as people who were with the students stayed away and let them express where they had placed their vote. And then when we number crunched it, we were with a 1% accuracy, and that was a massive achievement, and it gave us a great insight into where we were heading into the following day, although there was still plenty of excitement if I remember back the following day as well.
Yeah.
There were still many questions left to answer.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who doubted the accuracy of that exit poll, I remember, on that day. But, it was the first indication that Sinn Féin were going to have a good election, I think.
It was, definitely.
Undoubtedly, this person says, listen to Ray McSharry. I won't call this a negative comment. The only person who takes issue with what Ray McSharry had to say. Undoubtedly, Ray McSharry was a fine politician who has a record to be proud of. His opinions are to be respected, but to suggest that Fianna Fáil is down is ridiculous at the moment, given the results nationally. The centre is held. Reactionary politics and rhetoric is not conducive to the general betterment of society. Also, while Councillors Clark and Queenan have records of service and achievement, there is a reason why both are not in Fianna Fáil. One thing to agree is also the nuisance of leaks. I agree with Ray McSharry, although there hasn't been many from Fianna Fáil party of late. I say well done in your comprehensive coverage. There's certainly a lot of reaction to Ray McSharry's comments on our show tonight.
He hasn't lost it anyway.
No. We'll take a break, and we'll try and get some indication from you as to what time we can expect a first count in Sligo Drumcliff. Okay, welcome back. Sligo Park Hotel, our ongoing coverage in conjunction with Sligo County Council of the local election count coverage here. We've gone through. I've lost my sheet now. How many counts have we gone through? In just mistake my sheet. I think it's eight counts we've gone through, isn't it? Yeah, we're on the 8th count. Sorry, we're on the 8th count in Ballymount Tobercurry, and we're still awaiting the first count in Sligo Drumcliff, and unfortunately we can't yet give you a time at all as to when we'll get a first count. In a moment we'll listen back to some of the interviews that we carried out last night here in the Count Centre, because it was an interesting night, and some of the councillors elected and candidates elected last night included Declan Bree, Tom McSharry and Fergal and Neelan. So we'll hear back from some of those again, and we'll also hear back Patrick Cleary, who was eliminated on the last count in Ballymount Tobercurry. We'll hear back from Patrick and get a sense of what he said, and it was a very, very emotional interview that Patrick Cleary had to give last night. Okay, as I said, we're still waiting for an indication of a first count. It is frustrating, isn't it, when we don't know and people are hanging around and they don't know when we get a count.
And we don't know when we're going to get a count.
No, we don't. We're still trying to find out. Okay, Frank Feenan is usually a good man for national trends, I hope. Have you picked up anything nationally? What is happening nationally? Because we're still...
I understand the tallies haven't been made in Castlebar yet, but I'm listening that Maria Walsh, Ming Flanagan and Barry Cowan are looking quite strong, but that's just anecdotally. The tallies haven't been counted, and after that, for the last 2 seats, it could be whatever. But I still think that, to me, that Fine Gael have a very good chance of 2 seats. They have 2 very strong candidates that are well located geographically, and I just feel that they can get. But again, I'm speculating.
Yeah.
There's no figures for that.
Yeah. Tory Carter was telling us earlier, I didn't realise that Boyle has no councillor at all.
Boyle has had no
candidate.
Local election candidate. Fianna Fáil trawled the area, Fine Gael trawled the area, Sinn Féin trawled the area, Independents trawled the area. There is an independent candidate who happened to be the postmaster in the post office, but it just shows a lot of the towns, and we saw it in the Strand Hill, we saw it in Carrick-on-Shannon electoral area, and in Boyle and many other areas, that a lot of times in the towns it's very difficult to get candidates to stand. It's something that I said myself. Is I said it last night in Ocean in Carrick-on-Shannon at the count, that we have rightly highlighted the dangers of social media and how intimidation and how people, and I think we highlighted in such a way, and we're right to highlight it, but I think now we need to kind of maybe scale it down a bit, because it actually has put a lot of people, especially young women and young men from Middle Ireland, out of getting involved in this politics. So people think it's like a coliseum, it's like a gladiators, and it's not as bad. And I think this election, and any one of the candidates from all the main parties and independents and whatever would tell you that going to every door, I didn't see any bit of intimidation. I didn't see any nastiness. So I think maybe it's time to step back, and I think maybe local radio stations and papers and ourselves need to step back and say a lot of this kind of nonsense on social media, on Twitter and Facebook, is done by faceless people who probably aren't even from the country, or probably from outside Europe or from the United States. And it's something I think we need to call it. Certainly was not on the doorsteps in Sligo and Leitrim, in Donegal or Roscommon, or indeed across
and you're convinced that that's the main reason that you can't get candidates in some. You're convinced that's the main reason that you can't get candidates in some of these areas.
I think a lot of people are put off. A lot of people, to me, from Middle Ireland, a lot of people that that want to help the communities. They're activists in the communities without being too political. They've been put off, and I've seen certainly in a lot of the campaigns with our candidates, they've brought people from outside, let's say, the political bubble, and they were actually really taken aback how pleasant it was, how much they enjoyed the canvass, and how much we wanted to go around to doors and businesses and meet people from towns and villages and rural communities. And I think if this election says one thing, that that really great goodness is alive and well in our communities, and long may it last.
All right, okay. The voice is a bit strained, Frank. Your voice is a bit strained after two days. I'm saying your voice is strained after a couple of days here.
Yes, I suppose somebody said I talk a lot, but thankfully, I know the voice is a bit. I think most of the politicians and most of the people here have been talking. But again, I want to compliment. I've been listening to your radio program. I've been watching on Facebook and Twitter, and I want to compliment the great showing that you have given, because the one thing I always say, we're all at the count here. I'm here for 2 days. I'll be in Castlebar, and everyone's going around with the clipboards and everyone's talking, but you really know more what's happening sitting at home, watching on TV what's happening here. So congratulations once again.
When are you off to Castlebar tomorrow? When are you going to Castlebar tomorrow to the European count, is it?
The count is in Castlebar, the European account is in Castlebar.
Yeah.
But it's what we do sometimes.
Yeah. Sorry, Jerry, yeah.
The only thing on that is that in the local elections here, there was 39 candidates for 18 seats. And I think there was 27 candidates for the European election.
Yeah.
For 5 seats.
Yeah. A lot more money, Jerry.
That must be it.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't hear you, Jerry. I just have no headphones.
You've said there's 29 candidates running for election in County Sligo. There was 27 for 18 seats. There was 27 candidates running in Midlands Northwest for 5 seats.
Well, I think we need to do something about the ballot paper. It was, I think, was it Michael Ring has been, he called it like a toilet roll.
Toilet roll, yeah.
And, but it's certainly not a toilet, it's much more important. But I think the ballot paper needs to be maybe a bit more nuanced, a bit wider, because it was far too long. And I think at the polling stations, the setup wasn't conducive to using that long ballot paper. And I saw some of the polling stations actually had a table where elderly people, or people like myself nearly, could actually sit down and do their vote on that. But I think the ballot paper was very, very too long, and it certainly wasn't helpful. And I remember myself, I went out canvassing to the candidates, and I had to spend 10 minutes going to the top to the bottom, and I said, well, if I'm confused, I'm sure most of the people out there are confused, but that's the way. Is that all right, Jerry?
I'd say you didn't put down the wrong number anyway.
I had to think sometimes, Jerry, you know. But I did go across party, and I did go across independence. I went a long way down the ballot paper, because I think that's the great thing about PR.
How far down?
There was one or two I may not have voted for, but I won't be telling you here.
He's really political now at the moment.
How far down did you go there?
I went to nearly 20. 22, yeah.
He's working on all options at the moment.
Yeah.
And I did vote for my colleagues in government as well. All my colleagues.
Well, I sincerely hope you did.
That's what we do, you know.
I know that it was redone the other way around as well. The favour was returned. He didn't hear it. The favour
was returned, he said.
Oh, of course it was.
Okay. All right, we'll talk to you before you get to Castlebar. We've Ailish O'Connor, you're welcome.
Hello,
Thanks for joining us. Joining us, I should say. Ailish is social media manager with Councillor Gerard Mullaney.
Yep.
Well, you listen to what Frank had to say there about
the girls.
Yeah, I
social media and Facebook. Do you agree with him or not?
Some of it. I would say my age group being mid-20s to 30s would be big social media.
Yeah.
I suppose when the councillors knock on the door, maybe it's your parents that answer the door, so you're not actually at the time when the councillor, the candidates are like trying to canvass you. So I suppose social media has made a huge impact in young adults.
Yeah, increasingly so. And is it a factor in county council elections more so? Is it important to the likes of Gerard Mullaney, the social media aspect?
Well, I would say for Gerard, well, I hope he'd agree with me that we had a good campaign. Gerard being a very isolated up in Highwood, that he had no really big transfers, and he's got a massive, huge #1 preference vote for the area he is, and so I'd hope that social media helped along the way.
How do you plan that? What sort of social media? How do you decide?
So, along with myself, we had Mark Maguire, he helped out and we done videos and we posted videos up on Facebook and kept posting as long as we could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jared was in them, wasn't he?
Jared was in them, of course he was.
And was it tough to persuade him to do that? No.
No, Jared very flexible. Jared is very loyal and he's a good worker, so it made it easier. So he knew what he was talking about when we made the videos and post them online. It was easy.
Yeah.
I had the easy job.
Yeah, and he sees the benefit of it, obviously, and no doubt he's reaped the benefit of it as well.
We're thankful for the vote we've got, and we thank all the supporters that have came out and believed in Jared to give him your first preference vote. Yeah. So we're thankful.
Is that the way it's gone, Eilish? Social media campaigning is a must, is it?
Well, we've seen from Thomas Walsh, unfortunately, he's got, unfortunately, there was no need for, I suppose, I suppose the message gets quicker across on social media. Look at yourselves on Ocean FM, everyone's following it, even if they're not listening online, they're checking on Facebook, you're keep updating, you have the Sligo Weekenders updating the whole time. So it's easier to click onto your phone and see what's happening on social media than, if you're away, like if you're in Italy, I've heard, like you've done a great broadcast, I could hear someone was tuned in on Italy on a train, that kind of way, and you can just click in on your phone and you can see it happening straight away, what's happening.
It's hard to keep up with technology though, isn't it? And
it is.
Yeah.
And there's not just Facebook, there's Instagram, there's TikTok.
Facebook is for the people like me at this stage.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
No age.
Okay.
But there's so many different forms of
for Jared's campaign, without giving away too many secrets, you're on TikTok, are you on Instagram?
No, we didn't make it that far.
Okay, that's the next
We're
time.
We're on Instagram and Facebook.
Okay.
And I enjoyed every moment of it, and Jared obviously was a pleasure to work with, very easygoing and honest.
Yeah.
And I think when you got to the door, I went out canvassing with Jared, and when you're on the door, it came across how honest he was as a candidate and how hard working. It showed off today.
John Perry, I remember covering the story. You were up in a soapbox outside Ballymode Church.
Yes, indeed.
During the campaign. It's a long way from social media campaigns.
Well, it's still very important as well. I think that I'd like to compliment Eilish. I think his Jared's campaign was very successful, and I think it was incorporating a lot of activities around the region. It was very well done. So I wanted to compliment the team on that. But like that, indeed, I think while we all embrace new technologies, I think the still mirrors in which regrettably has been lost is while there's a lot of lesser people going to church, but there's other areas going in that time there was a bigger attendance, but I still think there's a great base for being listening to Ray McSharry earlier. It's all about some of the fantastic ideas that were very evident in the 70s and 80s and the 90s. I can see a lot of them coming back into space again, because that engagement with a lot of people. While there's a lot of people on social media, we must recognise there's an enormous amount of people who are not into Facebook, who are not into Twitter, and they're not into TikTok. So and I think that is an element when you look at the turnout in the elections. I think it's still very disappointing that when you look out at the turnout in local elections, while the circle was canvassed extensively by 15 candidates, you could say 25% of it would take even 76%. That'd be very high. 25% of the people didn't vote, and I think that is very disappointing for democracy, because when you look at the 80th anniversary of D-Day this week, what people fought for the right to vote, I think I find it always disappointing that people don't exercise their democratic right and vote. But finally, I want to say that Eilish done a very good job.
Social media. Did you have a social media manager last time?
No, not a specific one. No, but there were people who, sort of all hands on deck in terms of our own crowd. We didn't have specific professionals like Eilish.
I wouldn't say I'm specific. I'm just a volunteer.
I know, fair play to you. You did a very good job. Social media is
help out Jared.
Of course, absolutely, and it shows in the vote. And I've no doubt that social media played a role. It's less of a role in rural areas, I would say, at the moment. That'll change as we go forward. But just to speak to a little bit what Frankie was saying there as well. what some people have a problem with social media generally is the whole anonymity side, right? Because there's always hassle for politicians, abuse for politicians, and we all have thick skins, and it's a tough business. It's not for everybody, right? That'll always exist, but social media will have to sort of look at the anonymous accounts. Joe Blogs 56 1972 has an awful lot of courage when it comes to taking Mark McSherry online, or Mary Blogs or Joe Blogs or whatever it is. So a lot of people are, we know how digital certification has improved hugely, and I think we're probably going to see moves across social media platforms to say, look, if you want to open an account, you gotta upload your ID, or you gotta upload a picture of yourself holding your ID. That's been used sometimes now. And that might just, tidy it up a little bit from the more guttural abuse. But as a medium of communications, social media is here to stay. We will definitely not be going back to church gates. I spoke at them. In fact, I think Jerry Healy's campaign for it all in 1992 is the last time I participated at a full church gate meeting. And just to remind listeners, and particularly the younger ones, Jerry, the last one, Jerry, I don't know if you're listening there, that I can remember it was at Kilglass Church in the general election of 1992, and historically there would be cooperation between parties. So if we were there first and we had our sort of rig set up for speaking, rather than sitting up 3 rigs, if Fine Gael arrived, no problem at all, sure, look, we'll go first, or you go first and use our, or whatever. And I'll never forget that day, because speaking on behalf of Fine Gael was Damien Tansey, actually, that day. Do you remember it, John? And that's 32 years ago. And you'd stand up and you'd make your case, and then we'd do the same, and on to the next church gate meeting. But people would come out of Mass or come out of church and wait, and they'd listen, and they'd listen to both sets, and they'd they're probably throwing eggs today, but at any public meeting. But look, there's going to be no way back from social media. It can be a force for good. I think it needs a bit of adjustment on the certification and the anonymity side in terms of what people can and can't say. But I'm sure we'll get there in time. Maybe maybe our new MEPs, the 14, maybe together could take that on board and try and pursue the European context.
I'm just wondering who Damien Tansey was rooting for in that election.
Oh, Damien would be a good personal friend of mine now, but I mean historically would have been a very committed activist for Fine Gael and for Ted Nealon.
Okay. Eilish, have you an interest in politics yourself? Gerard's not listening now, so you can say.
Of course I do.
Yeah, you do.
So obviously it hasn't rubbed too far from true. So mum and dad would be big into politics. So I do. I enjoy following the accounts, and obviously Ocean FM have done a great job and have kept us from at home. We could keep connected. Since I've been a child, I've been brought in. I remember when John Perry got TD, and I was here as a child, being at the count. I think it was in Castledargan that time.
You were, yes, you were very well.
I remember being a child and brought in, and I remember when Frank Feehan was elected, and 5 years ago, I'll be honest, Frank Feehan might remember, I don't know if he's listened to me, but I was crying in the corner for Gerard Malani because we were on very tight skin. So I'm a fan of Gerard, big fan.
Call an ambulance for 5 years.
Very nervous, so I was in the corner thinking Gerard wasn't going to make it, and he got the last seat, which we were very thankful.
It was in the early hours of the morning.
Yes.
He's a lucky man to have a lady like this working for him, isn't he? He's certainly
Frank, you wanted to say
something? I think, as Mark rightly said, and Jerry and John, like politics has changed. When I got involved in politics 25 years ago, if you didn't go to the pub after a funeral, politically you were finished. And thankfully, that drink culture, that pub culture has been taken out of politics. But social media has made it should have made it easier for us, and maybe we've overcomplicated it. Another thing I did was ensure that as a political party we didn't have church gate collections, because I could never understand. Well, first of all, I can't understand why church gate collections happen anyway, because they're hitting the poor unfortunate people who happen to go to church every Sunday, and I just think it's unfair. But I think political parties collecting church gate collections is outdated, and that was one thing that I felt that just wasn't proper. But when it comes to social media, the one thing I noticed only about only about 2 months ago, there's a hide button on Facebook. And to that man who abuses me every second time I put up a face thing, I have a hide button. So when you put it in, I can see it, but nobody else can see it. So you might feel good about yourself, but I even feel better because of this new thing I found out. It's called the hide button on Facebook. So, and it's something I would advise anybody out there.
Yeah. What's he saying about you, Frank?
Well, it would be my policies and my parties and things like that.
He's not going to tell you that now.
I say it one day, like when we were out canvassing one day, and this is why people were absolutely were great. And we were out canvassing, we went to a door, and next thing this lady came to the door, and she says, I'm not voting Labour. And of course, I kind of felt good. I said, well, we're not Labour, we're Fine Gael. Oh, she said worse again. But that was lovely, you know. It was. But I'm just saying, there's a lovely reaction. But there are people out there who sometimes think they can insult you, and but I think in some ways, instead of addressing that or listening to that, I think we have other subtle ways of just, I suppose, as in football, deflecting that pass. And I advise anybody out there.
So you wanted to say something, Mark?
We'll put Eilish on the spot a little bit here now.
Oh, God.
Donald's your uncle, isn't he?
Donald, Sinn Féin, yeah. It's my uncle, Donald O'Connor.
So tell us how that dynamic works now.
Well,
the split house, because John was talking about the
didn't take you long to work that one out,
Mark.
No,
it didn't.
So tell us.
Donald is my favourite uncle, well, one of my favourite uncles.
So what you do?
Well, Donald knows himself between me and the ballot box.
Fair play to you. No, I didn't ask. I wasn't asking about your
I'm
vote.
only being honest.
I wasn't asking about your vote, absolutely not.
How much I care about him.
Absolutely. Listen, there are, we were saying in our own house with Michael Clark and myself and us all, and at different times, so I'm well familiar with that situation. And sure, Fianna Fáil elected John Perry, sure.
And honestly, that I got to cross the party vote, I would have to admit. Yes, indeed, I must say that I was extremely grateful for it. Definitely.
Just one thing, and it's come from a friend of mine, Jerry McMahon in Fine Gael, just to remind us, and I'm sure nobody minds us mentioning, to give a special mention to Ava Cleary, who did all the social media for her dad Patrick, who polled extremely well in West Sligo. So well done, Ava, and no doubt you'll be plotting Dad's next campaign for 5 years' time, and well done to you all.
Yeah, and it's great to see people like yourself, younger people, being involved in any aspect of the election, I think. So fair play to you.
Patrick Cleary had a very, very good young team and a lot with his family. And you could see a family working together. There was great joy. You'd love to see getting elected, but it's great to see that cross community, cross families and brothers and sisters, and that's what makes Irish politics and local politics so enjoyable.
Okay, we have a count. Eilish, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
For the Sligo Drumcliff electoral area, I propose to adjudicate on the doubtful ballot papers in 10 minutes' time in the Hazelwood Suite. If there are agents of candidates who wish to be present, if you could be there for 10 minutes' time, thank you.
Yeah, so if they're asking to do that in 10 minutes' time, we'll have a first count in 20 minutes. Would you think?
No.
Half an hour?
Well, based on the last two times this happened, it was over an hour, so it'd be reasonable to expect that it'll be an hour and a half before they have it.
First count?
Yeah, before we have a count.
Right, it's 9:45. We'll take a quick break. Back with more in a moment. Valid votes in
I think
the
that's,
Sligo Drumcliff area, which Porrick says might take maybe an hour before we get a first count. So that's the latest there, and of course we are on the eighth count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, the social media thing was interesting. Is it got to that stage? Does everybody have to have a social media campaign now in an election campaign? Do you think, or?
Probably do. Yeah. I mean, I certainly did it. I mean, I wouldn't have done it as much as some do it, but definitely during campaigns we put videos out and things like that. I mean, the abuse side of it, the abuse always comes. Water off a duck's back, to me anyway, you know.
Yeah, but not everybody, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's tough business. I'm not saying it's okay. I mean, the anonymity factor is an issue that I think that the social media platforms will in time be forced to face up to, and I think that will lend itself to more civil engagements. But you know, there's no problem with criticism, but it's I suppose the guttural language or threats or stuff like that we'd like to get away from.
Yeah. Yes, John.
You know, X at the moment, you know, which was Mr. Musk. I mean, he's deregulating it. He's allowing people, you know, really, it's he's over. Whatever restrictions was in there prior to that, he's removed them all. So it allows people just to put up anything uncensored. You know, they've free access there, really, haven't they?
And Jim Lawler now was the oldest candidate.
Yeah, he was very active on social media.
He was very active on social media.
I think his grandson James was involved with that. Yeah.
Of course, doing that. And James worked on my campaign with others the last time as well in the social media and other capacities. And yeah, look, it's definitely going to be part of it and an increasing part of it. But there'll always be those who you know, engage less with digital society. So there's always going to be a need. You'll never trump the personal engagement, I think, you know. That's why I think the clientelist system that we have in Ireland, while frustrating for some, but it does give you a balancing factor. So whether you had the sort of Michael McDowell, Alan Shatter, pure legislature type on one extreme, and the sort of Healy-Rae on the other extreme, and everything in between, what it gives is a representative parliament. However, it's how government interact with that parliament is the problem, as we were saying before, in terms of accountability, leadership and so on.
Okay, Blaine tells me, he's just texted me, he can't switch off at all, that apparently the Sligo Drumcliff area is now one of the last 3 local electoral areas in the entire country still awaiting a first count.
Yeah.
So 162 out of 166 local electoral areas have a first count. So we're one of the last 3, Sligo Drumcliff.
Yes, indeed. Well, you'd have to come to the staff area, obviously, you know, taking every precaution here, I suppose. I would sincerely hope that Porrick said the next hour or something will happen.
Let's go to a couple more comments. Ocean, it's hard to beat the Ballymote man. He's a world of knowledge. That's you, I presume, John.
I'm not sure now, Michael.
That man is a world of knowledge on politics. He's really added to your coverage along with the other panels. Fair play to you all. So you're the number one there.
Thank you, Niall.
Well done to Blaine. Plenty of openings for him in Ballymote. John Perry will look after him. Somebody else was talking to a family member in Dublin. They have the highest of praise of Ocean on the excellent broadcasts for the local elections. No such service in their area. Well done to everybody involved. And again, we kind of touched on this yesterday. Maybe it's because there's not an appetite for it in different areas. I don't know, particularly Dublin. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, I think in most places they don't really do the tallies the way they're done here, and the local radio isn't as involved. Even the tallies, not here Porrick now. The tallies at the European count now in Castlebar, it's only random, I think. It's a random checks.
As far as I'm aware, it's just random checks that they're doing. I think that we're probably only one of the few constituencies that have tallied every box for both the local election and for the European election.
I heard this morning there were only 5 European tallies carried out in the country, including Sligo and Donegal. So I heard.
Yeah, but I think some of them mightn't have had all the boxes. We have all the boxes for both local and for European. And it's testament to all the volunteers that come in and give out their time and work together.
And that was one of the questions which came in earlier. How do you become a tallier? And can you become a tallier, or do you have to be associated or affiliated to a candidate in some way?
Yeah, you would be. The talliers are people who are associated or affiliated with candidates. The candidates get 6 passes, and they give those passes to people who will tally for them. And we meet with the candidates and we impress upon them the need to have people coming in who are willing to stick it out for the long haul, for during that 6 or 7 hours when the boxes are being opened, and they stuck it out and we were able to get all the boxes tallied.
Yeah.
So that's how you become a tallier. It's for the politically activist person who's out with a candidate.
And as you well know, I know every time coming up to an election time, be it local or general election, we are inundated with contacts from people who want the tally figures from the last election for obvious reasons. It's part of the planning strategy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We even get people looking for historical data going back as well, and obviously we're very happy to give it to anybody who would look for that information.
Yeah. Okay. When did you first tally, Porrick? Can you remember?
It's a few years ago.
Well, that's an unfair question. But did you have an interview? Were you brought to counts yourself years ago?
I was brought to my very first political meeting at the age of 13 to the Royal Hotel in Boyle, and I've been involved in political activities ever since. And it would be just a household and a community where politics was always very much to the fore in discussions, and people were civically aware and politically aware as well. It's a tradition as well. People are genuinely interested. And can I tell you a lovely story that I heard today? This one is one. I saw 2 children walking along the corridor today, and obviously one of the children, their father was going to be a councillor. I'd say between 10 and 12, and the child says, Dad's going to have a vote at the next Senate election. And the other child says, wow, how? Oh, councillors are allowed to vote in the Senate election. And the other child says, that's mad, that's great altogether, I didn't know that. And I was saying to myself, there's, at a young age, people becoming very politically active. And it was a lovely story, and the lovely innocence and the enthusiasm of it was really, really catching. Great stuff altogether.
Right, okay. So you were attending political meetings in Boyle all those years ago. Now they can't even get a candidate in Boyle.
At that time, there was a number of hotels in Boyle, and it's hard to get a cup of tea there at the moment.
Yeah.
Kira Maggian just won the 1500 final in Europe.
Who did? Sorry. Kira McGeehan.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Myself and Porrick, we started at the same desk together in St Mary's College in Boyle.
Yeah.
And Porrick just talked politics morning, noon and night. And Don Conlon, who now is from Gurchin, who lives in, Don was, and poor Don has been up with Porrick for at least 5 years, but it was great fun. And I was more interested in playing for Sligo Rovers or Liverpool. But you were the politician at school, is that right, Porrick?
Well, I'd say that Don was a great man to encourage an inquiring mind into politics, and there was many great debates by some of us. I'd say that Frank had a certain talent that always led us to believe that he was going to be great. We just didn't realise that it was going to be in the political field.
All right, okay. We'll bring in our next guest. He's just waiting to come in. Sinn Féin Sligo Leitrim Deputy and Martin Kenny, who's arrived at the count here. Martin was part of our election analyst team at the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-Shannon yesterday as part of the Ocean coverage. Martin, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. You had a late night. You had a late night, early morning this morning as well.
We had indeed a long night. It was 6:30 when I got to bed, so I wasn't out here very early today.
Yeah, okay. Well, tell us first of all about Leitrim and Sinn Féin performance. Are you happy with their showing?
We're happy. I mean, our vote increased in all 3 electoral areas, and we obviously have taken extra seats. We've taken an extra seat in the Ballinamore area. We took a new seat in the Carrick-Shannon area as well.
Yeah.
We knew that we had a fair chance of taking the extra seat in the Ballinamore area. The last time around 5 years ago, Pat Gilhooly, former chairman of Leitrim IFA, was lost out by a fistful of votes. And unfortunately, within 12 months, we buried poor Pat. He lost the struggle with cancer very quickly. And we remembered him last night as well, that we would have expected he would have taken that seat, and unfortunately he didn't, and then tragedy came, as it has goes to so many. But at the same time, we were very happy that we were going to take an extra seat. We ran 3 candidates in that area in a 6-seater. If we had a good bounce, you could have got 3 elected, but we always knew it was a long shot. We were pretty confident we'd take 2, and we did.
Right, okay, I don't know how long you've been at the county, but you're aware of what's going on in Sligo. You're going to retain your 2 seats in Sligo County Council, no gains.
No
Happy
gains,
enough with that? And Thomas Healy has increased his vote, we know.
That's right, yeah. Thomas has increased his vote, and Arthur held on in Sligo Town quite comfortably as well, Running new candidates is always an issue and always a difficulty. You're always aware as well that in most of the areas in Sligo, the incumbents were staying in place. So it's always very difficult to take a seat off the incumbent when they're there. And while people may be angry with and complain about their government, they're not angry with their local councillor, because that's the person that they're contacting, regardless of what badge they have on them, for the various issues or problems they need to get sorted out, and they're there and they're part of their community. And that's why, even if they switch parties, they still get elected in a lot of cases for most of these councillors that are in place, for some of them for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades or more. And taking a seat off them is something that is very difficult to do. So we're aware of that. But at the same time, you have to build bases, you have to start, and that's what we're doing with the intention of moving forward in areas such as Kinloch, where we had an excellent candidate there, and she done very well, took over 400 votes, and built on that through transfers. It's the same thing in West Sligo, where we had 3 candidates. The 3 of them took a vote, a decent vote, transferred well to each other, and grew that vote up to almost 800, which at that stage, you're a little bit more, and you're talking about somebody coming into contention.
Naturally, however, there have been difficulties for Sinn Féin. It hasn't been a great election as it was 5 years ago. Is there a concern within the party
I think
at the state of your electoral appeal at the moment, considering your couple of slumps and polls?
Yeah, I know, and I suppose coming into a local election, you're always going to have that little bit of volatility happening. And as my father used to say, the difference in a general election and a local election, it's a horse of a different colour altogether.
Yeah, as we saw 5 years ago.
Totally different.
Yeah.
People vote for people. They vote for their local community. They vote for who's there to look after them and to help them in their local community. And it's very much about that, more than about the big political issues of the day. And I think when we move away from the local election in a month or two's time, we'll see that it will refocus again onto the bigger political issues. And hopefully that will change fortunes for us. That's not to say that we're satisfied with the returns we've got. Where we have a lot of councillors elected and decent councillors, they've held their seats. Where we had good candidates, such as in Arigna is an example of it, with Leah Cull, who got an excellent vote there and topped the poll. Other places it's more difficult, where you're trying to unseat an incumbent, and we're aware of that. So, we're I suppose somewhat disappointed that we didn't do better, but at the same time realistically recognising the reality that local elections are always a hard hill to climb.
Yeah, I heard some commentary this morning just in general suggesting that you ran too many candidates around the country.
Yeah,
whereas in the last general election you were accused, or not accused, but it was suggested
Terry didn't run enough.
Yeah, you didn't run enough. So it's hard to get that.
Yeah, it's hard to get it right. It's like interviewing somebody now. You never know what's the right question to ask or the wrong one.
Sure.
So it's a bit like that, But you try to get the strategy as close as you can. You base it on what's happening on the ground, what return you're getting from the doorstep. Most people were friendly, welcoming, enthusiastic, talking about change, talking about different, and all of that. And when it came to the voting, then it didn't reflect just as much as we expected it to reflect, and that's why we would have run in some cases multiple candidates in constituencies.
So are you concerned about this dip in support for? I mean, it must be incredibly frustrating, is it not, for Sinn Féin TDs and politicians like yourself that the polls are high, Sinn Féin should be in government, you have the numbers, you're waiting, and then when it looks like you're nearly there, then all of a sudden there's this fall off in support.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's always frustrating, and I suppose we have to recognise that people who probably are not as satisfied with government as otherwise, they chose to, in local elections now, have chosen to vote for independents more than they've chosen to vote for parties, and that's, I suppose, somewhat a concern, because while independents, of course, can be great people in their local community, they're very much a mixed bag. and when it comes to governing the country, when it comes to making the big decisions, you're not sure what you're getting.
The Europe situation, very hard to get a handle on that. Is there a chance you might lose an MEP seat in Midlands Northwest, or what are you hearing?
I haven't examined the figures much because there isn't really anything out there yet, but as far as I can see, I'd expect that Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin will take a seat each, Loughbing Flanagan will take a seat, and the last seat, it's difficult to know.
Yeah.
But,
so you think Sinn Féin will
I think they will hold on to that seat. I think that now it may not be Chris McManus, the incumbent. It could be Michelle Gildernew instead. I'm not certain sure about that. But we haven't, as I said, my understanding is they're only starting to sort the papers, never mind count them.
All right.
And the tally wasn't very accurate either from across many places. A lot of places it was patchy and that, and the tally wasn't as well done as it could have been done.
Keir Doherty said yesterday that you'll dust yourselves down and move on. Is that the
Absolutely.
case?
I mean, that's what every one of us have to do every morning. You dust yourself down and move on. We have to keep our eye focused on the road ahead, and that's what we intend to do.
Okay. Well, you see these guys on a regular basis. Anybody want to say anything to Martin before?
Just well done for it's your sister, I think, was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we neglected to say that.
On a human and from a family perspective, it's a proud day for you. You're very well done. Martin's a gentleman, very easy to work with, and I think he's made good points there. And what else can Piers say? I mean, it hasn't been the day that might have been, but it's on to the next business.
It's on to the next business, and I mean, I appreciate that, Mark. And yourself in politics, things can take us twists and turns all the time, and we have to all try and work with each other for the greater good, and that's what, certainly on the local authority level, that's what people do. Maybe a little bit more tense in the doll when it comes to it, but we still, I think, in general, the vast majority of political representatives across the country want to work together for the greater good and to provide for the communities and provide for people, and that's what we all hopefully will intend to get out of all of this. Just the one point I'd make in regard to families, and I'm just thinking, the McSharry family always had a bit of a dynasty going there, and someone was asking me last night, was there one starting in my family? I doubt it very much. My sister has very much got elected on her own merits, and probably the family name has helped, but she was always canvasser for me for the last 20 years, so it made a difference going to the doorstep for herself as well.
All right.
Of course it did, but I mean, the word dynasty, like I always had an issue with it. Why is it? It's a dynasty if it's in politics, but if you have 5 generations of teachers in the house, that's not a dynasty. Or 5 generations of painters, or 5 generations of accountants, or whatever. But for some reason, nobody came down and handed it to your sister.
Absolutely not. And people have to work for it.
She went out and got it herself.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose when you have somebody in your family elected in politics, it does mean you're more aware and more conscious of what work is involved and what has to happen. And that's how it happens that people within families, I suppose, follow on from generation to generation or through siblings or whatever.
John, do you want to say something to Martin before we finish?
Indeed, I know that certainly he's a very capable politician, a very strong, effective worker from the information I'm getting back, and it doesn't surprise me that his track record and the name and Leitrim certainly helped to deliver the Sinn Féin councillor vote on it, and he'd likewise congratulate his sister as well. That obviously, with having 20 years of experience, it's good. She's getting a mandate of her own, and she'll be a huge benefit to you in your campaign ahead. But I've no doubt that you have an extraordinary base built in Leitrim, and that it's all about hard work. And clearly, the seat you have, I don't see ever losing that Dáil seat anyway, because you have what you have, you'll hold. And that'd be my opinion looking at it.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
Unless he goes to Europe or something like that, John. Very finally, Martin, your friend, your colleague on the left reckons you'll be back here on the 25th of October.
I think we could see an election certainly before Christmas. Yeah. I would be expecting so. I seen the Taoiseach on the 6-1 News for a few minutes this evening, and he certainly wasn't saying that, but he wasn't saying no to that either. That it was something that would be constantly kept in review and that talked about the government running its full term. I think we've had a couple of elections now in the month of February, and it's not the best time to be having elections. That's been clear about it. But at the same time, if it comes sooner. We have to face that and go at it again, as they say. But the people out there, I think, and the vast majority of people, us in politics think people don't want election. Most people don't care. It's only something to do for 20 minutes the day of polling, and there's a bit of excitement, a bit of a hullabaloo around it. The vast majority of people aren't as intensely interested in politics as those of us sitting around this table, and they'll take it when it comes, and when it comes, they will assess and analyse the issues, and they will vote accordingly.
Thanks for that, Martin Kenny. Thanks for dropping by. It's just past 10 o'clock. Back in a moment with more. Our local election coverage brought to you in conjunction with Sligo County Council, still live here in the Sligo Park Hotel. It's at 10 past 10. We have 6 councillors elected in the Sligo Strandhill area. We have 2 councillors elected in the Ballymote Trubbercurry area, and we're the 8th count, and we're still awaiting a first count in Sligo Drumcliff. Our good friend and colleague John Comiskey, who's been with us all weekend, he has to exit the building, and John wants to thank us all and all the listeners for their kind comments, and to all the election panels that he's worked with down the years, and he wants to say sincere thanks to his family, especially James and Olivia, and John is saying he'll see us all in November, so he's pretty convinced that we'll be back here.
But John is
in November.
John
is sitting beside John.
John, it was a real pleasure meeting John here again, and I know John for many years coming in. He was the real man to indicate election results. He could call them at the first glance, and I wish him well. And it's great to see him here, and I've no doubt he will be around for the election, the next count when it comes in 20 November. He will be here and further on.
All right, okay. John, thank you for all your help over the weekend. And let's hope we're not here too long. Hope we're not here too long. But I know you have your doubts. We could be here some time yet. That's John Comiskey. Thanks for joining us, John. Right, okay. And just to give you, remember all the figures from all the counts are up on our website, updated. We've got 7 counts complete now in Ballymote Trubbercurry, and you can see how the count has progressed over those 7 counts on our website. Right, okay, Michael Kilcoyne will join us again just to give us an update on some figures. Well, first of all, I don't suppose you can give us any time indication of a first count, Michael?
Well, we can give you an indication, Niall. The good news is that from the tallyman's point of view, the tally is proven to be correct again, very, very close. What we can tell you is, obviously, there still might be some disputed votes out in the Hazelwood room with the agents, but the piles are all
finished the poll votes now.
The piles have all been done, and this will be very close to what will be announced as the first count in the Sligo Drumcliff. So we're looking at Millie Casserly, 1402, Rob DeSalle, 114, Tom Fox, 1005, Amanda Gallagher, 297, Donald Gilroy, 1160, Thomas Healy, 1444, Colin McGurn, 420, Edel McSharry, 1323, Dr. Aga, 226, Thomas Walsh, 1884. That's a total of 9,275 votes. Now, as I say, the official count could be an hour away yet, but there's disputed votes. It's actually advanced, is it?
Sorry, we just get Mark, just get a mic on Mark. So
they've completed that now.
Oh, fantastic!
And he expects to do it very, very soon.
Brilliant.
That's what he told the candidates' agents. So hopefully we'll see the pace lift a little now.
Great. Well, if these figures are, these might be the exact figures, or very close to it, and so, because these are the piles that are in front of all the candidates' names at the moment in the counting area, and that would leave probably a poll of around 9,275, which leaves a quota at 1546.
Okay. Which means that Thomas Walsh, if we didn't already, will be comfortably elected on the first count.
With approximately 338 of a surplus.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm just looking at the tally figures from yesterday, and again, they're very, very accurate compared to what you're saying there, Michael. Only a couple of votes out in some of the candidates.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be a matter of, as Mark says, imminent announcement, hopefully, of the first count, and then progress accordingly with the eliminations or the allocations of surpluses.
Yeah, and give us a sense of how that's going to pan out and the timing of that. And as Jerry has been pointed out, it's the second count will take the longest here, isn't that right?
I wasn't privy to the conversation.
Yeah.
Walsh's surplus.
Walsh's surplus obviously will be, if we're led to believe that they'll count them all and give out the number twos, that will be time consuming.
Yeah.
And there's an allocation of them that may bring Healy over the quota, possibly, so they might have to count a little bundle of them again then, see what the number threes are. And obviously there'll be a few eliminations. As I spoke about earlier on, with the percentages we have and the number twos we have, unless there's a major shake-up, we don't see any change to what we were predicting. I think Mark might have predicted the first thing yesterday morning when he saw the figures, that obviously Thomas Walsh, Thomas Healy, looks like probably Marie Castle get the third seat, Edel McSharry the fourth, and Donald Gilroy the fifth. Now that could change, but that's what the tallymen are saying.
Okay.
Now we also have some figures almost complete on Cleary's votes, which obviously was a substantial amount in whatever that count is in
it's the eighth count.
Eighth count. Yeah. So there is a significant number. Approximately 580 or 590 go to Joe Queenan.
Yeah.
This could create another count for us, Niall. Good news for you. That'll put him well over the quota. So Joe Queenan will be elected well over the quota on this count.
On this count, okay.
Yeah. What's looking then from the top Liam Brennan, we're nearly sure, is 33. We don't think that'll change by much. Martin Connolly, party colleague, the votes coming across the mountain, we think just 86.
Very disappointing. Yeah.
Okay.
Barry Gallagher is going to get 11. Keith Henry, 16. Gerard Mullaney, another party colleague, 100. Dara Mulvey, another party colleague, 84.
Good transfer.
We think the non-transferable is 162.
Okay, well, based on that, it'll be Joe Queenan to be elected on the next count only.
Joe Queenan to be elected, probably Keith Henry, unfortunately for him, to be eliminated.
Yeah.
It's possible then that could be the end of it. There would be 5 candidates left and there's 4 seats. Now, there's still a bundle there. Joe Queenan's surplus could be...
okay, well, maybe this is the count you're referring to. No, not yet.
It's a Thomas Walsh celebration, obviously they must have...
Yeah, we were listening to you, I'd say.
We did tell them
Maybe that's...
when they concluded the disputed ballot papers, that they would be announcing the candidate shortly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So it's going to wrap up fairly quickly, so in Ballymote, Curry. That's what you're saying, Michael.
Potentially, yeah. Now you just have to. We're only after getting that Joe Queenan figure there a minute ago. I think it was flashed in front of me there, 590.
Yeah.
Which will obviously bring him about 2,350. 300 over the quota. If that 300 might need now, if that's needed.
Okay. Do any of you want to comment on the
Potentially it would. That count might have to take place.
Do anyone want to comment on the Connolly transfer there and that situation which we've been
Well, I certainly think that when you look at the compliment Michael and the wonderful job he's doing here, these figures are so accurate. Martin Connolly, I suppose, from a transfer of 1,190, I'd say we certainly would have been hoping of getting 200 votes there. I think from Patrick Cleary. I think that's when you look at the transfer, I suppose Jared Murray got a great transfer there, 84 votes. And that's a massive vote. Jared Mullaney got 100. That is a very good transfer, and I'd say obviously he canvassed extensively down there for Choose, and it has certainly paid off. So that's when you look at the and Joe Queenan, getting
the figure isn't there. I believe it's 590.
590. So really, you would expect that because it was Theory 1, Queenan 2. That's really what it is. You don't see that part yet.
3 and 2. That's it. So.
Okay, once again a surge of this is the biggest crowd we've seen all weekend. All of a sudden,
we're all I think just coming in anticipation of Thomas Walsh's election.
Yeah. And again, if you're watching at home, you can just
in terms of Joe Queenan's election.
Yeah.
So that the lobby outside where we are here at Portline, you're not able to get out at all. But the entire lobby of the hotel is packed, as is the bar outside and so on, of all of the various supporters. So Queenan is imminent. So you have all his team here now, family.
Yeah. And you can see pictures there. Thomas Walsh and his supporters and his family.
Thomas Walsh, a huge crowd.
Huge crowd all of a sudden.
Certainly in the lobby earlier, so they must have moved in anticipation of the announcement of the first count.
You'd also have obviously the Barry Gallagher, Liam Brennan, Joe Queenan, Gerard Mullaney, Dara Mulvey fans as well.
Yeah.
They're going to probably get good news very shortly.
Very shortly as well. Okay, so it's moving on apace. Okay, which one is do you know which one is first? Is it Ballymote Curry count 8 or is it Sligo Drumcliff count 1? Do we know?
We don't.
We don't, okay.
All we know is the candidates' agents for Drumcliff.
Yeah, so we might safely assume that that's
they had concluded their examination of spoil votes.
You'd imagine if they want to conclude the proceedings tonight, they would, if they were in a position to, they would announce the first count first so that they could move on.
Yeah.
Because no matter what happens in the Ballymore Tubbercurry area, it's either 1 or 2 more counts.
Yeah. Last night they delayed the announcement of the Ballymore count for hours on the basis they announced it this morning. They didn't proceed with it last night.
Okay, what's your assessment, Michael, of are we likely to get finished? When I say tonight, I mean the early hours of the morning or whatever.
Well, I wouldn't be privy to the thoughts of the returning officer. I wouldn't be in communication with anybody behind the barriers. But you would imagine they probably just want to get it done and dusted, get out the door. Could be looking at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but I'd imagine they'd probably just go and get it done.
Yeah, I think that would be the preference from everybody, wouldn't it be, just to get it all done, not to have to come back again for another day. Okay. So nobody are you giving Martin Connolly less of a chance now than you may have done a few hours ago? Yeah. I know that. You haven't changed.
Well, there's nothing positive coming out for Martin, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The indications are that he's going to be in difficulty.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, yeah.
It's still obviously mathematically possible.
Yeah.
You can't write him off. He got himself over the line starting at 6% the last election, but he would need a very unusual trend in Keith Henry's transfers.
Yeah.
And he would need, obviously, it's possible that Joe Queenan could be 250 to 300 over the quota, and there'd be a Patrick Cleary vote, and that would need to be counted. So it's a Patrick Cleary vote that gets Queenan over the quota, so that'll be the pile that's used to give out Queenan's surplus. So theoretically, Martin Connolly would have a straw there to cling on to. So you can't just write him off yet, but it's straws.
It's very difficult, yeah. It's very difficult to see how that can happen.
What's your opinion on Keith Henry's transfer?
It's a unique one there, isn't it, John? Because he's Ballymore, Calavel. Obviously, Taylor is over the line. He doesn't need them.
Yes.
It's a Fianna Fáil and a personal vote. The Fianna Fáil colleagues, Brennan and Gallagher, need it. Dara Mulvey, obviously, it'll benefit very, very good, like he's half a Ballymore man, if not 3/4.
Well, you see that's where Keith Henry got his main vote in Darren Mulvey, so I expect that it was Mulvey 1, Henry 2, and then you must look at the Merton Baker connection with him in Scanlon area. That's the close connection with that campaign there with Brennan and Keith Henry, so that'll be. But I know that Darren Mulvey will get a considerable gain from that, in my opinion.
We might actually go over the quota. We might have an extra count for good measure.
Yeah.
Because he could have a surplus, which would also be, that'd be a Henry vote. Maybe it goes on to Mulvey, gets Mulvey over the quota, then we'd have to distribute maybe a surplus there if it's substantial.
Well, I think that based on the fact you have a major distribution to go out is going to prolong it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, potentially you could have an extra few little counts there.
Yeah. Just to let people know, just to give a sense of how far and wide they're watching this and listening to this, we read out a list of about 24 countries where people are tuned in and watching the video stream. We can now add the countries of Iran, Pakistan, Zambia and Slovenia to those who are listening. And it seems from Google Analytics we've had 605,000 hits to our election page on oceanfm.ie since last Friday morning. 605,000 hits. So it just shows you the popularity of this whole election procedure. And there's some great shots there of Thomas Walsh and his family and supporters and team. You know Thomas very well.
Absolutely. I'm delighted for him, really.
He soldiered with you for a number of years, John.
Yes, indeed. I know that he's certainly a mover and shaker, isn't he?
Yeah. As you say, you trained him well, isn't it?
Well, certainly, I think that he was a quick learner now.
and his dad ran for election, I think, was it once or twice?
Once,
yeah.
And then Tomás Cleary went.
Yeah, Tomás Cleary, and Tomás got it. I see Tomás here actually beside us.
And Tomás got elected.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just saying, Porrick wouldn't have heard this. Porrick Hart wouldn't have heard this. 605,000 hits to our website election page since Friday morning. Porrick, can't hear me, but we'll come back to that. Okay.
605,000.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's remarkable, isn't it?
Right. Okay. Huge crowd here in the count centre in the Sligo Park as we wait. This is going to be the Sligo Drumcliff first count, Porrick, isn't that it? Thomas Walsh will be elected, and then we'll have count 8 in Ballymote Tubbercurry, where Joe Queenan, we're told, will be elected. So we'll have more councillors elected here now in the next couple of counts. 083 3500 530 is our text number, or WhatsApp if you want to send us a message, and lots of you are still doing so and have been doing so all evening. Okay, just got notification from the return officer's office. Less than 3 minutes for the count, so we'll stick with this before we take any more breaks. Less than 3 minutes for the Sligo Drumcliff first count. Right, okay. Do you want to say something, Porrick, in relation? We were talking about Boyle earlier. Did you want to say something on Boyle?
Yeah, Niall, just to give an update on Boyle and our zone. They are currently in the process of eliminating Angela Byrne, Sinn Féin, and she's from the Ballot area. So that's not going to really affect the Boyle vote, but I see that, as I was saying earlier on, Demna Daly Finn is ahead of our Fine Gael running mate, Liam Callahan, the sitting councillor. So it looks very much like that the Boyle area is going to have 2 councillors from Origna representing Boyle in the Boyle area. And I suppose really Boyle is on the way back. There's a lot of money has been spent on the Royal Hotel there in Boyle at the moment, and a new enterprise centre is starting there, and a lot of regeneration work on the footpaths as well. So the future for Boyle is probably a lot brighter than people would initially believe. And I think that with the election of 2 new councillors from that area, it's going to bring a new energy to the town of Boyle and to the areas surrounding it as well.
Right, again, we're just looking at pictures of Thomas Walsh's supporters, and there are many of them. This seems to be the biggest crowd of the weekend, is it not? By a long shot. Mind you, there are supporters of Joe Queenan in there as well. But
yeah, I think there's a lot of supporters from both Queenan and Walsh coming in there at the moment. There's great excitement here at the moment. Whenever a candidate is about to be elected, obviously the supporters come in.
Sorry, Jerry.
I see some supporters of Jared Manani in them there, so it's a big mix of supporters.
Okay, Thomas Walsh, we were talking to Thomas yesterday, and on the extent of his campaign. It was certainly a very extensive campaign he ran, and people will remember that he was the general election, one of the general election candidates for Fine Gael as well last time out in 2020. He was a late comer to the race for particular reasons, but he was there.
Yeah,
which probably stood to him.
Yeah, the name recognition in all elections is great, and I suppose his track record then helped him along as well, so it did. Now here it
is. The following is the result of 8 count for the Ballymote Tubbercurry local electoral area. which consists of the distribution of Pat Cleary's 1,081 votes. Result, Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 31, giving a total of 1,451, 1,451. Connolly Martin Fine Gael plus 86, giving a total of 1,276, 1,276. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 10, giving a total of 1,364, 1,364. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil plus 16, giving a total of 1,152, 1,152. Ballani Gerard Fine Gael plus 100, giving a total of 1,910, 1,910. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael plus 84, giving a total of 1,913, 1,913. Queenan Joseph Non-Party plus 594, giving a total of 2,368, 2,368. Non-transferable papers not effective 160. As the votes of Joseph Queenan exceeds the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Joe Queenan's surplus of 347 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfills the following conditions. Equals or exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay. We'll get a comment from Joe Queenan in a moment. And again, emotional Joe Queenan. He was first elected way back in 1999 and retains his seat on Sligo County Council. Tremendous performance by Joe Queenan, the Enniscrone councillor, who's down now with Austin.
Let's have a word with the re-elected Joe Queenan. They're breaking into song here in West Sligo. Joe, what are you breaking into?
Well, I want to say to you, Austin, that it's a massive honour to be re-elected Sligo County Council. As we all know, this is my 6th election and I've won every one of them. So I'm now 25 years ago, next month, I took over from the late Paddy Conway. In fact, his good wife Bridget is here tonight. And there's unbroken service for Fianna Fáil in Enniscrone area for over 60 years. And I put that down to, first of all, hard work and commitment on my behalf, but on behalf of all the people with me. And can I say at the outset, I want to thank all the people who consider me for any vote right through the Tubblecurry, Ballymote, West Sligo area on Friday. I'm honoured and I'm humbled to be re-elected. But I wouldn't have done it without the loyal support of my hard-working team who stood with me over the last 10 years in particular. And as you know, it has been a challenging time for me because I lost the whip in Fianna Fáil and I had to fight this election and the last election as an independent. But thanks to Fianna Fáil and to the local people, I think, people all around me here are all members of the Fianna Fáil party, and I have to acknowledge that, but they stayed through with me.
When you lost the whip, where did the energy come from to keep going?
Well, that's the secret, you see. You don't keep a good man down. And I was even more determined to prove that what happened, I take full responsibility for that issue, but I fought back, and the people around in the Scrone and the West Sligo area stood full square behind me, and they gave me the energy and enthusiasm to continue to work. As I said at my launch, I'm more enthusiastic now as I was 25 years ago. I have the energy and the determination to work for the people that I represent, in particular with Michael Clark now, and wish him well, in the West Sligo area. And before I conclude, I want to also commiserate with all the candidates who are not successful here today, particularly the candidates in West Sligo, and Patrick Cleary put up a great show on his first time. and to Conway, and to the Sinn Féin candidate, Jennifer. But finally, I want to thank my wife and family who have also stuck with me and endured what comes and with the rough and tumble of local politics.
Joe, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Not for the first time this weekend we see the raw emotion of what it means in being elected. And Joe's been at this a long time. As I say, he was first elected way back in 1999. You can still see how much it means to him.
Absolutely, there's it's a tremendous recognition of the huge vote he's getting down there, and he's worked tirelessly, and he has a great family, and his wife and the family, and I think that it's he's 25 years of unbroken service, and late Paddy Conway, it's a lifetime of dedication down there, and I know that region very well in its grown, Castleconner up to Drummoor West. It's a lovely area to canvass. I must say, when I was a politician in that area, it was a sheer pleasure to see on the right and the mountain on the left. And you meet the most genuine people down there, and I tell you, if they're for you, they're definitely for you.
Yeah, again, you're not surprised, Mark, to see that. Emotions there.
Very strong Fianna Fáil area, the strongest area for me actually.
Was it? Yeah,
the strongest. And,
was that day back to Ray's time? It was always strong for
yeah, there's a big family connection in the West Sligo area, not just from the Clarks but further out, the McSharries and Enniscrow in that area. So it's a very solid area. The people there didn't like how Joe was treated in terms of the national approach of the party to Joe, and they stuck with him. So as I look at the team that are surrounding him, all the supporters that are there now, ironically are all the people who worked with me in the campaigns, and many of them with Ray before that as well, very many of them. And Joe mentioned having succeeded Paddy Conway, the great Paddy Conway, the late great Paddy Conway. And his wife Regis here, I was talking to earlier tonight. So look, Joe is a tremendous work rate. It's an extremely loyal area where people want to support their local people, and they really rally round Joe time and again, and you can see the strength of the vote this time. Also, you see how well he works with his colleague on the council, Michael Clark, when we saw the pictures there of them congratulating one another. And Joe will be there as a working councillor, delivering for that area as long as Joe, I think, is breathing oxygen. I mean, he's an exceptional councillor, he's an exceptional support base and an exceptional family behind him. And I have no doubt that he will continue in the same vein he always has, as a great community man in the area. Of course, huge contributors, we know, to the GAA community, was the chair of the county board, and the one that put forward the motion to open Crow Park that time when the Lansdowne Road Stadium was going to be knocked down, and our national soccer team and rugby teams needed a temporary home.
Yeah, that's like a football team photograph now, and you really need to see these pictures on video if you're listening on radio, because they are quite incredible. Jerry, you served with Joe, I think, on the council as well, didn't you? No, did you not? You missed out.
I was actually had retired when Joe came on in 99.
You were on the council from 91
to 99, and I didn't run in
that's right, and he was elected in 99. That's
he was
right.
Elected that, so I hadn't worked with him, but dear to work with him. I always found him sounding up. And
I served with Joe in the 1999, 2004. It was like his first term,
He said last, I mean, he gave again a very honest and forthright interview to us last night, which you might replay later on. That he said his heart was in Fianna Fáil, and I think it's his hope and desire that he would return to the Fianna Fáil fold at some stage.
That was a great interview, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Last night.
Yeah, he was very honest. Yeah.
And you could see the emotion.
Yeah.
And his attachment actually to Fianna Fáil.
Yeah.
and how he was heartbroken by being out tonight.
Yeah. But who knows? He may return. We shall see. Yeah. We shall see. Right. Okay. The Sligo Drumcliff count will be next. The first count. We got a little bit caught there because we thought that was going to be the Sligo Drumcliff count. I think everybody did, but it was the 8th count in Ballymote Curry. So that's Joe Queenan elected. Michael Clark has been elected, and Paul Taylor has been elected. And we haven't looked at. So it's Queenan surplus is being distributed now. Isn't that right? At the next count, which I think is 347 votes.
Sorry,
that's the guy. I said Queenan surplus has been distributed in the next
347.
347.
Yeah.
Okay, which we don't think, or do think, will be enough to elect a couple more candidates. Mulvey and Mullaney.
Depends how far is Mulvey in particular off at this point.
It's not too far off now.
108.
More or less the same there. They're 80,
108.
about 100 votes off.
Yeah. It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah. Right, okay, we'll stay with this because, as I say, we hopefully will have the Sligo Drumcliff first count very, very shortly. You mentioned loyalty, Mark Machar, and you did as well, John Perry, and they are loyal to their own out in the West Sligo area, aren't they, politically, and always have been.
Absolutely, and you know, it's not that urban people aren't loyal.
Yeah.
But there's a unique loyalty among the people of West Sligo, Ferrera. I mean, they get behind their candidates.
Yeah.
And they stick with them. And particularly if people feel that there was a sleight of hand, you know, for example, Michael Clark was overlooked for a nomination at a time in Fianna Fáil, and it was an interview process, and the people really rallied round him. He's been elected since. Similarly, Joe Queenan, you know, what was a very unfair and frankly skewed representation of an interaction was done by Primetime Investigates. Normally a very good programme, but it was most unfair in its representation of Joe Queenan, and the community really, really rallied around him and have been with him since. Well, they were with him indeed well before it, but with him even more so now. But look, what it boils down to is work on the ground, and Joe Queenan is an exceptional worker and an exceptional community man, and here he is now. Congratulations, Joe.
I'll just ask you to stick on the headphones, Joe, if that's okay. This is Joe Queenan. You're just being praised by your colleagues here. You're just being praised by your colleagues here, by Mark Machari and Jerry Healy and John Perry. Congratulations, first of all, Joe Queenan.
Thanks very much, Niall. Thank you very much. I'm honoured and humbled with the vote I got, and once again to be re-elected to serve for the people of County Sligo and Sligo County Council for the next 5 years.
Yeah, 25 years a councillor, and we could still see how much it meant to you there when you...
Yeah.
Sorry for 1 second.
And the details are as follows. Electorate 16,973, 16973. Valid poll 9,302, 9302. Total poll 9,372. Number of seats 5. Invalid ballot papers 70. Quota 1,551, 1551. The result of the first count is as follows. Castley Marie, non-party 1,405, 1405. DeSalle Rob, the Irish People 114, 114. Fox Tom, Fine Gael 1008, 1008. Gallagher Amanda, Irish Freedom Party 298, 298. Gilroy Donal, Fianna Fáil 1163, 1163. Healy Thomas, Sinn Féin 1449, 1449. McGurran Column, non-party 421, 421. McSharry, Edel, Fianna Fáil, 1,327, 1327. Pivo Varcek, Agnieszka, the Green Party, 226, 226. Walsh, Thomas, Fine Gael, 1,891. As the votes of Thomas Walsh exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Thomas Walsh's surplus of 340 votes, as is the only available surplus and fulfills the following conditions: equals or exceeds the difference between the lowest two candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. There's the long-awaited first count from Sligo Drumcliff. I'll talk to Joe in 1 second. I think we'll be getting a word with Thomas Walsh down on the floor. Thomas Walsh elected on the first count with a huge first preference of 1,891, re-elected to Sligo County Council, just minutes after Joe Queenan was also re-elected to Sligo County Council. So that's it. That's the first count from Sligo Drumcliff, and we've just had the 8th count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. And we're just waiting to hook up with Thomas Walsh, get some reaction from Austin. And down on the floor with Thomas Walsh and his supporters. Okay. Great excitement, huge crowd. In our centre here in the Sligo Park Hotel for the election in the past few minutes of Joe Queenan and of Thomas Walsh. And just to run through those figures in the first count again: Marie Casterly polling 1,405 votes, Rob DeSalle 114, Thomas Fox 1,008, Amanda Gallagher 298, Donald Gilroy 1,163, Thomas Healy 1,449, Colin McGurn 421, Edel McSharry 1,327, Dr. Aga, the Green Party, 226, and Thomas Walsh topping the poll, exceeding the quota in the first count, 1,891. And we have the two newest elected members of Sligo County Council with us now, Joe Queenan and Thomas Walsh. Joe, I'll start with you. You were here first. Again, we could see how much it meant to you, even after 25 years. We could see clearly what it meant to you when you were announced as being re-elected to Sligo County Council.
Yeah, it means a lot to me personally, because I love my job. As I said, I'm as energetic today as I was 25 years ago to represent the people. And the challenges are just as big, if not bigger now than they were in rural county, West Sligo in particular. And I pledge to continue to work now that I have got a mandate and I have great following, great support from my family and my team. I have a responsibility now to go in there and work to the best of my ability for the people of Sligo for the next 5 years, and that's what I intend to do.
Had you ever any doubt, or you weren't in any way?
Yesterday morning, like all candidates, we'd be very nervous for a while, but it came good.
Yeah. Okay, you'll remember talking to us last night, you will? Or you did remember talking to us last night?
I was in denial, was I?
You're not in denial, but you were nearly back in Fianna Fáil at one stage. But anyway, it's for another day, I'm sure. But
yeah, we'll leave that for a later day.
Yeah, today's a day of celebration with the supporters and families. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
And again, we were talking about the loyalty of the voting public in Enniscrone and West Sligo in general. There is a loyalty factor there, isn't there? Has been to you down the years.
There has been a loyalty. Well, yes. Loyalty, like in business and in politics, and the boys on my right hand side and left hand side will tell you it's fickle. You have to work on it all the time to maintain it, because there's always somebody there ready to take up the vote and take up the seat if you're not performing. And that's, I have to get focused now tomorrow and to get my plans in place for the next 5 years, and that's what I intend to do.
All right, Thomas Walsh, your congratulations to you again. Your colleague Joe Queenan congratulating you. An unbelievable performance, as we said yesterday, exceeding the quota by so much on the first count.
Absolutely delighted. Worked extremely hard over the last 5 years, delivered a lot of projects, funding, community development projects. We've invested a huge amount of money in infrastructure, town and village renewal, urban regeneration over this county, and I played my part as part of that development over my 5-year term. I started working the day after I got elected in the last term, like many other local public representatives that were elected today. And I want to thank all my supporters, my huge campaign team, directors of elections, poster team. 95% of my posters are now down. It's a huge organisation now involved in my campaign, and I'm extremely proud of them. This seat is a seat on behalf of the people of Sligo Drumcliff that put their confidence in me today and supported the vision I have for this county. I believe in this county. I believe we can do better on a lot of things, and I'm very passionate about it.
And you said yesterday when we talked to you, there's no substitute for hard work as far as you're concerned. That's what paid off on this occasion.
Yeah, and I believe there was a confidence across every polling station that I almost doubled my vote in the majority of them across this electoral area over this election. I want to thank the people for putting their confidence in me to continue working on their behalf in Sligo Drumcliff in this 5-seater. I want to wish all my colleagues well that's going to be elected after me. And I will work with all of them to ensure that we have a better Sligo Drumcliff, that we have an improved recreational and amenity areas, improved infrastructure, public transport and investment into our towns and our villages, which we are seeing from government over the last 2 or 3 years.
There's a huge crowd with you here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just some of them. There's a lot of them out in the bar. I'm sure they're watching, and they're probably watching in the Innisfree or in Morans or in Callahan's or in Kelly's in Ballygawley and across the constituency, and hopefully I'll be joining them in the not too distant future. But yeah, look, massive campaign, knocked, I think, as I said yesterday, I knocked on more doors than I did in the general election in 2020, and people appreciated that engagement, and I think you've mentioned that probably once or twice today. I don't think there's any substitute for knocking on doors and engaging with people on doors. We've done a lot of that over my campaign, over 13 weeks, and I'm very proud of the vote that I've achieved today. And that's a result of hard work and my campaign team that rallied around me over the last 13 weeks.
Okay. Anybody want to say anything to Joe or Thomas before we let them off with their?
Yeah, just I don't know. First of all, to Joe, Joe Queenan, a quarter of a century on Sligo County Council and counting. That doesn't happen by accident. It's a credit to Joe, all his family, all his team. We kind of share the same teams, or many of the same personnel who certainly elected me over the years and worked for me. But it's a credit to Joe, the work that he's done. At the end of the day, it's all down to hard work. And as he's sitting there celebrating, and he mentioned early on himself, Breach Conway is just over his shoulder. So the spirit of the late great Paddy Conway is not for him. Well done again, Joe, and the best wishes for another 25 at least. As for you, Thomas Walsh, outstanding performance, well deserved. Again, it's down to hard graft. Votes like that don't come in by accident. It's a credit to you and your entire team, and every best wish to you in the 5 years ahead.
Thanks, Mark.
I'd like to congratulate Tom and Joe as well, and it's serious vote from both of you. So obviously as a result of the hard work you've been in for the last 5 years, and I'd like to wish you well for the next 5 years.
Thanks, Jerry.
John?
I would absolutely. I was elected to Sligo County Council from Sligo Strand Hill the same day as Joe in 1999.
Yeah.
And I must say that I was a Dáil deputy at that time, and it was one of the most enjoyable 5 years as a public representative. I really enjoyed the local authority, and Joe was a very effective operator then and still is. And I must say the local government is where politics is all about local. In one sense, in Dáil Éireann, what is well debated here today, at least you can campaign locally with your fellow councillors and bring. Yeah. And I think councillors work very effectively there. I know Joe works very effectively with Gerald Mulvey and Michael Clark, and would say that, and Jerry Mullaney to deliver for the region. And it's not about politics anymore. And I wish Joe, and it doesn't surprise me because he has his wife Anne and his team and the family, and he's a wonderful team of supporters. And I have to say, being a politician, when I was down in West Sligo, it was the most nicest region of the whole constituency to canvass. You had the mountain on your left, the sea on the right, and you're dealing with a very hard-working, decent people. And if they're on your side, they don't change. Okay. On Thomas Walsh, I think he used my motto was my motto, which when I was a TD we had it. My motto was straight talk, action and results. And I think that he's lived up to that advice that I gave him. Was straight talk. He's a good straight talker. He certainly gets the action, and evidently he is delivering fantastic results. When you go down to the metropolis of Ballygawley, Ballintor, and you see all of the developments, it's the new suburbia, certainly it's new suburbia and the hotel and all the work he's done. I'm delighted for Thomas.
Okay.
He was. I always got on very well with him, and I genuinely believe that with his father Whitey and his mother Angela and the whole team. I remember. And I have to remark when I went for election, a great friend of mine that was passed away recently was Michael John Walsh. And that he would be a cousin of Thomas's. And in my first election in 1997, Michael John was immensely respected now, and the Walsh family carried a huge amount of votes. He was a recognised cattleman, farmer, trader, and he certainly delivered a huge amount of votes for me from the Walsh extended family. And I think it doesn't surprise me that Thomas has done as well, and I wish him well for the future.
All right, okay. So, Thomas, your cavalcade is headed for Callahan's and Kelly's, is that right?
We'll get a few bars in hopefully before closing time. Look, again, just to finish up, I want to thank everybody that put their confidence in me and in the vision I have for this county. And before I go, there's a lot of unsung heroes in Sligo County Council, and Joe will agree with me on this. They're the staff. Public representatives often are out on the front line and have a lot of limelight, but we have a huge amount of staff in here today and over the last number of days in polling booths, and they'll do their work from Monday morning in our local authority and provide those services that sometimes we take for granted. So I want to thank our chief executive, our directors, our engineers and all our outdoor and indoor staff. And just before I go, I want to wish my father a happy 70th birthday. I think it's on Wednesday, so it's all fallen well together. He'll have a good 3 days.
He certainly will, beginning tonight. And Joe, you're straight home tennis throw now, is that right?
Absolutely, back to base. Before I go there, I want to I message to thank my director of elections, Tomas Merton, and the team behind me, along with my family, has already done, and to all the people that supported me. I also want to concur with Tomas here in thanking John Moore, the returning officer, and all the council staff. I work with great working relations with them all over the years, and to Gordy Shiakona. And finally, I want to thank you, Niall. You're still looking good. 25 years later.
Remind me, we better let you off to celebrate you and your colleague Thomas. So well done.
Thanks
again.
everybody at Ocean FM. Thank you.
And thanks to Thomas Walsh as well. And enjoy your night. Thanks very much. The latest two members to be re-elected to Sligo County Council, as it was in their case, Joe Queenan, independent councillor, Thomas Walsh of Fine Gael. At this stage, it's just coming up to 11 o'clock. We'll take a very quick break, and we'll see where you are then.
football match. I suppose, you can be gutted, but
Right, okay, welcome back, and we're just reflecting on the fact that we've had 2 more councillors elected to Sligo County Council, as you've just heard. Great excitement for Joe Queenan's re-election to Sligo County Council in Ballymote Tubbercurry, elected on the 8th count, and then we've had the first count from Sligo Drumcliff with Thomas Walsh elected on the first count, exceeding the quota. So we're on to count 2 in Drumcliff, which will take quite a bit of time because Walsh had such a huge vote. We're distributing his surplus, and Queenan's surplus being distributed in the 9th count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Last evening, well, I think it's appropriate that we relook and rehear what Patrick Cleary had to say yesterday. Patrick Cleary, of course, first-time candidate for Fine Gael in Ballymote Tubbercurry, performed very admirably, but was eliminated earlier this evening on the 7th count. And we talked with Patrick, a very emotional Patrick Cleary, yesterday at his attendance at the count. This is what he had to say.
First time Fine Gael, Niall. I suppose I've got over 1,000 number 1 votes, so I'd like to thank everyone that came out and voted for me. Just like a football match. I suppose, you can go to below Markers Park when we lost the girls' Connacht final by a point and had 17 wides, and we could have been there, but it has been a great experience for me all along.
Yeah.
So it has, and I'd just like to thank everyone, my family, my wife, my daughters.
It's a tremendous performance. I've had over 1,000 votes for a first-time candidate.
Yeah, mighty. I was delighted with it,
yeah,
to be honest with you. Delighted.
Yeah. Left it all on the pitch.
Left it all out there on the pitch. It's like everything.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You have to leave it there. Move on.
Yeah, and you will move on. And that's for sure.
No better man to move on than me.
Yeah, well, we know that we've talked to you before many times in the programme. for different reasons. And we know the challenges you faced in life, Patrick.
Yeah, and look, this is only a small challenge. I'm well used to. I suppose it's like everything, you get ahead going along the road, but I'm well used to challenges, and I put it this way, I won't be gone away. It's only the start to it for me.
Is it, yeah?
Yeah,
all right,
definitely.
okay. Now, you're have always been involved in ladies' football, isn't it?
Always involved in ladies' football, I suppose.
At an organisational level.
Yeah, all that. And
Own Rua, isn't that your
Own Rua
club?
ladies, yeah. Own Rua, yeah. In Scrone, Castleconner, Eastgate, sure, we're all like, I suppose we're all like a big family when it comes to the football, with the girls anyway, because we're all joined together. Maybe when the fellas are playing, we might just step aside for that game, but I suppose we're all so close to each other all up there, so I can't be thankful enough to the people of West Sligo and Ballymote, Tubbercurry area that voted for me, in fairness. And I was happy enough, I said to myself, look, if I can be anywhere near it or get 700-800 votes, you'd be wary because you don't know how it'll go when you're a first-time candidate, but I was proud of what I've got anyway.
Yeah, and why wouldn't we with a vote like that? John, you wanted to say?
I want to compliment Patrick, and I know his family very well, and his brother, Ted, and mum, they're fantastic people in Castleconner and the Scrone region, and they've done extraordinarily well. And as Patrick said there at the moment, that with his wonderful family support, his wife and his family, and I was quite certain that he's a young man. He has all the time in the world, Jeremy. He's a very solid base, and his time will come. And, that you won't find the 5 years. Time goes too quickly, Patrick, if anything may add. And I'm quite certain that on the next occasion, Patrick Cleary will be certain to take the Fine Gael seat in West Sligo. That's what I believe.
Can I just come in on the emotion that was shown there? And I'm getting a little bit emotional myself because I was in your shoes 5 years ago. Missed out, got a great vote. You're probably looking at that this morning thinking that is an absolutely amazing vote. It is an absolutely amazing vote. But the day it'll get better. It'll get bad, and if you want to come back to this, there's no better base than coming back than 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
I didn't know you from before. I looked at your social media and I looked at the campaign that you ran through social media. It was one of the best out there in the county, and that's a vote to be proud of. That's something you can come back from, and that's if you want to do it. But I know the emotion. I see it here, the hurt and the upset, and people will go away from it, and you don't often see that, But it's so raw, it's so real. It's so, he gave it absolutely everything. His family were out there for months giving it everything. And I just want to say, be so proud of that vote. And there'll be the days you'll come away today, tomorrow. I ran away for a couple of weeks because I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't come face the camera. So you're coming here with your family behind you and be so proud of what you've done today. And 1,000 votes is a great vote to come back for. And if you want it again, you'll get it again, and I'm absolutely certain of that. So be very, very proud of that vote.
Yeah, thank you, good man. Thanks very much.
I think, Niall, the one thing, though, we should say at this stage is that there's still 1,700 votes to be distributed, and there's only 100 votes between you and Connolly. So you just don't know how, 1,700 votes, a lot of votes transferred, and we don't know where they actually are coming from. Where do you live in comparison to...
I live up in Scone, yeah.
Yeah, and is Conway then beside you?
He's about 4 kilometres away from me.
You see, he is 600 votes there to distribute. So, you just don't know, 100 votes and 700 votes, just don't know where they'll go. They could just be prepared for anything.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And well done and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, so don't be going home yet, Patrick.
No.
It's a long night yet.
Yeah.
Long night ahead. So have you it's probably not the day to ask you, have you the appetite to go again, or would you want to go again? Or?
Well, sure, I'd have the appetite for anything. I wouldn't back away from anything. That'd be the sort of fella I'd be. Yeah. I suppose if it was even a dog fight, I'd stick my head in it just to see how I get on.
Okay.
And I suppose... I haven't thought about that, but sure, that's for down the road. It's like, sure, you'll be gutted. It's like, as I says, it's like a match. You'll be gutted for a day, but you get up on your feet and you move on.
Yeah.
Like the wheel keeps spinning. It doesn't matter what hits you in life, the wheel keeps spinning. And that's tomorrow. I suppose I went to Eastgate this evening, got my coffee. I'll be back on the road again tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be back on the road Monday selling diesel again for Top Oil.
Yeah. Life goes on, as I say, and the whole canvassing process was that something you were used to, or was that a whole new experience?
I suppose. In fairness, it was a great experience because the way I planned it out myself, I went to every door on my own. That's the way I wanted to do it.
On your own?
Yes. All the country houses I went on my own. I had drivers every night, but I went to every door on my own.
And answered all the questions?
Answered all the questions. I suppose if I was honest, probably 50% of the houses I probably have a stone weight put on since I started canvassing, being honest with you, between tea and cake and biscuits and everything.
Right. Okay, that's interesting. And you went on your own?
Yeah. Went on my own to all the rural houses.
Yeah, well, obviously a lot of that paid off for you.
A lot of it did pay off. Like I'd be well known. It's like everything with football, working with top oil, farming, all that sort of stuff. I'd be well known, and I suppose like everything, if you want to get your name out there, you need to go yourself and show that you're serious about this. You know, I suppose like maybe if you got in, you could send someone around the second time, but I think it's very important that you go to the door yourself.
All right, okay. Patrick, thanks for dropping by. We can see how much it means to you. And as Jerry says, you're not out of the race yet.
No, not out of the race. But look, whatever is to be, and that's the way it'll be. Do you know what I mean? If we're out of the race, look, I just want to thank everyone out there, and especially, I suppose, my family, everyone. I can't thank everyone enough for what they've done for me. And whatever is to be, but we'll dust ourselves down. We'll away again tomorrow.
All right.
So we will.
Patrick, well done again, and thanks for
thanks,
coming
Niall,
by.
and
Thanks very
for
much.
having me on.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Patrick Cleary. You don't think the Sligo Drumcliff count will be as long as some are thinking?
I know that because number one, there's less ballot papers. You know, number one, the fact that there's less candidates.
Yeah.
And I think that you're going to have a clear indication who's elected to be elected. The obvious candidates will be elected, and the elimination then will be, it's a two-horse race there. To be honest, when you look at it's going to be very much determined by. We'd say that we have an idea where the water transfers are going. You know what I mean? So that's I think it will certainly determine. I think it'll go very quickly, and even on the Ballymote box, when you get rid of Joe Queenan's distribution, I think you're back down to it's Keith Henry.
Yeah, and that'll be crucial.
Well, he's going to elect the remaining candidates.
Yeah.
Without reaching the quota.
Yeah, so we're not going to be too far from a finish at all in Ballymore.
I think at the moment, once this vote comes in, the returning officer, he'll make a call on it.
Yeah,
that's what I think anyway.
You think so?
And I don't think that Joe Queenan's distribution will put any of the remaining candidates over the quota. And that would mean that we'll be going straight into the elimination of Keith Henry. So we won't have to look at the distribution of other people surpassing the quota.
Right, okay, so two more counts you reckon will do it then?
Unless I misread it now, I tell you that the only caveat to that is if the distribution of the surplus puts let's say Jerry Mulvey or Jerry Malani, that
over the quota. But there are a good 100 odd votes under the quota at the moment.
And I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
And then you'll be straight into Keith Henry.
Right, okay, that's interesting. That might speed things along. It's just to give people a sense of where we are. Quick, it's now 19 minutes past 11 o'clock. Back in a moment. Okay, welcome back to the Sligo Park Hotel. The ongoing Sligo County Council local election counts. We're still counting the votes in Ballymote, Tobercurry and in Sligo, Drumcliff. Liam Brennan joins us now. Fianna Fáil, first-time candidate in Ballymote, Tobercurry. John Perry's been shaking your hand, congratulating you, Liam. Is it a bit soon for that, do you think?
Well, I suppose I'll take any congratulations at the moment, but I'd be fairly confident yet that I'll be there for the second or the last seat.
Yeah.
And I suppose as I started off the campaign 11 weeks ago, and I always said that I'd be there in the shake-up for the last seat, and that's how it is at the moment. And I did predict at the time that 4 or 5 of the sitting councillors would take their seats. There were strong candidates for it. That's how it has played out. That it would be a bit of a toss-up between Martin Connolly and Barry Gallagher in Tobercurry, and probably myself and Keith in the Ballymote direction. That's how it's working out at the moment, and unfortunately we're all friends in this, and it's sad to see colleagues drop out of this race, because we all put in a huge effort into it for the last 11 weeks, and everyone has families behind them and everything, and it's unfortunate that when you drop out that everyone is affected, and that's the tough business of politics, and that's, I suppose, that's what you're up into when you join up for it.
Yeah. You soldiered for many years with Martin Baker, the outgoing Martin Baker, isn't that right? And that obviously stood you in good stead.
Yeah, that prepared me well for this campaign. I'd have been part of Martin's campaign team for the last 20 years. Worked on all the doors with him before. I know the areas and know the ground.
Yeah.
It was a good base to start off with. I had Martin out with me on the campaign. Martin's a great man to have on the door with you.
Yeah.
When people would see you, and once they see Martin there with you, they know I'd be a good man, Martin would be back and a good man. And that was a big boost as well. And as you know, Martin has worked hard for the last 20 years with the council, and he's has been often said to be a decent, honest, honourable gentleman, and that's a great statement to come out with, or to be told of you after 20 years in politics.
Yeah, okay. You can't celebrate yet, but you must be extremely honoured to be almost a new councillor on Sligo County Council, Liam.
Yeah, well, that's what I always reminded the people on the doorstep. I was still a new candidate, even though with the background of Martin's support and that. People would say, you'd automatically get some of Martin's support. I knew some of Martin's support was also a personal vote, and I wouldn't be getting that. So I had to go out there hard at it and work hard. I knew we'd have to work hard for it to get that vote. So we got over 1,300 first preference votes. It's a great achievement, and I want to thank all the people that came out and gave me that vote. But also I want to thank all the people that came out and gave me their second preference, third preference, fourth, all the way down the line. And we could see that in the count there 2 hours ago. I was getting 5 and 6s, which was falling into play as a vote. So the proportional representation came into play there.
Yeah.
That was probably due to the great canvass we done outside our own area, where we went out there looking for the second preference, third preference, and it's paying off now here tonight. It's keeping me in the race, no matter what count there is there, or an overflow of votes. I'm picking up 20 and 15, 16, 20 votes in each one of them, and that's keeping me in the race, keep adding on. So that's due to thanks to the great canvass we've done externally as well.
Yeah, so important you feel that the River, even though you got a lot of votes outside your area quite obviously, important that Riverstown held on to its councillor.
Well, that's what we went out to try and hold on to the seat, not alone for Riverstown, but for Giva, Highwood and all the surrounding areas, and also to represent South Sligo, and hopefully if I get into the council, to represent Sligo itself and go out there and try and get the best for it, get the best funding for things like roads and other facilities and infrastructure.
And from in Ballymote, Tobercurry, it does look likely now, or more likely, that Fianna Fáil will get 3 seats in Ballymote, Tobercurry, and that's a positive weekend's work. for your party.
That it is. It looks to be that way to fall into play. But I suppose for myself, I went out to also try and hold on to that seat, which we often has been referred to as Boxer Conlon's seat and now Baker's seat. But also they acknowledge that Tom Dagnan Senior and Junior also served in the Riverstown in this area also. Leo Conlon, of course, as well in the past. So a number of good councillors there that did serve the area. I'd be hoping if I get that position in another 2 or 3 hours that we'll serve it just as well.
Okay, you won't begrudge him that, John, sure you won't.
I'm delighted for him because, you know, as when you correctly mentioned Tommy Degnan and Boxer Condon, I was on the council with Boxer Condon. He was extraordinarily competent, and I know that Tommy Degnan and the Degnan family, there was always honestly going back for 50 years as a councillor in Riverstown area, so to be honest, so that you know, when I looked at the Martin Baker boxes before the election, you know, and I knew for certain that you know, for Liam to hold on to those boxes, which he did and successfully hold on to them, that he'd be very hard beaten, you know what I mean? And I think that he did, it was a remarkable achievement with the campaign that he ran, that he held the vote of Martin Baker very successfully, and I think that looking at the figures here, you know, he's just waiting to be announced as the next councillor, and I'm delighted for you. I wish him, I have no doubt he's with his son here. John, is it? Paul. You know, he had a great family behind him, and it's all about it's a family venture, family support, and I'd say that he's there now in the council for as long as he wants to be, in my opinion.
Yeah. Paul was campaigning as well for you, was
That's it, Niall. It was all a large group, family group, Merton himself, Merton's family, my own family, extended family, nieces, nephews, all. But also we had a large group of a team behind us, up to maybe 50 people also, and they were involved in the outside canvas and all down to even putting up posters and sending around newsletters. So it was a wide team. It's not alone on myself, but due to the team also, and especially the team externally that done the outside canvas, that's paying off now also.
All right, okay. Good. If that's the case, 3 seats for Fianna Fáil. That's a good achievement, is it not, Jerry?
Yeah,
Ballymore Tubbercurry, if that's the case.
Yeah, it's looking like that.
Yeah.
It looks like everything looks to be going well for you now, Liam, and you must be congratulated on a good campaign, and hopefully it should all work out in the end. But it appears that it's looking like 3 seats in that area, which is a big ask.
Yeah, that's I suppose how it falls at the moment, and yeah, we'd be happy with that. Hopefully, as I say, until I see it nearly in my hand, I'm hoping that I'll get that second seat. So
we won't
spoil it.
We won't trust for faith at this stage.
Yeah, but Niall, just again to thank everyone that came out and supported me all over the last 10-11 weeks and rallied behind me, and it's that work has paid off. I just want to also, I think I've already mentioned it, but commiserate to everyone, all the candidates that 15 of us put ourselves forward. Naturally enough, only 7 was going to survive, but as I said before, all the other candidates put a huge work into it also, and huge expenses as well into it, and family connections to themselves, and it's a tough one here tonight, and the last day or two for them as well, not to make it across the line. That's the reality of it when you have 15 in the race.
Right, okay. Liam, enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm sure you will with your family.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. Let's see, we don't know how it might... we have a distribution of votes of Joe Queenan's, and you don't know how that might play yet. Will it boost up another candidate and put pressure back towards myself? Maybe, we don't know that.
Yeah.
But it may change the situation between Barry and Merton also, so that could be interesting enough also.
All right, okay. Well, thanks for coming over, Liam.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I say a few words before everyone goes to bed anyway. So.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'll be going to bed for a while yet somehow.
Okay, thanks, Niall.
Riverstown will still be open when you get home, I'm sure.
That's it. Thanks, John.
Thanks very much. Liam Brennan, a first-time Fianna Fáil candidate who is almost certain to be elected. A new member of Sligo County Council, Liam Brennan, a good colleague and campaigner with Martin Baker down the years, and Martin Baker now going councillor as well, as we know. Right, okay, we'll take a quick break from the Sligo Park Hotel. Join us again in a moment. Sligo Park Hotel, we've had Joe Queenan elected, we've had Thomas Walsh elected, and earlier on we had Paul Taylor and Michael Clark elected. So we're still in the process of the second count in Sligo Drumcliff, and we're gone to the ninth count now in Ballymote Tubbercurry. So we will keep you updated, we won't miss anything, so stay tuned. And as John said earlier, he believes that we'll have 2 more counts in Ballymote Tubbercurry, and we'll be at a conclusion then. So it'll be only Sligo Drumcliff left to go. So there is a hope, I think, amongst many that we will get finished at some stage tonight. Right, okay. Last evening we had another new councillor elected to Sligo County Council. Again, a first-time candidate, Fergal Nealon, who was the Fine Gael candidate in Sligo Strandhill, the only Fine Gael candidate, and he was elected last night, and here's what he had to tell us afterwards.
Absolutely delighted, Niall. Absolutely delighted, thrilled. Very late. It was the second last Fine Gael convention in the country. Came to it very late in the day. Massive support from a great back team there. Campaigners, old Fine Gael faithful came out, people that were completely new to politics as well, and right across the board, everyone brought something different to the table. I've always had, through my upbringing and childhood, massive respect for anyone going forward for public service, but I think it's when you only do it yourself and the sacrifices that you make personally, professionally and with your family. I've just such a huge admiration for anyone that puts their name forward to go for public office.
Has it sunk in yet? I mean, it's only a matter of time. I mean, it may not be tonight that you'll be officially elected, but has it sunk in yet what it means
not
to
really.
you and the family?
Not really, no. And I haven't even thought until you've mentioned it about, I'm just thinking about Dad and my late mum as well. And I'd hope to be looking down and proud, and even some of his old supporters that I used to campaign with when I was 8 years of age and 12 years of age, and it's lovely to think of that. Certainly hasn't sunk in, but I know it's just a real. I'm humble because it is a real privilege for anyone to give you their number one vote, and it's a huge responsibility for for me, and it's a responsibility I respect, and I plan to work really, really hard as possible for the people of Sligo Strandhill, and work with integrity and accountability and respect for that vote.
Well, I'm sure he would have loved to have been here to see an occasion like this, and maybe he might have enjoyed being on this side of the microphone as well as,
Oh, for sure.
as one of the original fantastic television analysts.
And he certainly loved this side of it. He certainly loved this side of it, Niall, and I just want to congratulate you, because I do believe that your coverage here is unparalleled throughout the country. It's fantastic what you're doing. The availability of results, the people you have here on the panel, and your coverage is certainly second to none. I've enjoyed it all day.
John Perry, you wanted to say a word to Fergal. Of course,
delighted that Fergal is doing so well. As you know, that his late dad and his mum Joan were tremendous friends of mine indeed for all my political career, and so many happy memories of Ted and with his in Lister House and his leading guide to the door. He was quite a legend, and the leading name, and no doubt Fergal himself is a great community man in Sligo Strandhill. That it was with a very good canvas, and the fact that. I'm delighted that he's getting the seat, because I'm quite certain that he'll get the opportunity, and he will be a worker, and he's a man that will be here for the long haul.
Yeah. And as we say, it was in the blood. It was in the blood for a long time. Mark, you know Fergal, I think, as well.
Oh, very well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Socially and as well, and delighted for him. Excellent campaign, very, very strong vote in Strandhill, very, very well got, and he's a direct kind of a guy, and they're the people I like in politics, and I think he'll be very good on the council, and I wish him well.
Blaine, I think
his father will be proud of him.
Yeah,
thanks a lot, Mark.
Blaine, I think you were part of Fergal's campaign, weren't you?
Yeah. I'll be honest. When I started off in this, I knew Fergal on a first name basis, but I wouldn't really have been overly friendly with Fergal. I knew him from being around. And then when the campaign kicked off, I'll be honest, I didn't want to get involved in it. I kind of wanted to be away for looking at it from afar. But when he rang and his infectious nature got into the politics, I said, no, this is something that I want to be part of. I like being back on the doors with him. It was very, very interesting to see his approach. Very laid back, very eager to get the issues to the doors, very eager to get to all the doors, try his best to get to all the doors. His team, a lot of them are completely okay. So we got some of the older generation from Ted Nealon's time, but a lot of new faces. The campaign launch down in Strandhill was I suppose an occasion. It was great to see it and great to be a part of it. Fresh faces. And what I'm thinking here from Fergal is that's 1124 on a first preference vote on your first time out, where you had 3 weeks to plan for an election. Yeah. I'd love to see what this man could do after a couple of years, and an urban base behind him. And we've talked about a lot of issues that are going to be to the fore now. I'm fully convinced that he's going to be from day one raising them, and that'll help increase that vote into the future. But I'm just saying, I'm delighted for you. I was delighted to canvass for you and canvass with you, and I look forward to you kicking on and being the flag bearer now for Fine Gael going forward into the next number of elections. So congratulations.
And they said, Strandhill will come in strongly behind you, and it did, and you made a good play on that, particularly towards the end of the campaign, that you were the only Strandhill based candidate. Did that help your cause, do you think? Did that
for sure, yeah. It massively resonated at the doors. People from all colours were coming to me and saying, look, we need someone from Strandhill, and we do. Strandhill has been a massive contributor to the economy in Sligo, and we really need the services and amenities we deserve out there. The population has doubled in the last 20 years, but certain services have been lacking. So I think it's a clear mandate. I think maybe nearly 40% of the vote in Strandhill is a clear mandate that we do need someone lobbying for us hard at the council chamber. And that's what I plan to do, to deliver for the people of Strandhill and Sligo Town.
Ted was a man of many talents, as we well know, not only junior Minister of State as it was back then, TD. He was also a very, very competent GA player, was he not?
That's right,
I found out on his passing through Declan Reid that he played rugby league at a very high level as well, isn't that right?
Rugby league, semi-professional, I think, in Manchester.
Yeah.
He went over to work in the factories in the 50s, like many men from South Sligo, and they heard he was a handy full back for the county, so they put his shoulders to the test in Manchester.
Rugby league. Fergal Neely talking to us last night or in the early hours of this morning after his election to Sligo County Council. And just to update you, and again, if you want to look at the process and the procedure of all the counts that we've had all throughout yesterday, last night and again today, they're on our website. Go to oceanfm.ie, go to the elections 2024 section, and we have all the latest counts, the completed counts as it is now from Sligo Strandhill, the 8 counts in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and the first count in Sligo, Drumcliff. And again, if we've any indication of time as to when we're likely to get to a conclusion in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and progression in Sligo, Drumcliff, we'll let you know. So more of your messages this evening. I'd like to say regards to Mark McSharry on his retirement from national politics. I enjoyed working with him on his many campaigns. The very best of luck to him and his family from Ollie Golden. So he's not gone yet. He has a good few months left yet, depending on what Mr. Harris and Mr. Martin decide to do. I don't think there's anyone at home in Gurching this evening, says this person. There are big celebrations in the Roisin Dove pub in Gurching, celebrating Paul Taylor's election. The crack is 90. That's all we want to hear, isn't it, lads, when we're still in the count centre. Can I just say Thomas Walsh is a gentleman, great young politician, and could you ask him if he'll go for the TD seat next time? Surely he's a certainty, says Sean on Riverstown. To all the crew, thanks for the excellent coverage over the weekend. I'd like to wish Patrick Cleary and his family the very best of luck. Unfortunately, not all good men win. It's a big loss for West Sligo. Yes, it's this person. Emer Mulvey is our next guest, who's part of the Dara Mulvey campaign team. How are you, Emer? And thanks for joining us.
Hi, Niall. Thanks for having me.
What's your connection to Dara again? Remind me again.
I am Dara's niece.
He's your uncle, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And a good boss to have in the campaign as well, is that right?
He's a good boss. He's a fantastic uncle. We've always looked up to him. He's been a massive role model for us and an inspiration for all the cousins.
Okay, so tell us a bit about the campaign and how it went and the campaign team.
The campaign has gone really well. I was helping Dara with a lot of his social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, but overall the campaign has gone very well. We have had such a great reception on all the doors we've attended. We've been offered in for more cups of tea than I can count, but it went really, really well overall.
Okay, and he got a huge vote, as we know.
He did, and we're extremely proud of him.
Yeah. When did the campaign begin? Was it
a couple of weeks ago? But I suppose the main thing with Dara is it's all very family and based and orientated, and we run a quiet campaign, but as there's only a few of us, but we do have a lot of good friends and neighbours that have helped Dara site, such as Anne Cuff and Jerry Fanny and all the extended relations and neighbours in Coolani and Ballymote.
Right, okay, and he embraces the social media channels, does he? Yeah.
He does. One thing about Dara, and I suppose loads of people will agree with me on this, is he always has a smile on his face. No matter what time of day or night it is that you would ring him, he would always answer or pick up the phone or answer a text. He's there all the time.
Right, okay, you're a well-known Sean-Nós dancer as well, and the Rose of Tralee, isn't that right?
Yeah, I was the 2022 Sligo Rose. I was absolutely thrilled and honoured to be representing Sligo for them 2 years, and I am a full-time Sean-Nós dancing teacher. I run a dance school called Broga Brewer Dance School at the moment, so I'm sure some of them are watching there, but I hope they're gone to bed.
Yeah, all right, okay. And is it popular? Is there many people doing Sean-Nós dancing?
Yeah, we're trying to, I suppose, bring it up in County Sligo, and we've also extended out to County Roscommon as well. I'm teaching full-time, so every evening across 6 or 7 different venues, and we'll be spending the summer now doing summer camps across Sligo and Roscommon.
All right, okay. Do you enjoy the politics and being involved in the campaigns?
I do. Yeah. I suppose I have my other uncle here to my right.
I was just going to say, I think you might have been involved in this man's campaign down
here.
I
was, of course, John Perry, another brilliant uncle, and I suppose I've grown up with it, but I do love it, and I will do anything to support family. Family is the number one thing, and Dara will tell you that as well.
All right, okay.
Emer, yes, indeed, she's a wonderful lady. She's a great ambassador for Sligo. I think when her tenure as the Rose of Tralee was exceptional, she was really performed, and she really gave it the amount of money that she's raised for charity purposes as well. And I think that when you look at her she has an extraordinary commitment to the young people and education, and she knows dancing and the whole. Not alone that she's secretary of the Kyoto Reunion, and that she's very much involved in the recent Fla Niski, and I think that her teaching ability is extraordinary, and her commitment to serving people, and I no doubt she was a huge benefit to Dara in the campaign, and she played a critical role in she was one of his key drivers as well, and the social media, and honestly that she was very important. She's a very friendly face, and she was on engaging with the electorate as well, and a lot of people knew her as well from her tenure as Sligo Rose nominee, which she performed very well. I was at her myself in Tralee, and I must say she did the county proud.
Right, okay. Have you fond memories of John Perry's campaigns down the years?
I do, making T-shirts for my brother, and being in the house, but he ran, yes, with Marie and Jude. I actually have a fantastic dancer from the dance school here behind me. I don't know if you can see him in the camera. Marcus is there.
Marcus Keelty,
yeah.
In All-Ireland champion. Yeah. Wonderful dancer.
But I've really enjoyed being a chauffeur. The car has got plenty of mileage, but we've enjoyed it. We've had a little bop in the car every time we've gone round as well.
Very well done, Emer.
Yeah, as I say, great to see younger people involved, isn't it?
Well, it is indeed, especially when you see the Marcus Keelty there. I think the connection that with young people and through Irish music is so important, really. And when you look at the promotion of Irish culture, when you look at I think that's very important. When you look at the role that Emer has played there with the encouraging young people, and it's a tough job, running a business. You have to compliment her for taking on the challenge of setting up her own business and engaging with, given, I suppose she's not paid by the state, she's earning her own income, and it's a business that she's certainly excelling in. I think it's wonderful what she's doing.
Thank you, John.
Okay, you haven't too much long to wait. Dara will be re-elected quite shortly, I think, Emer, isn't that right? So
fingers and toes crossed.
Yeah,
we have everything crossed for him. Thank you so much, Niall.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Emer Mulvey there, part of the campaign team for Uncle Dara Mulvey. Right, okay, I think we'll take a very quick break. We want to hear what Declan Bree had to tell us on his election. First man elected on Sligo County Council late last night, the early hours of the morning. Next. This listener just reading some of the messages we're still getting. It was a pleasure to hear Ray McSharry speak on your programme earlier. The dole without a McSharry is like having an egg without salt, says this person. Andrew Higgins has been on. Niall, thanks to all your staff for all the hard work. I've been following the results on the website all weekend and watching some of the coverage live on YouTube whenever I get the chance. Tommy Higgins was my grandfather, and all of us in the Higgins family are delighted and would like to congratulate Nessa Cosgrove and everyone on her team for winning back the Labour seat in Sligo Strandhill area. We're looking forward to seeing her flourish as a Labour councillor. And again, that's something, there has been a long Labour tradition, hasn't there, Jerry, in Sligo, over many, many years.
And a lot of that was kind of a Labour Fianna Fáil vote, it used to be.
Yeah.
It'd be Labour first and then the transfers. That's what Ray was saying today, the transfer to Fianna Fáil then.
Yeah.
And Tommy, of course, was from out around Killera, and he was a Labour councillor there for years.
Yeah. Is that where Tommy was from, Killera?
Yeah, Tommy's home place was up near a Carrick House across from the graveyard. And that's why his daughters are there with the house across the road there. That's his homeland.
Okay. So, right, okay. And Tommy on Sligo Corporation for I don't know how many years.
And the County Council.
Free man of Sligo as well, of course. And Sligo County Council. Mayor on several occasions. And of course, we remember Declan Bree was a Labour TD for 5 years, 92 to 97.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you'll remember that election, of course.
And I think he stepped down during the term.
I think he left Labour during the term.
He left Labour during the term, yeah. Yeah,
right,
sorry, he didn't step down, he left Labour.
Yeah, he left Labour, all right, during the term. Yeah, there has, as you reminded us last night, Mark McSherry, there has always been a Labour political tradition, particularly in Sligo Town, going back many years.
Famous Tabby McDonough and Tommy Higgins, Brian Scanlon, Veronica Cawley, Marcella McGarry.
Jim McGarry,
of course, yeah. I wouldn't recall the names from the 60s, but there were several, I gather, at that time.
We'll have two announcements in the next few minutes in quick succession, so I presume by announcements we mean counts, so we wait for that. In the meantime, I'll read out some more of your comments. Great words from Liam Brennan on your show just now. Liam is an absolute gentleman, says this programme. And again, it's something we talked about later. Did the panel not think a budget in September, an election in November is most likely? If some sitting TDs get elected to Europe, won't there have to be by-elections in December? Yes, there will. We discussed it last night. Surely a general election instead of by-elections so close to a general election. Mark still doesn't think so. He still doesn't think that's the case.
It's only a view. It's only a view. I think the summer recess is very close. The plenary sessions of the Dáil normally won't start around the 10th of September. They're preparing the budget probably in July with a bit of a break in August. Back into finishing it in September. They'll do it in the beginning of October. Normally the legislation necessary to underpin a budget will take about 3 weeks at a rush. And like if you talk to 100 different people, you get 100 different views on the ups and downs and ins and outs of it. It sounds ridiculous having by-elections so close to a general election, but under a court ruling back in 2010 in Donegal, 6 months is the threshold, so they'll have to be held within 6 months. And in fact, 2 by-elections preceded the general election 2020. I don't know whether it was October or November, but there was one in Wexford and in Cork, and then those guys, Fianna Fáil won both actually on that occasion, but then only one of those 2 were returned come the February general election just a number of months later. So it's certainly possible that they go all the way to the 11th of March. I think the earliest they'll go would be mid to late November.
Fantastic coverage of the elections from someone who never had much interest in politics at all, which is very, very good to hear, and that's what we like to hear. Barry Gallagher and Martin Connolly are 2 men of great integrity, and it's very exciting to see how it will pan out. Maybe new blood will be a good thing for the Tupper Curry area. Well, I'm sure it will.
Look, it's tragic that it's going to break down as one or the other. I mean, okay, we all have our own predictions on that.
Yeah.
It seems likely at this point that Gallagher will come through, in my view. But it's the sharp end of the political vocation is that people win and lose, and none of us like the idea of it.
Yeah, and of course Martin was new blood 5 years ago. Somebody wants to know, again complimenting everybody in the coverage, wants to know what What football team does John Perry support? I don't know why anyone would want to know that.
Gaelic or soccer, is
They
it?
don't say.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer if you
Well,
want to.
certainly not this. No, I would support Liverpool.
Liverpool, okay. Like a lot of people around here, okay. Mary Tuffy's been on. Thanks to everybody for the amazing coverage. It's amazing what you've done over the past 2 days. And again, it's all aimed at the panel and your expertise and how you bring people through the various aspects of the count and what's likely to transpire and so forth. Your coverage is bringing the count into the homes of so many people who would like to be there. So I suppose that's probably the best compliment of all you can
Absolutely.
get.
That's the key. And it shows the
Just
great
saying,
contribution of
when you
voting.
look at the bunch of information that's on the net and the counts and everything, the backup on your software department is remarkable, and the news, the editorial news commentary as well. I think that is.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt you.
The following is the result of the second count of the Sligo Drumcliff local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Thomas Walsh's 340 votes. The results are as follows. Casserly Marie, non-party, plus 46, giving a total of 1,451, 1451. DeSalle Rob, the Irish people, 0, remaining at 114 votes. Fox Tom Fine Gael, plus 91, giving a total of 1,099, 1099. Gallagher Amanda, Irish Freedom Party, plus 4, giving a total of 302. Gilroy Donald Fianna Fáil, plus 16, giving a total of 1,179, 1179. Healy Thomas Sinn Féin, plus 89, giving a total of 1,538, 1538. McGurran Column, non-party, plus 20, giving a total of 441, 441. McSharry Edel Fianna Fáil, plus 67, giving a total of 1,394, 1394. Pivo Varcek Agnieszka, the Green Party, plus 7, giving a total of 233, and there was no non-transferable papers. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the following lowest candidates as the sum of their votes is less than the votes of the next highest continuing candidate, that is Amanda Gallagher's 302 votes, Colin McGurran's 441 votes, Agnieszka Parovecek 233 votes, and Rob DeSalle's 114 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so 4 eliminations there.
Fox is 80 votes behind at the moment.
Yeah.
That's it here then. That's this count in one.
In
the
one.
next one.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
And it's quite possible it's going to be a close call. Tom Fox 80 votes behind.
Yeah, so still in the mix, you think, John?
Well,
very much so.
There's 4 candidates going out. What do you think, Jerry?
It's an uphill battle for him.
Is it?
Yeah, it's an uphill battle from where they're coming from.
Yeah, well, Jerry has analysed the figures and the
Yeah,
boxes.
we had some indications, did we not, earlier from Michael and indeed from Mark in relation to the Dr. Aga and the Colin McGurn votes. Isn't that right? And Amanda Gallagher, actually.
Yeah.
We had the figures. I'm looking for them earlier on, so if we might be able to do a quick calculation of them. You don't think it's there for him, Jerry?
No. He needed to pick up a lot more from Thomas Healy, or Thomas Walsh. And 91, so he needed around 150, 160 points from him.
What do you think, Corey?
I still think.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I still think what I said all along that
yeah.
That Gilroy will hold on there.
Yeah. Warwick, Hart.
Importantly, this is the last count.
Yeah, you just said that.
This is going to be the last count.
Yeah.
So
Isn't it amazing how quickly it changes?
Yeah. And
So-
all the indications are that Gilroy will hang on.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Yeah.
So one more count and that's it.
One more count and that's it.
That won't take too long, Corey, will it?
An hour. I'd say an hour and over 10 off that done, yeah.
Yeah, so we now reckon 2 more counts in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and 1 more count
Sligo
in Sligo, and that's it.
So I think you're coming to wind down job here now.
Yeah, absolutely.
What happens with the deposit for it?
It's only €100. Just in case you're wondering.
It's €100, yeah.
Yeah, the deposit is €100, Jerry, and any candidate that gets a quarter of the quota keeps the deposit.
Okay.
I've had word from Marion now in Dublin.
Yeah, okay. She's at in the RT studios, and she's on the European election panel. We very scant information
go through
there.
what she has said. She said Luke Flanagan has done a good tally of Tobin's votes. That will be on its way to me. She feels it could be crucial in deciding if Mullooly can get elected over Tobin. In Dublin, Andrews and Regina Doherty, that's Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael respectively, are topping the poll. It looks like Lynn Boylan will also make it for Sinn Féin, and either Aidan O'Riordan of Labour or Kieran Cuff of the Greens. Marion says that Niall Boylan probably, that's the independent radio broadcaster, probably too much to make up there. In Ireland South, it seems Kelleher, it's Billy Kelleher, Michael McNamara, Billy Kelleher's Fianna Fáil, Michael McNamara, independent, and Clare, former Labour deputy, and Kathleen Function of Sinn Féin will be elected. And last, it's unknown. Unlike Kelly, I said first.
Oh, did you? I said Kelleher.
I meant to say first. Kelly, Kelleher, McNamara, Function, and last, unlikely. It's unlikely Wallace, but don't know. Here then, obviously, as Luke Ming Flannery were saying, Cowan, Carberry and Walsh going well, and then Mullooly and Sinn Féin for the last seat.
So there's two seats for Fine Gael.
Sinn Féin looks to be in trouble in this area. So then, what will we just tell you about? This is the tally that Marion is sending us. That Luke Ming Flanagan's people tallied the number twos from a relatively small sample of Tobin's votes, which showed Mullooly getting 10.5%, Flanagan 10%, Waters 9.8%, Cowan 6.8%, Walsh 6.3%, Carberry 6.1%, Casey 5.7%, McManus 4.4%, Gildenew 4%. So I suppose what Marion is saying there is that they could be significant if it comes down to Mullooly.
Ballymore electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Joseph Queenan's 347 votes. The result is Brennan, Liam Fianna Fáil plus 61, giving a total of 1,512. Connolly, Martin Fine Gael plus 42, giving a total of 1,318, 1318. Gallagher, Barry Fianna Fáil plus 24, giving a total of 1,388, 1388. Henry, Keith Fianna Fáil plus 25, giving a total of 1,177, 1177. Malani George Fine Gael plus 59, giving a total of 1,969, 1969. Mulvey, Dara, Fine Gael plus 59, giving a total of 1,972, 1972. Non-transferable papers not effective, 77. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. Paul Taylor has an undistributed surplus of 3. The distribution of this surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count, so I now intend to proceed to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, that is Keith Henry's 1,177 votes. Thank you.
Yeah. So there'll be one more count here. Isn't that right? One more count after this?
This will be the last one.
Yeah,
here.
This will be the last one. With Keith Henry eliminated.
Yeah. So
okay.
Barry Gallagher.
So we're down. It's going to end fairly quickly now. I would have thought.
2 counts are going to end very quickly.
Yeah,
now.
very quickly. We have only 2 counts left now. 10th count in Ballymore, Tubbercurry, and the 3rd count in Sligo, Drumcliff, and that is it.
Yeah, I think that as I indicated, it accelerated very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll say a word about Keith Henry in a moment, but looking at those figures, none of you don't see any reason to change your prediction at all. Barry Gallagher will take the seat here.
But I think that he's a Fianna Fáil candidate, and automatically I'd say that the bulk of the transfer will go to Liam Brennan, and they will obviously go to Barry Gallery. That's what you would expect now, but you can always be a surprise. You never know.
Okay, but it's unlikely, I would have thought, Jerry, isn't it, from what you're saying?
Unlikely, geographically as well. It's probably unlikely.
All right, okay. We'll be talking with Keith.
It's certainly, I mean, just for listeners, I mean, of course, it's mathematically possible. But I'd say in our own experiences, probably the three of us agree that it will be Gallagher.
Yeah, he's 70 votes behind Gallagher. So
would have been a four-man going out, and
and the location, okay, the area.
Yeah.
Well, 70 votes. I think the fact is the 70 votes is too wide, isn't it?
Yeah.
Too wide.
So there'll be four elected on the 10 count. Yeah, and that will be it. And then we've one more count to go, third and final count in Sligo Drumcliff.
And honestly, it's coming in. The time isn't too bad, is it? No?
Well, it was. I mean, not so long ago, there were people predicting we'll be back tomorrow, but that's not going to happen now.
It's only after 12 at the moment, so I think that's.
That was a quick shift at the end.
It was. Yeah, into overdrive.
The combination of North Sligo eliminating the four, it was an intelligent thing to do.
Yeah, and it was the proper and correct thing to do as well.
I know about the returning officer, he runs it by the book entirely.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, just a word on Keith Henry. We'll be talking to Keith in a moment, and again, it's always tough.
Keith is involved in Fianna Fáil since he was a young child. He's a cousin of Eamon Scanlon's, and I remember him helping in Eamon Scanlon's office, and always been involved. He then got involved in Ógra Fianna Fáil and was elected to national office in that role, and was given an international brief, I think, if memory serves, in terms of being a youth European representative within the party set up, if memory serves me correctly. Was involved in the national executive. Was obviously very involved in the GAA, a member of the county board, a referee, a player, teacher. Was very prominent always in Eamon Scanlon and South Sligo campaigns. He got Eamon's co-option back in 2015 after the local elections, when Eamon was elected to the Dáil, and was unlucky not to hold that last time, and polled pretty strong this time. Was down a little bit in the Ballymode area, and a lot of people would have felt that he would have made it, so it's very disappointing for him and his family, and we wish him well. He's young, and I have no doubt that he'll be fighting another day.
Yeah, likewise, I think I know.
Yes, John.
Keith, yes, indeed, I know his wife and family, the extended family, that I see it's certainly high hopes of getting elected on this occasion, because having been there or thereabouts on the last occasion, that he feels disappointed that he feels Ballymode should have delivered higher, but that's unfortunately how the game goes. There was a lot of candidates, Fianna Fáil candidates, in the one pool area. You have Liam Brennan 7 miles up the road, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You have Paul Taylor 6 miles up the road.
Yeah, 4 candidates they had in the area.
And they were all in a very close, high density area, where over from West Sligo, the whole area, it was obviously Fianna Fáil, there was no intrusion at all, so they had a clear cut on it. So I think that in the demographics of it, he was certainly boxed in now.
And he joins us now. Keith, commiserations. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Commiserations, Keith. John Perry says you were boxed in as a candidate.
Well,
with 4 running.
The 4 for who?
For all the Fianna Fáil candidates. You were boxed in.
No. I actually advocated for the 4 candidate strategy at head office level, because I always believed that 3 seats were there for Fianna Fáil. If you look at this electoral area, there are 7 seats, but really south of the Ox Mountains there's only 5. So running 4 in that 5-seater, I always believed it was going to deliver 3 seats for the party, and it will. I had thought that I would have stood a good chance of getting one of those, but realistically it was always going to be a case of myself or Liam, and Liam knows that, I knew that as well, and Barry's battle was with Martin Connolly. It was always going to be one seat over there. So the strategy from a party perspective is not the reason why I'm elected. The reason I'm not elected is the vote that I got in Ballymote.
Yeah.
Quite simple as that.
It's slightly down, Mark was saying, not to any great extent, or it just wasn't strong enough?
Down enough. In 2019 I got 37% of the vote, and I got 33 this time. I was hoping, as I said yesterday, to get 45% of the vote, and as I mentioned, most candidates would be very disappointed if they got 45% of the vote in their local area. If you compare, for example, Paul Taylor in Gertching got 77%, and fair play to him, as he should in his own area. If you look to Tubbercurry, the three candidates that ran there, they took 66% of the vote. In Ballymote, 66% of the vote left and went to other candidates.
Yeah, where to? Have you analysed
that? I have, and I knew yesterday from the first box I saw, which was Ballymote box 4, I knew I was gone because the vote had gone down rather than up. I was hoping to get 150 votes extra in Ballymote, which is modest enough given that there's an electorate of 2,600 there and 1,400 came out to vote. Where did it go to? Dara Mulvey increased by 50 votes, and Gerard Mullaney increased by 50 votes, and my vote went down by 30, so that's a swing of 130 votes that I didn't get. And those 50 votes to Dara Mulvey and to Mullaney would have made no difference whatsoever, because as it turns out they were so high anyway, they would have been elected. But those 130 votes would have meant that I probably would have got ahead of Connolly, and Connolly's transfer would have been kinder to me than it would to Liam Brennan, and I probably would have been in with a great chance of catching out Liam. But like I said at the beginning, and there's no animosity between me and Liam whatsoever. If there was anyone to take the seat that I couldn't have, I'd be delighted for Liam, and Liam is a credit to his family, and his family were a huge impact to him. Everywhere I went, I was meeting a niece or a nephew that I didn't know was a niece or a nephew. He must have a bundle of them, and they were all working hard for him, gathering in a vote for him that probably Martin, his predecessor, maybe not didn't get, and he's a credit to them, and they're a credit to him as well. I have a small family, but I really, for the last 5 years, I had been doing the work of a councillor because we don't have one there. But in hindsight, sometimes you don't miss the shelter of the bush until it's gone. And maybe had I not done some of the things that I did in Ballymote, they would have realised what needed to be done was support the local candidate in a greater number.
So are you disappointed?
I'm disappointed. I am disappointed with the performance in Ballymote, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the misinformation that candidates were putting out about me, connecting me with the failures of the current council in relation to issues in the town. Trying to associate me with decisions that had been made that had nothing to do with me, in particular relating to the Art Deco Theatre. Trying to associate me with the decision on the old Garda station, claiming that I was, involved in a voluntary company when I was away in college 10 years ago. Those were all, mentioned on the doorsteps by candidates to try and poach votes away. And there were also letters that went into to voters of mine trying to split votes where, they knew I was getting the full vote. And I know that's all part and parcel of politics. And maybe I'm not ruthless enough for it, and maybe I'm too honest and genuine for it, and that's why the way I am. But I never, when I canvassed on a door, I never talked down any other candidate. I believe when you're canvassing, you should talk up your own candidacy, what you're standing for, and not engage in negative campaigning. But unfortunately, in this case, particularly in the Ballymote area, that negative campaigning worked. And look, fair play to those who were the beneficiaries of it. But for once more, for another 5 years at least anyway, Ballymote will be without a councillor, and I want to thank those people who did vote for me. And out in my home parish in Bunanadden and Calavel, I want to thank those people. My vote did go up significantly there. There was also, I suppose, a misperception out there that because Willie Gormley, who is a great friend of mine and gave me great support as well, that because he had 1,000 votes, that I was going to immediately get them. But when you broke down the Gormley vote by geography, there was only really about 350 to 400 of that in my immediate area.
Yeah.
And also, when you have a number of sitting councillors coming in, they're always at an advantage. And, putting out the message that my seat is unsafe, and then when you turn around and you get 3/4 of a quota, that type of people fall for that. And there's also a lot of people out there who think by giving you a number 2 vote, they're doing you a great favour. But in your own area, you need every single number 1 vote that you can get. And that's what the 7 councillors who are going to be elected, that's what they did. They got a huge backing of their own people. And for whatever reason, I don't know, but Ballymote just didn't want me.
Yeah. And you think Ballymote is going to be the poorer for it because it doesn't have, we've had this conversation all weekend, a Ballymote-based councillor?
I do, because many of the issues that people were trying to discredit my candidacy with were as a result of the failures of the existing councillors to listen to the people. And they're good councillors, I'm not disputing that, but having somebody in your own area means that you can be there on the ground. I don't have to worry about having a clinic or being there for a couple of hours during work. I'm there all the time. I'm engaging with people, and I was involved in community groups. And as I said before, I felt the people who gave me a good vote in 2019 that I should assist them, and I was still making representations to people throughout the last 5 years, and probably was soaking up some of the work that the elected councillors should have been doing. So yeah, I do think we will be the worse off for it, but you get what you vote for.
Yeah. But this is not the end of the road, is it, for you politically at all? I mean,
look, I don't know. I'm taking this a lot better than I did the last one.
Yeah.
Because you don't miss what you don't have anymore. I missed being involved in politics. I didn't need to be involved in politics, and I'm not involved for monetary reasons, because I can assure you there are far easier ways of making a living than being involved in politics. If there was no payment for this, my name would still be up there as a candidate, because I wanted to be in politics for my community and for delivering for people. But this has been an extremely difficult year for me for personal reasons. And this time last year I was preparing for my wedding, and things have changed in our own family circumstances, and I want to thank my wife for her unwavering support over the last year in the run-up to this election. And I also want to thank my team of supporters and to my Director of Elections, George Scanlon, as well. And what the last number of months, given what is going on in our circumstances, taught me is there's an awful lot more important things out there than politics. But nonetheless, I continued on with the candidacy with the support of my wife Louise and with the support of my family, and thought that the hardships that we are going through would actually stand me in good stead to represent the people that I wanted to represent. And I walk out of here with my head held high, and life will go on, and the people who voted, you get what you vote for, and if you're happy with your representation, so be it. And congratulations to every one of them. I'm not bitter towards them for the different variety of tactics that they may have used. They're entitled to do that. And certainly to Liam Brennan, as I said, I couldn't have lost the seat that I had earmarked for myself to a better man.
You wouldn't have heard what Mark had to say about you earlier on, but as you say, Keith's been involved with Fianna Fáil from a very, very early age.
Walk. I mean, and certainly as a young teenager in Eamon Scanlon's office, politics and Ballymore will be at a loss, and it doesn't matter how good the representation is for the area. But the third county town, there's no question but that it would benefit for Keith's participation. And I'm sorry to hear that there has been difficult months. I wasn't aware of that, and I pay tribute to your wife Louise and yourself and your wider family, the Gerard Scanlon, Eamon's brother, and your great election team. Somebody texted me just a second ago saying, a pure decent lad. Sometimes it's difficult to be a prophet in your own land. You said it yourself. And certainly Sligo County Council, while not wishing the demise of any other candidates or anything like that, there will be at a loss for the enthusiasm and the expertise of Keith. And I have no doubt that the community of Ballymore and indeed the wider community of Sligo will continue to benefit from his contributions and the enthusiasm that he has for everything. Tonight's not the night for planning long into the future, but I have no doubt that when the dust settles, you get the batteries recharged and enjoying family life, there will be a law ella. I certainly hope there will. And just to pay tribute to you, Keith, it was a very long 2 days for you. It could have went either way, and to commiserate really on this occasion.
John?
I should commiserate with Keith. I know, this. I fully understand, and obviously I didn't realise that Louise, or the family situation is, that is. But the most important thing that your priorities are, you have family support, and indeed that's the most important thing of all. But clearly, the whole. Politics is a rough game, there's no doubt about that, and I think when you look at the intensity of 50 candidates, that is, it was intensity fought on the ground. That's, and it was very much reflected in the votes that were cast across the region. So, that's it's beyond that. It's actually enough he's gutted, and I understand why. And it's clearly I can see how his disappointment is. I understand it.
Keith, thanks for being so honest about your situation and coming on. And commiserations to you, but I'm sure you'll be back.
It's very difficult to.
You still have a number of prestigious positions within the organisation, is that right, with your party?
Yeah, I have, and look, it's very difficult to say at this stage. I walked out of the last camp centre fully intent that I was going to be a candidate the next time, and set about doing what I thought were the right things to get myself elected. It's not on my mind at the moment, and while politics is a rough and tumble game, people could have made it easier for me.
Keith Henry, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Keith Henry, Fianna Fáil candidate in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, former member of Sligo County Council, of course, was co-opted onto the council back in 2016, lost his seat in 2019, and narrowly missing out on regaining that seat. So it's a tough business, as you could clearly hear there. It's a cruel business in some cases.
Well, there's winners and losers and everything, isn't there?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to get Porrick in a minute. He was trying to give me an indication. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break because we have two counts left, so we want to get the breaks out of the way and get a clear run towards the end. Right, okay. Well, we think there are 2 more counts left. Not done thus yet. There's a possibility that there may be 2 more, we think, in Sligo Drumcliff. That's not clear. But we're heading for the 3rd, possibly final count in Drumcliff, and certainly the final count in Ballymote Tubbercurry, the 10th count. And incidentally, on the 10th count in Ballymote Tubbercurry, we believe that Gerard Mullaney, Darren Mulvey, Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher will all be elected, and amongst them are 2 new members of Sligo County Council. So that's where we're at, and we're waiting for those counts. We don't have any indication at all at this stage as to how long that may take. Some more messages coming in this morning. Well done, it is this morning. Well done to Keith Henry. He's young enough, so he'll get another day. Maybe he tried hard to help all out in Ballymote. He tried too hard to help them in Ballymote and they let him down. You can work your heart out for some people and they never thank you. Eating bread is soon forgotten, says this person. Ballymote, as Keith said, obviously didn't want him. Keith Henry is one of Killavel Bunnadan's finest men. He's had a tough personal time ahead, and always remember your health is your wealth. Great interview on your show from Keith Henry. He's an honourable man who's in it for the right reasons. You can hear the pain in his voice, and I hope we see him back. His best wishes to him and Louise into the future. Yeah, and it is a difficult thing to do, is to come on and be as honest as you was, as Keith was this morning. Yeah, okay. Lots of good wishes coming here, but he will have his day, you think, Mark? At some stage.
I do. Look, he's hurting this evening, this week, this month. Aren't times to be remotely considering that. He's going to hit the wall now after a huge outlay of energy over the last 13 or 14 weeks. And really over the last 5 years, probably in Keith's instance, he'd have been working very hard in various community projects, community groups and so on. That's a decision for another day. But I hope he and his wife Louise can recharge the batteries and have some good times. He referred to some difficult times in the last month. We hope they're alleviated and that everything goes well for them.
I'm listening in from a cruise ship on the Adriatic, rooting for Liam Brennan. I bought the Wi-Fi package just to listen in. Fantastic coverage, keeping us updated. That's from Liam's twin brother Kieran and his family.
Hello to Kieran on the Adriatic.
Sure does sound like that.
Yeah.
That is some location, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope that package didn't cost him too much now.
He's not worried about that at the moment now, I'd say.
Yeah. I'm absolutely heartbroken for Keith Henry, says someone else, one of the hardest working men around, extremely honest and intelligent, and a huge shame that he failed to get elected. Ballymote will massively regret the fact that they turned their backs on him. Thanks to all for the coverage. It's been exceptional all weekend. After the last election, the councillors straight away voted for a rise in property tax after the election. Watch out, folks, says this person. And someone else says, good night, everybody. It was as good as a tonic to hear Ray McSharry speak on your show. What a speaker he is. I remember Ray at my 21st birthday back in the day in Castleconnor. Well done to you and your team for a fantastic coverage of the election over the weekend, says Mary.
Thanks, Mary. I'll pass that on to Ray. I think he's listening in anyway.
Okay, and then Edel from Maharao has been on to say, well done to all the panel and everybody involved for fantastic coverage of the counts. My late mother, who's Aileen Henry, and myself would listen previous years to counts, and there will possibly be a few roars in our kitchen about who did or didn't get through. The last count 5 years ago was the last one we had together, but I'm sure she is tuned in from up above. Huge congratulations to those who've got through and will hopefully get through, and commiserations to the people that didn't.
Lord of mercy on Aileen Henry. Hard trash na ballon full.
That's right. Is it amazing the memories that the election count seems to conjure up for people as well, for all sorts of reasons?
It does indeed,
They remember family occasions and being with their family.
Do you want me to tell you a bit about this?
I do, yeah. So we were of the opinion a while ago there was just going to be 2 more counts left. Maybe not.
So in Sligo Drumcliff, we see an unusual event where 4 candidates are being excluded at the same time. And that's Dr. Hagney, as we now refer to, Colin McGurn, Amanda Gallagher and Rob DeSalle. And that total amount of votes is 1,090. So we'll see what way they break down. But to look at those, obviously we have Thomas Walsh elected. Next we have Thomas Healy needing 13 votes. So he's certainly going to be next elected. Next to that we have Marie Casserly needing just 100 votes. Then we have Edel McSharry needing just 157 votes. Now each of those could go over the quota, thus creating surpluses. And if those surpluses are sufficient, relevant to Donald Gilroy and Tom Fox, who are both at Donald Gilroy requiring 372 votes and Tom Fox requiring 452 to get to the quota. Now, everybody won't get to the quota. Somebody's going to be elected without getting the quota, but the point here is there is currently 80 votes precisely between Tom Fox and Gilroy. The question is, can this transfer? And then the surpluses that may arise from the elected candidates make up the difference between Fox and Gilroy. In which case, that would determine that another count is required. Isn't that right, Jerry? So that's
if you're listening to that, Jerry,
that's
you
the
can
situation.
see that could be the case.
Yeah, that's correct if that happens.
Potentially the reverse could happen as well.
It could.
Yeah.
It could.
Yeah.
So we're potentially on the last 2 counts. However, there may need to be an additional 1 or 2 if surpluses come into play in a significant way as to potentially have an influence on the difference between Gilroy and Fox. Fox and Gilroy.
Yeah, and we would hope to get those figures ourselves before the official announcement, as has been the case over the past few hours. So we would have a better idea then, would we, at that stage, hopefully.
Oh, we will, yeah. I mean, if the same enthusiasm was there to be tallying people's number 2s and so on, if that stuff drifts up to us, we'll be given an idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we have Martin Connolly is here now, Donald Gilroy's here, Edel McSharry is here, so we are reaching the conclusion of what has been a very, very long 2 days. And we still have, remember, 8 seats to fill in Sligo County Council. That is the situation. So we should know very shortly then if we're expecting just 1 more count at Sligo Drumcliff or 2 or more counts, but we're on the 10th and final count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. And again, we won't write Martin Connolly off yet, John, as you say, but
certainly, there's
a very likeable man as Martin, and a very popular man.
Extremely very effective man. He's really a postman over in Tubbercurry. He knows everybody. He's a people's person. That's naturally he would be disappointed that his vote wasn't higher in the Mylock Tubbercurry boxes, to be honest.
Yeah.
But the Curry boxes were obviously going to Barry Gallagher regardless, and Clonacooll, when we go to the Clonacooll Killy, that would be his terrain really as such, Mylock.
Yeah. And maybe a quick word at this stage, Mark, about Edel McSharry, who's a cousin of yours, and she was your campaign manager, I suppose, isn't that right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. A huge part of all my campaigns, and kept me going. It's no surprise to me personally that Edel has polled so well. She's campaigning since September. herself and her immediate family themselves, and a small team. I myself was not canvassing door to door in the election at all. I had for herself all Tom. That Strand Hill Peninsula, which obviously most of it isn't included in that constituency. So she really had to try and construct a base for herself across the entire constituency. Did that exceptionally well. Had a very good social media campaign with the help of young Porter Cawley, and it really, while it is sad again that somebody has to lose, I think it's a credit to Edel, but no surprise given the work ethic that I've seen from her in every aspect of her life, from her professional life, her family life, as an educator, as a nurse, and indeed in running my own campaigns and designing my own campaigns, in keeping me grounded. And I have no doubt that she'll meet the challenge of being on the council with great determination, humility, competence, and compassion. And she will be an asset to that, and will complement the expertise already there with the other people that are going to be elected, new and re-elected. And of course the hard-working executive, and I congratulate her, her husband Niall, and their children, and her father, indeed Louis, and Mel, their mother, her brother Ronan, who was here from the United States to visit and vote this week, Louise and Orla, and indeed her brother Fergal is far away in Australia and the Philippines. I'm very proud of her as a friend and as a family member, and I think Sligo County Council will be lucky to have her. The thing I'm most proud of is, and it's something that Ray alluded to a little bit early on, about this talk that McSharry's control Fianna Fáil. Nobody controls Fianna Fáil in Sligo. It's down to the individual candidates themselves, and Edel and her family, her immediate family and small team did it on their own, as Tom did as well, and we're proud of them. And indeed, I know and have noted that was replicated by all 18 who will ultimately be elected here today.
Definitely, she ran a superb campaign. I think she was out from very early. I think that she's out for the last 3 months, and I did a personal canvass, I believe, and house by house. Clearly, what Merkel said there at the moment, he is, I spoke to all of the attributes that she has will be stand her in good stead when she's an elected councillor. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah, and of course Barry Gallagher will be elected as well, new councillor and a very capable young man too. Just to remind people again, Barry ran as an independent candidate in 2019.
Yes. And
on this occasion for Fianna Fáil. But he's well known in Curry, well involved with a lot of community work there. He was chairman of Curry GA for 10 years or so.
And he runs a very successful network of contracted business.
As well.
And I think that he has huge contracts, and he has a very youthful youthful campaign behind him. So that it was Merton's turn the last time. It appeared to be we can't fully call it, but and this is the reverse. And this is a switch around, really, isn't it?
And Ronald Malarkey was running
for
Fianna Fáil, and Ronald,
Curry.
very, very popular, very successful businessman, also in Tubbercurry, and a long-standing member and activist of Fianna Fáil in the area.
A couple more comments. Niall Ballymote have again lost a person who would be there for the town. Losing Keith Henry is absolutely heartbreaking, says this person. A true fighter and a worker. We wish him and his wife all the very best in the future. Fantastic coverage all weekend. We've enjoyed every minute of it from Buffalo, New York. Congrats and best of luck to Liam Brennan. We're very proud of all the hard work that has been put into the campaign. Enjoyed the celebrations from his son and daughter-in-law, Niall or Neil and Leah. So there you go, all the way from Buffalo, New York.
Wonderful.
Keith Henry, what a gentleman. Niall, I don't know how you're all still going. I miss Mike Gillespie tonight, and to be honest, I've no more interest in the elections as many other people I've spoken to, because the country's in a terrible situation, and if the last electorate couldn't fix it, how will the same people elected fix it? I'm lost, says James. I don't know if he means he's lost in life or he's lost in what's happening here at the count. I'm so sorry for Keith Henry, says someone else. Eaten bread is soon forgotten, and Ballymote will get the representation it deserves, or they deserve. He worked his heart out for Ballymote. It's not nice to hear what he had to say about how he was treated tonight. Such a shame. And Noel Curran has been on to say, fabulous coverage of the local elections. I'm sitting here in Long Island, New York. I'm watching and listening to the coverage. I'm a big Gerard Malani fan. That's from Noel Curran in Long Island, New York. So there you go.
Will they be celebrating there, so?
Yeah. Listeners all over and viewers all over the world. I think we're on in a lot of pubs and houses right across, not just across the region, across the half the globe, it seems. Right, okay. Very impressed. I'm very impressed with Keith Henry's interview. Let's hope Ballymote don't wake up in the morning and regret not electing him. Well done to all in Ocean for their election coverage. That's St John in Sligo town. Every 5 years, says someone else, we get to enjoy these fantastic Ocean FM election telethons. We really could do with an annual all-day political broadcast. Thank you so much to the entire broadcast and production team and for all your non-partisan interviewing from Miriam.
Yeah, if just while we're waiting for further accounts, if I could just say I'm looking over here in Carty and other members of the Ocean team and the behind the scenes.
I mean, they're the unsung heroes. People have
Ocean
idea
studio the other day and inquired that what was going on. So we're here, John. The exact same was taking place with all the technical expertise that we see around us in Carrick and Shannon. And 2 locations in Donegal. Initially Letterkenny and then later the John Bosco Centre. Obviously, there's substantial expense involved in that. You can see all the personnel and engineers, that absolute comfort and hospitality that's been shown to us who participated on the panel. And it really is, I know there are awards every year in a broadcasting capacity where Ocean regularly feature. But I cannot imagine, think CNN and the American presidential election. That's the only thing that comes remotely close is the sort of efficiency here, how quick with the ATU, Porrick's team and so on, the council or the courthouse team for a general election, how successful and accurate it is.
Well, I think, Niall, I think you're the new Wolf Blister.
No, I'm not. But I'm not going to make an issue out of it. But just to follow on what Mark was saying, it's maybe people don't know this. This is public service broadcasting at its best. We don't get a penny, not a penny from anybody.
I just say observed it.
And it is a very, very, very costly procedure.
And just answer one question: why was there no promotional advertisement during this broadcast all day?
There probably was.
Well, there was, yeah. Promotional advertising of it.
Yes. Not but companies taking sponsorship and all that to do.
There was, yeah. We have the 3 count coverages sponsored, all right. But there's
you know how normally that you would be running different advertisements during the
yeah.
I didn't know something.
Well, there's potential for a lot more, probably. All right, yeah. Maybe the next time.
Well, I think when you think of the pitch. 605,000.
It's a major meeting.
And I think the likes of Sazerac, if they thought they had the opportunity to hit 605,000 people over 2 days, or others. I mean, I think it's certainly something that commercially could be looked at.
Yeah, you have to pass that on to the commercial department. So
certainly, I think if you take the figures, RTE, honestly, they would find it. I think they couldn't surpass that figure.
Yeah.
If it was a podcast and we were getting 605,000 hits, we'd all be
650.
We'd all be in the Adriatic with Liam Brennan's brother, I think.
Yeah.
With those kind of numbers, yeah.
It doesn't last forever, as we know. So, it never amazes me. I just think it's the amount of interest there is in it. It's very encouraging, I have to say.
But I suppose it's the continuity and
sometimes maybe I'm shooting in the dark here, but maybe I think sometimes as politicians you maybe think that you're shooting in the dark and people don't care what you do and realise what you do, and have an opinion about you, but they do, as you can see.
Yeah. And that's going back for generations, really, because politics, even though people might get voted about politicians, but you look at any particular program on TV and all, it's not just for night junkies, really. People watch it.
Just a message here, so people are reaching out to various people, but this is an important one because a former election candidate himself, Alwyn Love.
Yeah, I remember Alwyn.
Alwyn texts us watching the coverage from St. Louis, Missouri. Well done to all. Haven't been on the losing end of a count. I feel for those candidates missing out, says Alwyn. Best of luck to those elected. So that's Alwyn Love.
Yeah.
We wish him well. He's in St. Louis, Missouri there.
Yeah, Alwyn ran for the Labour Party, as I remember.
He did, an independent also as well.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
He's a great old personal friend.
Yeah, okay. I want to say a particular thanks to your panel, for John, Mark and Jerry, for outstanding analysis and knowledge of all the local political scene. Well done to Ocean FM again. Ray James won out earlier. You're still going. Jesus, you're still going. What fuel are you all on? Fueled by democracy, question mark.
Louise Hockney also texting to say well done to all the team. Still listening in. To you, Louise.
Ocean FM are so independent, according to this person, and that's why I love them. And there isn't many media outlets like them anymore. Please don't ever change. Well, we have to be independent, otherwise we'll...
I forgot to mention somebody else by name.
Yeah.
That's his name. Very important man, Mr. Rory O'Brien.
Yeah.
For his input.
Yeah. And the most important...
And then there are several others of the team here now who I don't know personally.
And one man who is doing unbelievable work in the background is Darren Mann, our IT guy, and Darren has been keeping our website up, literally
well
up
done, Darren. Well,
all weekend because, as you know, 650,000
Michael has action here.
It. Okay,
sorry,
right,
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, very interesting, Niall, there. The elimination in the Drumcliff Sligo electoral area. The elimination of 4 candidates together, so there was a lot of votes there in the mix.
Yeah.
And the tally figures that I've been given, and seen some of them myself, produced some very interesting figures. So you had Marie Castley there starting off at 1451 from the last count, and she's received a substantial amount, 313, which brings her to 1764, which would bring her 213 over the quota.
Okay.
Now, these are unofficial, obviously, just health warning in case people at home get overexcited, but they will be very close. Tom Fox started off there with 1099 from the last account. He's received 91, which brings him up to 1190. Donald Gilroy started off on 1179. He's receiving 72 that we know of. That brings him up to 1251. Thomas Healy started at 1538, which wasn't too short of the quota. He's receiving 263, which will bring him up to 1801 and puts him 250 over the quota. Edel McSharry started off there at 1394. She receives 156. Let's leave her on 1550, which is one short of the quota, if these figures are correct. Now, these might change by 1 or 2 for every candidate. But what it does mean, obviously there's so few candidates left in the field now, because 2 of them will be elected here, and Thomas Welch has already been elected. There's only 2 more seats. So Edel McSharry looks nailed on. Obviously that one vote might appear here, but would appear.
Yes.
The difference between the bottom 2 at the moment is 61.
There's a definite additional count there.
And there's actually going to be 2 counts because, potentially there might only be 1, but probably will be 2 because there's 213 plus 250 still to be allocated. That's 463 votes still to be allocated, and a difference of 61 between the two lowest candidates.
Yeah.
Obviously, Donald Gilroy is in the favourite. He's in the lead. He has done. But Tom Fox is after going from clutching on straws to maybe having at least a bale of straw.
Yeah, which means an extra count, if not two more counts, so isn't that it?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
The 61 votes is very close.
It's very close, and these votes are not going to be Marie Casserly's or Thomas Healy's votes that will be allocated. These votes are going to be from the pool of the 4 candidates that are being eliminated presently, because they're the ones that are going to bring them over the quota. So you're talking about Rob DeSalle, Amanda Gallagher, Colin McGurn and Dr. Aggie.
Yeah.
It's a close score now.
Yeah. Not done and dusted yet, so you think?
Well, I'd call it for Gilroy, but obviously it's very, very mathematically possible that Fox could make it up.
Yeah, well, on that 61, you know, and obviously on all those candidates are coming from North Sligo, aren't they? Bear McGurn.
Well, yeah, well, I suppose the trends were as well, the more user-friendly. Marie Casserly and Edel McSharry, from the tallies we had done and obviously the votes coming through, they were always very, very transfer-friendly, whereas the two lads at the bottom were kind of stuck there. They wasn't getting massive, but now they're going to have to get them, or else they'll all be non-transferable either.
What happens to answer the question now? The fact that Edel McSharry is under the quota, and you know, so she can soak up a lot of those votes, can't she?
Well, then she'll have a surplus, and they still have to be given out. If they're needed, there could be an extra count there.
There's potentially.
Now there could be a lot of non-transferable here.
Yeah. But what you're saying mathematically is there's potentially over 400 votes, where the difference is only 60.
Correct.
And if Edel McSharry reaches the quota,
they're coming from non-government sources, so theoretically they could go anywhere because it's 2 government candidates.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd call it for Gilroy too, but absolutely it could go anywhere.
Anyway, and just one question with regard to Edel McSharry, would say that if she comes in on quota, how would that change?
Well, it won't change anything, John, from the point of view that these votes are either transferable or they're not transferable.
Yes.
Okay, if she could be one over the quota, she'll be on the quota, or one under the quota. But she'll definitely go over the quota on the next count if she's under it this time.
Yeah.
And if she goes over the quota, and the difference between the bottom two is still there, those votes will still be given out in the next count.
Will the returning officer look at all of the votes, surpluses?
That's a matter for the returning officer. You would presume he'd do it one at a time because there's a lot of votes involved. You just don't know.
Yeah. It's very well done, Michael.
The figures don't lie, you know. They might be 100% correct. These are on volunteers doing the tally. They're looking in.
You're right all evening, anyway.
You spotted it a while ago, did you not, Michael? Yeah.
I did, we're off here at the time. I mentioned it to you that there could be a few more counts.
Mark explained to us, and we discussed it all right. So we're not quite done and dusted yet. Still.
No, tell the wife. No, we won't be home for a while yet.
But I'm talking about the contest. We're not quite 100% certain yet. Okay.
No, the margin is getting very tight. But you'd obviously prefer to be in Donald Gilroy's hand.
Do you know, is it Ballymode Tubbercurry next, or is it Sligo Drumcliff next to count?
I'm waiting on my contacts to come back now with the Tubbercurry allocation there. There's quite a substantial amount, you see. You're in different territory there altogether because you're looking on an allocation of 1177.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a massive Ballymode vote plus the transfers that Keith Henry picked up along the way. He picked up 100 transfers along the way. So we're going to see how they went out. There'll be big piles. So that might not be too far away.
Yeah. Well, stay with us anyway. We're staying live, so we won't miss anything.
Well, I'll go off and try and get the Ballymode Tubbercurry for you, and we'll await the official count there from Sligo Drumcliff, and I'd imagine it's not too far off if it is a matter of giving.
Okay, thanks for that, Michael. You've been. Jerry's going to talk to Michael for a moment. You might be interested in this, John, in the Donegal electoral area, Barry Sweeney, Fine Gael councillor, has lost his seat.
Oh my God, he's disappointed because he's a good councillor, Barry Shannon,
He replaced Barry O'Neill, as we remember, one time, so that's a bit of a shock there, I think.
Absolutely, yes.
And that seat has gone to Manus Boyle of Fine Gael.
I know Manus well too now. His father, John Boyle, was
a councillor.
I knew John very well. His father was there for a number of years, lovely man indeed. I know Manus, he's a Stephen Road there in the Killybegs.
Yes, indeed,
Oh, he's good operator.
Yeah, so Manus Boyle takes his seat there. Micheál Naughton has been re-elected also. Niamh Kennedy, Mick McMahon of Sinn Féin, Jimmy Brogan, Noel Jordan, all elected, and Manus Boyle.
You probably know that Michael Naughton is the first cousin of Patrick Cleary's.
Yeah, he is. I didn't know until you told me. Michael Naughton is from West Sligo, isn't he?
But he's the first cousin of
first cousin
of Patrick Cleary's,
even though he's in a different party.
Well, obviously Naughton's a lot big supporters over in, but there wouldn't be Fine Gael the majority, but I know they would have supported Patrick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's midnight. No, it's not. It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 a.m. Sorry, it's 1 a.m. And we're going to. I thought we were going to a count there. Jerry, have you any indication there as to what count is next? No, we're on. We're just wondering if you know what count is next. No.
Yeah, it's same as we said.
Yeah.
It looks the same way. It looks the same way as that.
But I'm just wondering, is it Sligo Drumcliff 3 next, or is it Ballymote Tubbercurry 10? You know, Warwick.
Well, we don't know that, sure.
We don't know.
Sorry,
what count? What's the procedure? Which count is next? Because we were.
Well, it looks like that. The one they're working on the top table at the moment is
the Drumcliff one.
Drumcliff one.
Yeah. So that'll be the next announcement.
Yeah. So Drumcliff one they're working on the top table.
Okay. Which will now not be the last count, as we thought some time ago.
There's the potential for it not to be the last count, but it's too early to say yet. But it's going to not take that much longer. I know I've been saying that for quite some time.
Yeah.
But
they have Michael has
given us figures to indicate that
they're going to push.
There will be a number of candidates over the quota.
Big surpluses, and the difference will be about 400 or 500 of a surplus between Mary Cassidy and Thomas Healy.
So they'll have to distribute each of those surpluses individually and decide on what the gap. If the gap if the gap between the two or the remaining candidates is enough, they won't have to distribute the second surplus, but we won't know that until they distribute the first one.
Surplus.
Well, they're estimating the gap is going to be around 60 or 70.
So they'll have to distribute possibly the two of them.
Gap is 61. 61.
Yeah.
61 the gap.
Yeah. So possibly a couple more counts, isn't that right then?
Yes, we love this late night fun.
You had a late night last night, I don't know how you're still standing.
Oh, we had a bit of late from efficiency yesterday.
Yeah. Good. I was telling John there, news from Donegal, our elected area in Donegal, is Barry Sweeney has lost his seat, the Fine Gael councillor, replaced by Manus Boyle, also Fine Gael.
Not a great day so for Fine Gael in North Sligo, North Leitrim and South Donegal and pocket there.
Yeah. And the earlier prediction on Daly, Finn and Boyle, Liam Callaghan has gone ahead over by 3 votes on the last transfer, but Leah Cull has a surplus of 10.
I actually forgot to tell you, I have a little bit of information on that from Frank Feehan, and that it looks like both of them are getting 2, so there has to be, I would imagine they will call for a recount there with 3 votes between the 2.
Yeah. So there's going to be a recount in Boyle.
Well, you would call for a recount, wouldn't you, if you were the candidate behind on 3 votes?
Oh, you would, yeah. And the returning officer would have to give you a recount in 3 minutes.
Somebody says their spreadsheets online aren't updating. F5, I think, is the. Oh, it's you, Paul. Sorry. That's a text from Missouri in the United States to say the spreadsheets aren't updating. There you go.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
An operational issue.
That is the fact, yeah. The spreadsheets are updated.
Yeah, okay, that was because that's because Pádraig McGurty was over talking to us. And there's a fantastic. I'm going to show you this photograph. It's pity we can't show this. Maybe we can show this on air. There's somebody who's in a it looks like a football stadium.
Yeah.
In Toronto, Canada.
My gosh. Yeah.
And they have you on. Unbelievable coverage, they say, all weekend. It allows us to tune in here in Toronto to support Liam Brennan. So there you go. They're watching a game in Toronto and watching the election coverage on their mobile phone as well. Right, okay. Let's see if there's any more messages coming in from people. Yeah, there's lots coming in. Yeah, there's some people reacting to what I said about public service broadcasting. We'll skip quickly over that. Fair play to all the candidates. They all deserve respect for putting their names on the ballot paper, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that. We've consistently emphasised that all weekend. Thanks to all for fantastic coverage of the election. You must all be exhausted. I'm sorry for Keith Henry. Best wishes to him and his family, and I hope he runs again. Over the last 2 days, Mark McSharry has proved exactly why he was elected. He's extremely intelligent and comes across as a genuine good guy. He says it how it is and not afraid to ruffle the feathers. Exactly what Sligo needs in the door. Will be a huge loss when he retires. Let's hope his replacement will continue his year of work. Well done on George Mullaney. I'm getting a massive vote, bearing in mind he's in a small corner of the county. That's from Kieran in Riverstown. Well, that went against him, John, didn't it, 1 year?
Yes, it did. He lost in
2014.
2014, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was it was shattered on that occasion, but he made a successful comeback.
I should just wishing Mark McSharry all the best in the future. He was always a great help. He was always a great help to me from between him and his office staff. Your father was a great help to our late grandmother. Thanks for all you've done for us. And someone else is very enjoyed listening to Mark's analysis over the past 2 days and his forthright opinions on the reasons of the failures of the current government. A potential new career in broadcasting media once the current dull term ends. Maybe he's the next Vincent Brown. Well, there you go.
The next Vincent Brown, my God. Wow.
Yeah. I think Vincent Brown is missed on television. That's my own opinion. Because I used to enjoy him.
He was good
on the Tonight Show. Yeah.
A great show.
I was on the longest ever episode of the Tonight Show with him. It was the night I was in the Senate at the time. I was finance spokesman for Fianna Fáil, and they sent me out there to do the standard show. So you're out there about 9:15. And it comes on then, so it was on air until 4 o'clock in the morning. It was the night that Anglo-Irish Bank was nationalised in the crash. And I stole the mug, the Vincent Brown mug. And the producer said, "You can't steal that, you can't steal that." I said, "It's 4:15 in the morning, I'm taking the mug." So I still have it at home. I still have it at home.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was what, 2004, was it? 5?
No. It was the nationalisation of the bank.
2009.
2008, 9, yeah. I'd have to. It's a bit late at night for me to get it precisely accurate.
Yeah.
It's certainly around that time.
Crazy time politically when we look back.
Yeah, it was crazy, absolutely crazy.
I remember a Fianna Fáil convention being held in Sligo at the Southern Hotel at that side, and it was just absolutely bedlam what was going on in the country at the time.
remember it well.
Yeah.
I was at that convention.
Was that?
That was Micheál Martin's first public appearance as leader of Fianna Fáil. It was in 2011. I was going into the 2011 election.
Just a correction here from a listener that Michael Naughton is an uncle of Patrick Cleary.
Okay. An uncle, not a cousin. Yeah, well, Michael Naughton was re-elected in Donegal earlier on today.
Absolutely, yeah.
And again, there's
an extremely hard worker, Michael. Extremely hard. Obviously from West Sligo, big Fianna Fáil family in the Castleconner area. And huge in the GAO, hotelier, of course.
Ladies Gaelic Football Association, of course, yeah.
An incredible worker.
You know, it was an extraordinary result to take the McAniff seat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. It's difficult there, and you know, again, talking about local votes as well. You know, so that in Sean, like Elizabeth McAniff had put her name forward. The party didn't respond to her, which was sort of a nasty act at the time, I have to say. Because she was very interested in it. Sean had sadly died and so on. Often the co-option would go if there was a family member of interest for a short period until the next election would go up, and then there'd be a full convention and all of the rest. But since then, Michael McMahon has really sort of made you know, that sort of South Donegal, Bundoran area his home.
And
Barry Sweeney, of course, then in Fine Gael.
lost his seat today.
So I believe.
Michael McMahon re-elected. Yeah, so we're still waiting on the third count from Sligo, Drumcliff. And according to Michael earlier there...
Michael has some news, I think, again now.
We can go on to the Ballymote Tabacurry if you wish. This is the tally, obviously, and this was the distribution of Keith Henry's 1177.
Yeah.
And the tally on the counters now, it may change by one or two, but not a lot. Liam Brennan will gain 253, brings him up to 1765. Martin Connolly gains 79, brings him up to 1397. Barry Gallagher gains 120, brings him up to 1508. Gerard Malani gains 161, brings him up to 2130, which is over the quota and a surplus of 109. Dara Mulvey gains 429, which brings him up to 2401. It's probably the highest figure of the day. And that's a surplus of 380. So you have two surpluses that will probably have to be given out, a 109 and a 380. The difference between the two lowest candidates at present is Barry Gallagher and Martin Connolly, and it's a difference of 111.
Potentially to distribute, mathematically speaking, obviously.
We're still calling it for the two Fianna Fáil guys, but obviously Martin Connolly is
in the balance.
He's getting he's still there. He's getting more than a few clutches at the straws.
So again, once again, see any vote coming back from Jared Murphy to Connolly?
Well, it's actually Keith Henry's vote, so it's the Keith Henry pile that will be surplus. So even though the two Fine Gael guys were beneficiaries.
For the Sligo Drumcliff electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Rob DeSalle's 114 votes, Amanda Gallagher's 302 votes, Colin McGurran's 441 votes, and Agnieszka Piwowarczyk's votes of 233, total 1,090 votes. The result is Castley Marie non-party plus 313, giving a total of 1,764. Fox Tom Fine Gael plus 91, giving a total of 1,190. Gilroy Donal Fianna Fáil plus 64, giving a total of 1,243, 1243. Healy Thomas Sinn Féin plus 263, giving a total of 1,801, 1801. McSharry Edel Fianna Fáil plus 156 votes, giving a total of 1,550, 1550. Non-transferable papers not effective, 203. As the votes of Marie Casserly and Thomas Healy exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Thomas Healy's surplus of 250 votes, as it is the largest surplus and together with other surpluses not distributed fulfills the following conditions: equals or exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Outgoing councillors Marie Casserly, Thomas Healy. Re-elected. Austin is down talking with some of the victorious candidates.
Okay, let's get Thomas Healy, who's congratulating his team colleagues. Sorry. He's congratulating his teammates here, his campaign staff, and each one of them getting a hug and a warm embrace. Thomas Healy, Sinn Féin, returned as a Sligo County Councillor, and we're going to get a quick word with him. Thomas Healy, congratulations. A word for your thoughts right now.
First of all, I want to thank the people that elected me and put me here. And I also want to thank my Director of Elections, unfortunately he's not here tonight, Alan Sears, for the great work and effort he put in. My family, and especially all the people that's here tonight with me, that stood with me and walked the streets and got me where we are today. I want to thank them. Listen, we know we have another 5 years of hard work to do, but with the people here and the people that has given me ask me now to represent them for the next 5 years, I won't be wanting.
What was the key to retaining your seat? Was it just simply hard work?
Hard work, yeah, but just and determination. And I'm lucky enough that I have a great group of people around me. And as I says, I'm a community man at heart, and that's what I do. I go out there and I work for the community. I listen to the community, I work for the community, but I deliver for the community.
We heard from your proud wife Michela earlier. Your proud mum is here as well. You must be thrilled to bits.
I'm very proud.
Very good. Thomas Healy, congratulations on your re-election, just like a
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's Thomas Healy, along with Marie Casserly, re-elected to Sligo County Council. Corey, you wanted to say something there?
Yeah, there was a query there on the count spreadsheets, and they've been updated. So if anybody wants to refresh their browser, the updated figures will be available to them now.
Okay, we have another count.
Which consisted of the distribution of Keith Henry's 1,177 votes. The result is Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 253, giving a total of 1,765, 1765. Connolly Martin Fine Gael plus 79, giving a total of 1,397, 1397. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 120, giving a total of 1,508, 1508. Malani Gerard Fine Gael plus 161, giving a total of 2,130, 2130. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael plus 429, giving a total of 2,401, 2401. Non-transferable papers not effective 135. As the votes of Gerard Mullaney and Dara Mulvey exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Dara Mulvey's surplus of 380 votes, as it is the largest surplus and fulfills the following requirements: exceeds the difference between the lowest two candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay, and just like that, 4 more councillors elected within the space of a few minutes onto the county council, all outgoing councillors. Let's go down the floor and hear from some of them.
Gerard Mullaney, you're home.
Yeah, great result now. I'm very happy with my first preference vote, and delighted with the way the whole campaign has gone. And I want to thank my Director of Elections and my whole team for what was an extraordinary campaign. I also want to thank the electorate of Ballymore Tubbercurry. I think I'm fortunate to have an extraordinary campaign team. My geographical location doesn't lend itself to a very big transfer, so I'm lucky to have a team that can put me on a high first preference vote and ensure that I get elected, that I stay in the game long enough to pick up the transfers.
And it was another solid, strong first preference vote. Did you ever have any doubt at any stage during this campaign?
Oh no, I did have doubts early on in the campaign, but once I seen the first preference vote, I never had any doubt. But like where I live and the fact that I'm in a geographical area with no village or town, like I start from a rural base, probably one of the smallest polling booths in the county, and we have the Roscommon border on one side of us and the Leitrim border on the other side, so we have to go out for every vote. But I have 120 dedicated workers that's prepared to work day and night to ensure I get elected. So that's the secret of my success.
Give me a short answer, if you can, to this last question. If there's one thing at the top of your priority list now as you go back into the council, what is it to try and do, to try and fix?
To improve the quality of life of the electorate I serve.
A mighty one-line answer. Gerard Mullaney, congrats.
Okay, there you heard from Gerard Mullaney, one of the 4 re-elected councillors in the past few minutes, so it's been fairly hectic here. Right, John, well, first of all, a comment on that.
Huh? He is good old Fianna Fáil. He is. Yeah.
Do you want me to or no? Yeah, you can.
Dara Mulvey, well done. Congratulations. You can hear me all right. Well done. Congratulations. And a great performance, as we knew yesterday. Yeah. Well, never mind that. What about yourself? Tell us about your performance and what you put it down to.
Well, Niall, thank you. I'm I don't know. It's a brilliant feeling, I suppose, after such a long campaign. And you know, first of all, I want to compliment Ocean FM and all the work that you've put in over the weekend. It's been great for people all over the world that have been listening in. I also want to thank and pay a great tribute to all the staff of Sligo County Council who've been here all weekend and have put in Trojan work. And firstly, just as an elected members, the staff of Sligo County Council who I work with over the last 15 years are second to none, and I have to praise them very highly. You know, they do excellent work. and you know they're always willing to help any of the elected members. But I suppose for myself, I have to start by thanking my wife Colette and my sons Michael and Oren, because family is so important to me. My family from day one in 2009 when I decided to enter politics, they've been 100% behind me, and you can't do a job as a public representative really unless you have your family behind you. I want to thank my sister Marie and her husband John, and my brother Tig and his family. And I remember fondly my late brother John, who passed away in 2020, but I was delighted to have Lorraine, his wife, here for most of the day with me. Now, a lot of my supporters unfortunately are working tomorrow morning and they had to head off, so you know I want to thank them, because without my family and my friends and my supporters, this would not be possible. I'm only able to do my job because of the people who support me and keep egging me on and keep pushing me and keep driving me. I have to start, I suppose, by thanking all the courteous electorate who over the last 8 weeks have received me so warmly on the doorsteps, and even people who told me that, look, we're not going to vote number one, Dara, for you, but we'll certainly look after you. And they were so nice, so generous, offering tea, sandwiches, whatever you wanted. You know, there's so many lovely people in this county, and you know, I really appreciate the way they received me, and I certainly want to tell them that I will do my utmost to represent them on Sligo County Council. I have to thank the people who hung posters, folded flyers, made tea, you know, done all the work in the background. A lot of those people aren't here today. It's when you say you're putting your name forward that so many people come out of the woodwork and they say, Dara, what can we do to help you? What can we do? And when you get that sort of support behind you, I think that's when you realise you have to give this 110%. And I have always been very, very committed at the job that I do, because I never take it for granted. I'm so humbled by the support. This is my 4th election in a row to get elected. And I, you know, want to thank everybody I've met and who supported me and given me any form of vote, whether it was 1 the whole way down to 15 candidates. Anyone that gave me a 1 to a 15, I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I want to also congratulate all of the candidates who ran for this election. Successful or unsuccessful, it takes a lot of courage to put your name on a ballot paper. And oftentimes people have issues and people complain and some people give out about politicians. The people that put their name on a ballot paper take the step. They say, I want to make change, I want to try and do more for my community, and I have the height of regard and respect for all the people that do that. I suppose since my election in 2009, you know, it has always been my goal, from when I got elected, your re-election starts the next day. Now maybe not tomorrow because it's been a very, very long weekend, but you know, you have to work for the general public. I have always sought to help people get what they're entitled to. If there's issues on the doorstep, if people feel they're not getting the representation, whether there's an entitlement that they deserve, that they need someone that they can contact in confidence and trustworthy, and I felt that that was always something I could give them. I held weekly clinics for the last 7 years in my office base in Ballymore, but I've also been out in the community during the week, whether it be morning, afternoon, evening, calling to people, dropping flyers, letting them know I'm in the area, I'm around, because no one has ever said to me, we haven't seen you since the last election. And I think that's vitally important, that when you elect someone to be a public representative on Sligo County Council, that you're available for them, you're there. And I suppose technology now, as you see yourself in the business style you're in, you're contactable by mobile phone, by email, by internet, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever it is, and I think that's vital. But for me, number one, my family and my supporters, who from day one over the last 15 years have been 100% behind me, and I owe my success to those people. They're the people that drive me. You know, I suppose I started out in politics working on John Perry's campaign, and there's one thing I found about John. John is held in very high esteem, and I appreciate all the work and support John has given to me. And also Jude, my director of elections. Like, Jude certainly knows how to drive a campaign. And you know, without my campaign manager and without all the people in the background who do the hard work for me, I couldn't do what I do. So I thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Okay. And your campaign manager, Jude Perry, is beside you. Jude, great success. family affair as well, of course.
Absolutely, as Dara alluded to, it's a family and a team effort. They're all behind us. I was getting a bit of stick from them because I missed a few of them yesterday when I was naming them. But look, it's a family effort, and it's a real privilege to canvass and knock on a door for Dara, who's my uncle and my godfather, and it's been a real. He's very easy to work for and to work with, and he's an easy person to canvass for as well. So it's been a very enjoyable campaign. I think we were very warmly welcomed on the doors. I think Dara got a great vote of confidence across the area, and particularly in Killarney and in Ballymote and in Ballycarrow and some of the key areas that we were targeting. I think he received a good vote there. So look, he also, and I think it's reflective of the work he does. He holds a clinic very regularly. He's 24/7 contactable, and I think that's how he increased his vote. I mean, he's increased his vote by 200 first preferences. When we spoke yesterday, I mentioned that he held his seat in 2014. His vote increased to 1,500 votes in the last election, and now this election up over 200 on top of that. And I think that's a reflection of the hard work he does. But look, as Dara said, it is a family effort. Elections, they're tricky. It's an absolute privilege. So congratulate. So it's a family, and we're delighted.
All right.
Thank you, Niall.
We'll let you go and celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to you, Dara Mulvey. Well done again. Councillor Dara
People of
Mulvey.
Ocean FM and all the staff here at the hotel and everybody. It's been certainly your election campaign here. People all over are texting me that they're listening in all different corners of the world. So congratulate you, and
no problem.
The work you do is certainly second to none. Thank you, Niall.
Enjoy your evening.
Thank
well
you,
deserved.
Niall.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Niall.
Dara
Thank
Mulvey. Councillor Marie Castle, you're welcome, and congratulations to you.
Thanks, Niall.
And a great performance to be re-elected again. 10 years now. 10 years since you first elected.
Yeah. No, I'm delighted, and thanks to everybody. Everybody is saying thanks tonight, but just to thank everybody who supported me along the way from the very start, and pushed and encouraged and cajoled and coaxed me to get into it and to stay in it, and everybody for their support. And I know that people are talking about the support that they get, and it's great being part. I can see it's great being part of a party, but I've always said that the community is my party, and I just think the support that I get is just unbelievable, and it's there all the time, and it's so loyal. And I just like to thank everybody. I can't actually thank everybody enough for the support and just having faith in me and keeping me going all the time. That's what keeps me going. Is people I know that they're behind me all the way.
And the family, of course. We talked with your husband earlier on, and he's you've all had a pretty hectic day. You've got football matches and leaving certs tomorrow as well.
Yes, and I got a text earlier on wondering could a uniform be put in the tumble dryer in the morning for an exam. So that's where we're at now at this stage. But look, it'll be fine. I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow now. But they're great as well, and they've all. Luke and Tara have helped on the canvass, and the three of them old enough to vote, and they were very proud of that as well, and they've really got into the count. And I know everybody is saying how great this is, but it really is great for explaining to people who, even like I have friends coming in here and they're looking online and they didn't really know an awful lot about proportional representation and the distribution of votes, and now they're glued to it, and they're all staying up and watching online, and I've got texts of congratulations and everything from everywhere. So and I was saying, actually, I was listening to you earlier on and yesterday, and I was thinking, it's like mastermind, for the knowledge that's here, that it could be easily be a competition or a quiz like Mastermind, where everybody knows so much, and not only about what happened in the last 5 years, but in the last few decades, and who got voted where and where the transfers went to. It's an encyclopedic knowledge everybody has, so well done, and it's very valuable, and everybody is talking about you, how great this is.
The community, we'll come to some of the comments from John and Jerry and Mark and Mo, but the community aspect is very important, I think, that you just mentioned. You've always considered yourself a community councillor and candidate.
Well, I've come from the community, I suppose, because when I was asked, or people were saying you should run for election, and I was saying at the very start, I said, no, you must be joking me, because I didn't think I was able for it. I didn't even know any politicians apart from Marion, who was in school, and I have a degree in Irish politics, but I always loved the community development side of things. So when people said, are you running? And I says, well, no, my hip is sore and I haven't been running recently. And they go, no, you're running for election. I hear you're running for election. And I says, well, that's the first I've heard of it. So that's actually how it started. Yeah. But it's always been community. And I know that the different projects that I was involved with when we started off, it's hard to get projects over the line. And I thought, if I'm ever in a position to help other voluntary groups and community groups, I'm going to try and help them as much as I can, because volunteering is the backbone of Ireland. It's like, I remember somebody saying, west of the Shannon, it's all volunteering, so, and that's what makes us special, and I think that's what drives me is, like, we have so much going for us, and I think that the volunteering aspect and looking after each other, and particularly, you can see it during COVID, that's priceless. And when I just want to give you an example of how special it is here in Ireland, because when Sligo was European Capital of Volunteering and we went over to Brussels and we spoke with groups from government agencies from other countries, and they actually said, how do you do this? Because there isn't a tradition of volunteering in Europe, because they're thinking, well, somebody should be getting paid for that. But I think that's what makes us all the richer, because you're doing it out of the love of it. You're not doing it because for payment. So that's what drives me all the time. I see the good that everybody does, and I just like to be part of supporting them in a small way if I can. So, and I just, it's just great then to get it back on days like today. It makes it all worthwhile.
Okay, John, you wanted to say something to Marie.
Congratulations to Marie.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, and I would doubt her mum, a good Ballymote lady. Yeah, and I would doubt Mary Francis Kendall is listening.
Oh, she'd be delighted, yeah.
Mary Francis out of Ballybrennan should be all the South Sligo connections. Very proud indeed. And I know is your mum here tonight? Is
she is. She's just down there. I'm surprised she's not up to talk to Niall.
Well, she certainly is. She's a great Ballymote lady, and I must say it's great to see and agree with her. Speaking about volunteerism and community activism is very much important. I think that the whole about the volunteers and the need the supports by the state, and it was important that you get the supports from them.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I think if the state was to pay for the volunteerism in the state, whatever the grants are, it's only a percentage of the massive commitment the communities give in delivering, in making the applications, number one, and getting them approved and delivering on them.
Well, so the country, I think, would grind to a halt if it wasn't for volunteers.
But I believe so myself, And just to say finally, Marie, just to surprise me, congratulations, and I'm really thrilled for you now.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say thanks to everybody who voted for me, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, all the way down the line. It's really very much appreciated.
Okay, Mark, a word for Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as we've been saying, for all the successful people with a track record like Marie has in community work, I mean, the hard work comes through. That's where it comes from, the commitment of your family. I think your poor children doing their exams today, and all of the balls that you managed to juggle yourself and the family so successfully. Very, very well done. Very well deserved re-election, and every best wish for the future and all you do for the community, particularly in North Sligo. Also, and I won't come back in just on this because I know Michael has important information, some figures to share there. Dara Mulvey has moved off to give him heartiest congratulations as well. A tremendous vote and a tremendous success for him in the extended Mulvey and Perry family. So well done to them and every success in the years ahead.
Okay, well done
Michael
to you again.
Has info there.
Marie Cassidy, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, Niall, for everything.
Thanks very much. Marie Cassidy, re-elected at the Sligo County Council. Right, okay, Michael Kilcoyne, you have some important indicators for us as we near an end.
Definitely not elect. Yes, we will be electing one person, all right. So this is the next count there on the Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah.
And it's the the surplus that Thomas Healy had.
Yeah.
And that surplus came from all the non-party candidates that were eliminated there together, the group of 4. Obviously, we still have Marie's surplus of 213 waiting to be distributed, which will probably be the next count.
Mm-hmm.
So this count that gave out Thomas Healy's surplus of 250 odd went as follows. Tom Fox gained 37, brings him up to 1227. Donald Gilroy gains 19, brings him up to 1262. And the Del McSharry, who needed 1 to get to the quota, got 77. So it brings her up to 1627. So that puts her 76 over the quota, which will be a surplus, and we think that will have to be distributed after Marie Cassidy's surplus is distributed, another count. The difference between the two lowest candidates presently is 35. So obviously Marie Cassidy's 213 will be the next distribution, and then we think we'll need to distribute Adele McSherry's 76.
Okay.
So that's obviously 289 votes in the mix. We don't think Marie Cassidy's will elect either of the two. So obviously it's going to be the McSherry surplus that will decide the final seat. Just to note, they're not McSherry votes.
Yeah.
They are the votes of the non-party candidates that put Edel and Marie and Thomas over the quota. But those votes will decide, not necessarily maybe, might get one of them over the quota, but will definitely determine which one of them is at the bottom and the other will be elected.
Yeah. Sorry, Mark, yeah.
As are Cassidy's 213 are non-party votes.
Absolutely.
As well.
Yeah, they're not Marie's votes, they're non-party that came to her.
Yeah. So ordinarily we'd definitely be saying, if it was earlier in the game, that's going to go to Donal because they're in the same parish.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's tight.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Now you'd prefer to be in Donal Gilroy's votes. You're ahead.
You would, I know. It's advantage Gilroy all the way, but it's very tight.
It has come down from 62 down to 35, and I was just saying that it's Michael's tallies are remarkably accurate.
Yeah, and they have been all evening. Yeah.
And I'd just like to comment, because I didn't comment on the election of Councillor Jerry Mullaney, and it's a tremendous vote, 2,130, and I also would like to, he put in a huge campaign, and Darren Murphy's he's got the highest vote in the Ballymote area, elected 2,401, so it's a remarkable achievement for him really to get that vote.
Yeah.
And obviously I would have commiserations for American Connolly, because I know the American, extraordinary, I know the family for many years, and I must say a great supporter of mine in the past, and I have no doubt he will be gutted by losing that seat, because he was a great community activist on the ground, to be honest, so it's a disappointment for him now. But I think Darren Mulvey and Jerry Mullaney have both been congratulated.
All right, thanks for that, John. Thanks to Marie Cassidy again, and well done. So we still have a couple more counts in Sligo, Drumcliff. The way things are panning out, we thought we'd be finished with 3 counts, but that's not the case. So Marie Cassidy and Thomas Healy elected in Sligo Drumcliff, and as it stands now, just to give you an overall picture of the 18 seats on Sligo County Council, 14 are filled, so we've 4 more to go, 2 in Sligo Drumcliff and 2 in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and we're pretty much almost certain it'll be Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher in Ballymote Tubbercurry, but things have tightened up in Sligo Drumcliff between Donal Gilroy and Tom Fox. Thomas Healy, thanks for joining us once again. We were talking to you, I think it was last night or something, not last night, the night before last at this stage. Yeah, it was Saturday night. Look, tremendous performance again. Your vote is up, as you say.
Yeah, the vote is up. I want to thank everyone that voted for me, and the great team of people that was behind me here that went with me in the canvass and the whole lot. And a special thanks to my Director of Elections, Alan Sears, for the great work he's done. So we have 5 years now to get on it and do some of the issues that we need to address.
Yeah, and we again, some of these issues we covered last. What do you put it down to, the increase in your vote this time, which sort of bucked the trend of the Sinn Féin performance just generally, nationally, but not in your case?
Yeah, well listen, as I says, I'm a community man at heart. I listen to the community, I work for them, and I deliver. So I suppose them things have come back to show on here tonight. But as I says, for over the next 5 years we have a lot of stuff that we need to do. We need to look at the speed limits going through Ballot. We're looking for a safe crossing in Colooney, the one-way system in Colooney. We still have to get a cemetery down in North Sligo. The N59 needs to be upgraded, as well as the N15. So there's a lot of work there yet to be done. And as it says, we need to all come together and work together in this municipal area to make sure that we can deliver for the people.
Big team behind you, as we heard from Magella earlier on. Big campaign team, been working hard for a number of months now on this campaign.
Yeah, we sat down, we decided where we wanted to go. We were hoping to have a second candidate. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. So we had to go alone, and we have a great team. There's been in North Sligo and in Collooney and Ballysphere and surrounding areas. We all came together and we decided, look, we're going to put our heart and soul into it. We knew the work that we had done in the area, and it was just a matter of getting out there and talking to the people. And look, there's still a lot of issues out there that needs to be addressed. And as I says, we are in a region in decline, which is disappointing to see. So I mean, not just locally, but nationally, we need to step up to the mark. And as I says, the campaign we ran in relation to the Pyrite Action Group, we're hoping to get on that scheme, and it's important we do. There's a lot of families out there affected by it, so it's something that I have given the commitment to, and I'll follow through on that.
Yeah, John, you're aware of this man's work and good standing in the community.
Thomas, he's a great councillor. Doesn't surprise me one bit that he got the vote that he did, because and honestly, he doesn't wear his politics on his sleeve, and he works. He's very much he's prepared to work with other councillors, and that really is he mentioned some very major projects that definitely that they need cooperation across the board, and he's a person that leads by example, and he's a cooperative councillor working with Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and I think that really is the key to him, and I'm delighted for him and his family as well, because I know that it is his life. He's a committed, he's a full-time politician who is certainly committed to doing the job. I wish him well.
Okay, well done again, Thomas Healy. Thanks for being with us. Sorry, Jerry. Apologies.
Congratulate Thomas as well on being elected again, and it's obviously a result of very hard work, and his vote increased. And I'd like to wish you well now for the next election term.
Thanks very much, and thank you, John, for your kind words. Appreciate it.
Whenever that may be, isn't that right, Thomas?
Yeah.
Sorry. So
we already knew should be giving him a call. He bucked the trend. He got a higher percentage than the party nationally, so I think he's one to watch.
Yeah. We shall see. Let us know if you get the call anyway. We'll be stuck for a few stories next week.
Yeah, now in fairness to Mary Lou, she'll give me a call anyway, thanking her son what we've done, so we'll see where we'll go.
Don't forget the opportunity to ask her.
Thanks very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
Healy. Thanks very much for that. That's Thomas Healy. Right, okay. So we've a couple of counts to go, Jerry, isn't that it? That's what we've decided. A couple of counts to go in Sligo Drumcliff, and Edel McSherry will be elected on the next count.
Yeah, Edel will be elected on the next count, and then we have to see what the position stands between
Fox
Tom
and
Fox
Gilroy.
and Donald Gilroy.
Yeah,
and so it looks as if then there will be another distribution then of the surplus. So it's another count after that.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it is tightened up.
It has got a good bit tighter, and which we didn't envisage there a while ago. But it is getting a little bit tighter all the time. Now we're waiting on that official count, of course, of the distribution of 250. But what Porrick was saying, the kind of indications are that it was getting tighter.
Yeah.
There's what is it? There's 53 votes there, based on the last count between them. And I think Michael was saying that's closing tighter again.
How do you see it, Jerry, there now yourself?
It's can't be called at this stage now. Getting a bit tighter.
Right, 35 votes. What do you think now?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I think. Nobody hears what I think, John. You're the experts. Okay.
Oh, you're not too far behind yourself now.
Right. Okay. So it's going to be exciting, and this is going to be the most exciting contest of the whole count, is it not?
When you come down to single votes, that it's nerve-wracking time now for both candidates at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
and we don't even know where those votes are coming from, because they came from 4 different candidates.
Yeah. I think at this stage we'll take a short break. It's coming up to 10 to 2 in the morning. We'll be back again in a few moments with the update from the Sligo Drumcliff and Ballymote Tubbercurry counts.
Fourth count for the Sligo Drumcliff local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Thomas Healy's 250 votes. The result is Fox, Tom, Fine Gael plus 37, giving a total of 1,227. Gilroy, Donald, Fianna Fáil plus 19, giving a total of 1,262. McSharry, Edel, Fianna Fáil plus 77, giving a total of 1,627. Non-transferable papers not effective, 117. As the votes of Edel McSharry exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Marie Casserly's surplus of 213 votes, as it's the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses undistributed, exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Okay, there you go, another new councillor on Sligo County Council, Edel McSharry, Fianna Fáil candidate, first time candidate elected to Sligo County Council after a very, very impressive performance in Sligo Drumcliff. And let's hear from her.
Let's have a word with Edel McSharry, newly elected to Sligo County Council. What are your emotions right now?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted and honoured to have got such a great vote, first preference vote, and I'd like to thank the voters for putting their trust in me and giving me their vote. I'd also like to thank my team, and there's not all of them are here, but I had an absolutely amazing team. My Fianna Fáil members who were with me the whole way, and then my personal friends, and then my extended family, both the McSharrys and the Egan's, and also then of course I'll have to mention my mum Imelda and my dad Louis McSharry, and then my own children, and particularly I'd like to mention my sister Louise, who had a huge part in my campaign, and my fabulous husband Niall. So I could keep thanking, and I won't mention names, but I have just so many special people who really helped me along the way.
When it comes to elections, Edel, you've lots of experience as a campaign manager. Now you've fronted and won a campaign. You're going to be a county councillor now. How does that sound?
That sounds absolutely fabulous. I'm just absolutely delighted. It's something that I always had at the back of my head, something I'd always have loved to do, and now I get the opportunity to do it. And I promise that I will work hard, I will work with people, and I will be an effective county councillor and do the best for the Sligo Drumcliff area and for the people of Sligo.
We wish you luck. Councillor McSharry, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, okay, there you go, Edel McSharry. We'll get some reaction to that in a moment. Gerard Mullally, you're welcome, and thanks for joining us, and congratulations on your re-election to Sligo County Council.
Yeah, thanks, Niall. Delighted to be back again after a long and probably difficult enough campaign. We're campaigning for 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I had great support. I have a great team, and I enjoy the canvass. I enjoy meeting people on the doorstep and listening to their stories, and we probably covered a bigger area than ever before because we knew it would be tight. We had the experience of 14 and 19, so we knew we needed a big campaign.
Yeah, so it was a difficult campaign. You were saying that yesterday as well. Why was it difficult?
Well, it was difficult from a weather point of view, but it was also difficult from you felt you needed to cover an awful lot of ground.
Yeah.
And you were out long days and into the night, and I suppose I found it more taxing than other campaigns.
Yeah, okay. You learned a hard lesson, as we said yesterday, did you not, back in 2014?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course, I lost an area that had given me 410 votes, and I suppose we didn't realise the implications, and my team didn't realise it, and the spin was out there that I was safe.
Yeah.
So, you do learn from them situations.
All right, okay. You know this man, John Perry, over a long number of years. Yeah.
I'm delighted for Gerard, and I would say he's a tireless worker. He has extraordinary support, as he said, over, and he's a massive base of fantastic supporters in East Sligo, there from Giva down to Riverstown and all that, on the fair side of the motorway. And I must say they're as committed as he is, and I think they were highly efficient in the campaign. He had a very well marketed campaign, plenty of posters. And I think that he did, obviously by the transfers he got in Sligo, he canvassed for number 2 votes, and I think that they paid dividends on the day, so that he got a considerable transfer from Patrick Cleary. So the canvass that he did was he targeted number 2s, and they paid off. So I think that for his family, indeed Roisin, I'm delighted. He's a great family behind him, and that makes all the difference. So Gerard, congratulations.
And again, Mark Cherry.
Many congratulations to Gerard and his wonderful team. We had the benefit of Ailish, your social media person, talking to us earlier on, and she was explaining the extent of the campaign and the enthusiasm that all of them have, and they're all a credit to you, and you're a credit to yourself for your own work record, because that ultimately is what you hear, and I wish you and the family every success in the years ahead.
Thanks Mark, and thanks John.
That's all.
And look, I just want to thank my Director of Elections and my whole team, and the electorate of Ballymore, Tubbercurry, and also my wife and family. And I think your wife and family takes the brunt of you being in politics. And I had a very busy year being Cathaoirleach. There was events, I'd say an average of 3 a week. So it's been a busy year, been a great year. I enjoyed the campaign and delighted to be back.
Okay, Jerry.
Gerard, look, I'd like to congratulate you on your election, and you put up a great campaign. You have a great team behind you, and I'd like to wish you well for the next 5 years.
Well done again, Gerard Maloney. Give another.
He'll have big celebrations. He'll have big celebrations when you head out across the over to East Sligo. No doubt you're not going home to bed or anything now.
Oh, tomorrow night, John. Is there available? The may fly in.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Gerard. Thank you.
The pubs are getting great advertisements here all night.
Yeah. Thank you, Gerard.
They may fly in. No problem at all. That's Gerard Maloney, who's still Cathaoirleach of Sligo County Council for another.
He did a starting job as Cathaoirleach.
10 days.
The 21st.
21st, 11 days.
Yeah. They enjoyed it, George.
I did.
Yeah.
Good.
Well done again.
Very much,
Gerard Maloney, thanks very much. Enjoy your night, or tomorrow night, and they may fly in and elsewhere. Okay. We're getting there 15 seats out of 18 filled. And Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher again will be elected soon enough, we think.
Well, it's what's the delay there now at the moment?
I don't know.
It's getting very tight now in North Sligo.
Yeah.
There's 45 votes between Tom Fox and Donald Gilroy. Donald Gilroy is ahead by 45 votes. But every count, Fox seems to be gaining a bit on Gilroy. Now, the last one, he was kind of 3-2, and that was the 91-64. And then the last one was 2-1.
37-19.
Yeah. Now, there'll be a lot of non-transferable votes in this one. But
this is the Casserly surface, isn't
45 to catch him. Probably Fox will have a big job there still to catch him.
Yeah.
They're still at the oh yes, the Casserly, so it's a new vote. It's the same vote. It's the same 4 people that was eliminated.
Yeah.
So it's the same group. We don't know where they came from.
Just to Jerry, would say that Del Sherry's transfers now. Is that what you're talking about now? Or surface?
No, the Casserly first. Casserly first, and then McSherry.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right?
Yeah. But it's not Del Sherry's vote either.
No, it's not the mixed vote.
It's the mixed vote.
It's the surplus.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not Del Sherry's vote, no. So the vote that would benefit possibly Tom, wouldn't it?
It's kind of, it's hard to know where it's come from, and I don't know whether he used a random selection or a percentage on those 4 eliminations.
I think that I don't know. that's the grey area, you know yourself.
Yes.
I think you discussed it you explained it very well the other day. You know, I don't know how to do that now, to be honest. How to pick the number.
Okay, so still a few counts to go, so we're not quite there yet, but it's heading for a very, very exciting climax. Okay, right. The 15 seats filled already in Sligo, Drumcliff, Thomas Walsh, Thomas Healy, and Marie Cassery and Edel McSherry. So there's one seat left to be filled in Sligo Drumcliff. In Ballyboat Tubbercurry, elected have been Michael Clark, Paul Taylor, Joe Queenan, Dara Mulvey and Gerard Mullaney, and there are 2 seats left to be filled, likely to be filled by Liam Brennan and by Barry Gallagher, and then the seats in Sligo Strandhill have been filled to completion earlier. Declan Bree, Tom McSharry, Arthur Gibbons, Gino Boyle, Nessa Cosgrove and Fergal Neelan. So that's where we're at the present.
I think that's it's an anxious time for Tom Fox, and no doubt that Merton Connolly would be bitterly disappointed. I see his wife Stephanie and his family there as well. It's a big family disappointment for them, and no doubt they will be disappointed now.
Yeah, Martin's here, Donald Gilroy's here. Haven't seen any sign of Tom Fox at the count so far.
No, but I see he's not too fair now.
Yeah. Tuned in, no doubt.
Yeah, he has good directors of elections out there. All the Frankie McGorty and the Clancy brothers, as I said yesterday, that they will be certainly equally as, if Tom is elected, to be as equally as disappointed as Tom is.
All right, okay. It's 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. We'll take a very quick break. Going to examine what is likely to happen here on Count 11 in the Ballymote-Tubbercurry area, which is the distribution of Dara Mulvey surplus. Michael Kilcoyne joins us again. Michael, what have you found out for us?
Yeah, just correct. This is the 11th count on Tubbercurry Ballymote, and it's very imminently to be announced. So obviously the team of tally people have been around looking, and they can give us what the figures are probably going to be. Just to remind listeners that these votes originally came from Keith Henry's elimination that put Dara Mulvey 380 surplus. So there's only 3 remaining candidates. Liam Brennan gained 179, brings him on to 1944. Martin Connolly gains 57, brings him on to 1454. Barry Gallagher gained 48, brought him up to 1556. So that doesn't get anybody up to the quota. The difference between the bottom 2 candidates is 102. And going back then to the Keith Henry elimination, that also put Gerard Maloney over the quota. The number that he's over the quota is 109.
Yes.
So obviously the exercise will have to be done where there'll be another count, the 12th count. That 109 will have to be allocated. It's extremely unlikely that it will affect the result, and Martin Connolly seems to have run out of straw at this stage.
So it's Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher as predicted.
Yes.
102 votes there.
Yeah.
102 votes of a gap. Okay, so you're saying that 102 couldn't be bridged, no?
No. Martin Connolly would have to get, the whole 109 votes, and some of them will be non-transferable, and obviously Barry Gallagher is going to pick up some of them. So
yeah, but we still have to do this. That's the procedure.
The exercise will have to be done, so the count will have to be done. Yes. Now it's only a batch of 100. Well, the actual batch will be 161 votes. That's the batch that Jerry Maloney got off Keith Henry.
Yes.
So they'll count 161 votes, but they can only allocate 109 of them.
And explain that now. Just they divide them by.
Well, they're not dividing them, no. What they're doing is they're transferring the ones that are transferable.
Oh, yes.
And then they're leaving the remaining ones as non-transferable.
Oh, yes.
So they're actually transferring...
It's not they're going through every paper.
Just the batch of 161 that Gerard Maloney got... Surplus. No, He got 100... No. His surplus is 109.
109, yes.
But he did get 161 from Keith Henry.
Yes.
He needed some of them to get himself to the quota.
And
then the remainder of 109 is his surplus.
In excess.
So the returning officer can only allocate 109 of them. But the returning officer, what he has been doing this evening is he's been counting the whole batch, and he's been allocating them.
It's very fair.
To any candidate that gets them.
Very fair.
And he's been leaving the rest as non-transferable.
Yeah. He's leaving nothing to chance there.
He is, but he's kind of going towards a method that would be contrary to what Niall on his show during the week and what the panel here have been discussing on Saturday morning.
It's at the discretion of the returning officer. I've seen both done. He could just take the top 109 or the bottom 109 or any 109 by closing his eyes that he chose to pick. He's doing it in the same way as we described the first count surplus would be done, which is averaging the whole vote. So these averaging the actual transferable vote from the entire parcel, and then picking the precise percentage that's transferable up to a maximum of 109 in that instance.
Yes, but he's given if, for example, a candidate gets 44 and another one gets 20 and the rest are non-transferable, he's given them the full 44 and the full 20, but obviously the non-transferable, he just cuts that down to add up to 109.
Yeah. He doesn't have to do that, but he is doing it, isn't that it? Mark says.
Well, I presume he's following the guidelines, we'd have good faith in, but it's discretion.
Yeah.
But it's ultra cautious now, really. He's taking no. In other words, discretionary. This is very much solid base, isn't it?
Right, which means that it'll be 12 counts before it's finished in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. Isn't that
It's
right?
well.
Yeah. Okay. And here we have a count now.
The following is the result of the 11th count for the Ballymore Tubbercurry electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Dara Mulvey's 380 votes. The result, Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 179, giving a total of 1,944. Connolly Martin Fine Gael plus 57, giving a total of 1,454. 1454, and Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 48, giving a total of 1,556. 1556. Non-transferable pay was not effective, 96. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I'll proceed to distribute Gerard Mullaney's surplus of 109 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, equals or exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Yeah, as you just said, Michael, that's it. So it's Mullaney's 109 surplus. Going through procedures again, but there's an inevitability about the result.
There is, and just on a technicality, there is the surplus of 3 votes that Paul Taylor has, but he'll be leaving them there. I don't think we'll be counting those.
Yeah.
Sorry, that cannot change the result.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of control.
Excuse me now, I'll go back to the team and we'll try and get a handle on the
that.
final count there in the Sligo.
It's great to have such updated information.
You have a mighty 8 team over there.
A good team now, good team.
Yeah. Mighty.
Thanks for that,
Thanks,
Michael. So the only battle is still that Fox Gilroy battle for that last seat in Sligo, Drumcliff.
Yes,
John, isn't that right?
As Jerry has said at the moment now, that Jerry has a very well analysed there now. You know, that it's a very close one, really.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mary? North Sligo. What's your opinion on North Sligo now?
I still call it for good. It's very tight.
Very tight, yes.
We're down to the surplus that of 76, is it? That Edel McSherry had. Very tight, but it's still advantage Gilroy, yeah?
Okay. Let's have a look at some of the messages. Ocean Door 4 mayors of Sligo. It was from Tracy Avenue, says this person when you're talking mayors of Sligo. Tommy Higgins, Rosalie Grady, Jimmy Gary and Arthur Gibbons. Question for the panel. Not sure of the turnout of our constituency. Actually, that's interesting. Have we got a turnout yet for the constituency? I haven't heard that.
But we had that.
Did we?
Yeah.
On a national level, it's 49.3. How do we go about getting 50.7% of the population to come out and vote? I find it crazy that less than half of the country decide on who represents the entire country. And have to compliment Ocean FM, all the team and all the panels on really fantastic, entertaining, informative cover of the local elections in Sligo. That's from Rosemary Walsh. It just goes on and on like that. Right, okay. You're still thinking, Mark McSharry, that Don Gilroy will hang on. You think, although it's going to be close?
Yeah, I think it's definitely squeaky bum time, as they say. But no, I'd still call it for Donald, because he's kept ticking there all along. In terms of transfers, and while he's narrowed the gap, you have 2 non-party candidates, parcel of votes. Contributing in the direction of government, so it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But it's terrible for the 2 candidates, obviously.
Yeah.
And going through this pain, and it's a terrible way to win or go out or anything. But I'd still call it for Gilroy at this stage.
All right, we've another guest to talk to whom Mark knows well, and we got a reaction a moment ago from Austin. And we just settled her in there. Is Edel McSharry going to join us now?
Sorry, your mother there, she must be training. Good woman, absolutely.
I remember meeting you in the shop as a young one. Paddy, you're going to be delighted.
He'll be looking down,
He's looking down from heaven.
Yeah.
John tends to know everybody in Edel, and his connections everywhere.
Ballymote mother.
Ballymote woman.
Yeah.
Well done, Edel McSharry. Congratulations on your election. at the
Thank
Sligo
you.
County Council. Not so long ago, both of you would have been on this side as well, but in a different capacity. He would have been the candidate and you would have been the campaign manager.
Yes, which I enjoyed doing,
and probably helped you as well, did it?
Oh, certainly. I learned so much from doing that and working with Mark, and I learned from the best. Yeah, I enjoyed the actual campaigning, and I always enjoyed canvassing and rallying the team and organising. That's one of my strengths, is organising things. So I did. But delighted to be now, actually, and privileged to have received so many first preference votes. I'm really.
Yeah. When did you first decide you might like a shot at running in a local election? Can you remember?
Well, I suppose, in the back of my head, I've always been interested in politics. I suppose even early in my nursing career, I would have taken part in things and I would have canvassed. But I suppose my career took me in certain directions, and my family would have taken me. That commitment would have been primary always in my life.
Yeah.
But I've always had an interest in it, and I suppose opportunities then arised. So it's always been something that was there, that has been kind of on my next chapter sometime, whenever that it was appropriate or suitable. But as I said, I've always been very happy with my own career and enjoyed every minute of that as well. But now I'm delighted to be embarking on maybe, I suppose, something that I've always been interested in doing, but never really was. But there was an opportunity before.
You're always busy, but you'll be busier than ever now as a member of the county council, as you know.
Yeah, well, give a job to a busy person, as they say. But yes, I certainly will be busy. But look, I'll reevaluate things in terms of my commitments, and I'll certainly pare back to ensure that I'll be able to give 100% to the as a county councillor, because I don't like to do things in half measures.
Yeah. No more. Well, it's a tricky geographic electorate area, isn't it? There's a lot of ground to cover, but you were at it for quite some time.
I certainly was. I had a look at the tally. I had a look at the numbers from the last time, and I thought, oh God, was this a good idea on this side of things? Being my own geographical area, was my own home base was halved of Ransborough, and I suppose I didn't really stand in a very advantaged geographical area for me. But so I looked at what I needed to do around that, and got out early and got to meet the people and got a very warm reception on the doors, and tried to cover the base areas that would be more, that maybe the central areas that would be more favourable to me, and then looked for whatever I could get across the divide then. But enjoyed every bit of it, but certainly started on the 4th of December, as I said.
4th of December.
Kept going until the last evening at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, running around houses in Grange there near the end, I saw as well.
Yeah,
is that right? Yeah.
That's right. The very end, I just headed up north. I kind of left that alone for my running mate, and just really was looking for whatever little bit that might be a personal vote for me out there, as I have some very close friends and would have spent a bit of time out there.
Yeah.
So that little piece came in, which was great. I needed that, as they say, fish in a large pond. I needed that bit to kind of supplement the central piece that I had been looking for.
Right, okay, Mark, would you like to say something too?
Just to add again,
Edel?
my heartiest congratulations to Edel. She really deserves it, and she has really done this on her own, with Niall, her husband, and 5 children. The 4 are involved in the campaign. Louise, her sister, Mum and Dad in their ways, Louis and Imelda, Ronan back in recent days from America, and I know brother Dr. Fergal, the other side of the world, will be sending his best. And just to reiterate what I said earlier, in the life's experience that Edel has across motherhood, family, education, health, electioneering, managing, leading, sets her in a position, in my opinion, to face the challenges that Sligo County Council, the many challenges that they will face over the coming years with great determination and competence and humility and compassion. I'm delighted for her, and again I just want to reiterate, I didn't canvass a single door for Edel, neither did Ray. Edel McSherry did this on her own with her family and her small, very effective team within Fianna Fáil, and it's a credit to her and she deserves it, and Sligo County Council are lucky to have her, and she'll prove that in spades.
Jerry, and then we'll hear from John. Jerry.
I'd like to congratulate Edel for a great election, a new election as a new councillor on Sligo County Council. As Mark says, he didn't canvass a door, but as far as I understand, Edel was at every door, and she ran a great campaign, and that's why she got elected. And I'd like to congratulate you and wish you well for the next 5 years as Sligo County Council.
Thanks, Mark.
John, another high-profile campaign, as you know.
Yes, indeed. I think Mark has summed it up very well. I think he's summed it up entirely, the attributes of Edel, and I think that I know from watching her postering, it was very well done, it was very effective, and she was certainly out early. I know from her people I met in Carrow that she had a personal with her husband Niall. They were on the doorsteps, and they certainly delivered the votes, and with her family involved. I'm delighted also for Imelda. It was Imelda Egan from Ballymote, and you know that. And
it's always a Ballymote connection, John, isn't it?
Well, that's a very strong Ballymote connection.
Yeah.
You know, the late Paddy Egan, indeed, and the whole Egan connection. It's I know that Paddy Egan, Lord mercy him, he was a staunch supporter of all the McSherrys down through the years, and indeed with him and Scanlon as well. But no doubt he's certainly analysing all overhead. He'd be very happy indeed. But I know for certain that it's a very proud year for Imelda and Louis. So congratulations, I'm delighted for you.
All right, okay. And of course, I suppose we can't let you go without reminding you, if you don't remind you, that we had two female candidates stepping aside from Sligo County Council, and we have two new candidates going in, which is only right and proper, I think, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm delighted that Nessa and Marie are on the council with me. I always think we need a balance in life, and we need a gender balance. There's, so it's really important in every walk of life. Even in my own, I'd like more men in nursing in order to have that balance. So I think I'm delighted, and politics has been left. There's been such a scarcity of women interested in putting their name forward. It's a brave move for any person to do, and it's great to see women elected. So I'll be delighted to work with Nessa Marie and with every other councillor for the better of Sligo, and particularly the better of my area, which will be Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah. And it's a great honour for anybody to be elected to any local authority, isn't it?
A huge honour. It's a massive honour. I'm still overwhelmed. I don't think it is really sunk in yet, because I'm keeping my face on not to let it get too emotional. But I'm totally honoured to have this position. I really am totally honoured. Really.
Well done again. Thanks for joining us, Edel McSherry. Councillor Edel McSherry, new Fianna Fáil councillor on Sligo County Council. Right, okay, let's take a quick break, maybe to draw a breath once again, and to point us towards a final few counts in the elections to Sligo County Council. Back in a moment. Right, okay, we're back. We're about to get the 12th count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, which is very significant because it is going to be the last count, Michael Kilcoyne, isn't that right?
It is, yes.
Okay, so just give us a...
I don't have the exact figures on
Yeah.
it, but obviously it's imminent now that Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher will both be elected.
Right, okay, and as I say, it was procedural more so than anything else.
Exactly, and just to give the listeners a quick update on the Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah.
Tom Fox will gain 71 votes, Donald Gilroy will gain 66. The gap will be reduced to 30, but there's a very little small pool left. It's the Adele McSharry surplus of 76, but we think a lot of them will be non-transferable, and it would be extremely unlikely that the gap would be reduced. So it'll take a count, but it looks almost certain now that Gilroy will get that
Gilroy
seat.
will hang on, okay.
Tom Fox, he got 5 votes today. He was 35.
No, yeah, he was. The gap was 35. He reduced the gap to 30.
He'll be 30 behind. Yeah,
he's 30 behind.
And the 76 was to.
It's mathematically possible. There's still 76 there, but it's highly likely that most of them will be non-transferable, or the difference would not be made up. It could go close.
And the Fianna Fáil would go to Fianna Fáil, would they not?
Well, that was an independent vote.
Yeah.
Colin McGurns and all the non-party candidates.
Can I actually see it just for a second? Yeah, it certainly has emerged to be much tighter, but I was calling it for Gilroy. I felt he'd keep ticking along on the transfers, and that seems to be how it panned out. Obviously very tough for anybody to be losing in any circumstances, but this is very difficult, and it's been no doubt a horrendous number of hours and days for them.
All right, so we're on the 12th count. Just to remind people, this is the 12th and final count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, which we thought at one stage would be run to a completion last night. But how wrong we were.
But it's concluding fairly quickly now.
It is now, yes. We're going to be probably ahead of 5 years ago. I think we were longer at it.
It has been an exhaustive day for campaign teams as well. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nervy time for them all, as you know. And Barry Gallagher, two new councillors actually been elected here. Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher, two new Fianna Fáil councillors. Which shows I don't know what your views on that, Michael. The 4-candidate strategy has obviously worked.
Oh, absolutely. And just a small bit of trivia there, going back actually, when Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil was eliminated, he put 2 Fine Gael candidates over the quota. I don't ever remember the Fianna Fáil man being eliminated. And now you have a situation where Gerard Mullaney's being eliminated, and it's leading to the election of 2 Fianna Fáil candidates. Sorry, he's elected, but his surplus, of 109, correct, Mark? His surplus actually is going to vote. Going to elect the 2 Fianna Fáil candidates.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
It's just a bit of trivia now.
Trivia, yes.
Yeah, the 4-candidate strategy, now to answer your question, definitely seems to have worked, yeah. 3 out of 4.
Yeah, some achievement.
Yeah, it's unlucky on Keith.
Yeah, and Keith said that he actually pushed that strategy himself at national level, but it didn't work out for him. Okay, and Liam Brennan retaining that Riverstown seat as well, the Martin Baker seat.
Absolutely, the Boxer Conlon Martin Baker seat, yeah, great traditional Fianna Fáil area, and it's always difficult with incumbents and people of the calibre of Keith Henry, Martin Connolly, etc. So it's a great achievement for Liam Brennan and all the team.
Yeah, and Liam would be well known in the community, I think, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yeah, big community man. He was well known in political circles through Martin Baker's campaigns down the years, and obviously it all came through in votes.
Yes, his family will be very pleased, obviously, in this big family celebration.
Yeah, and of course we should mention Martin Connolly. We said it earlier, Martin.
But certainly I know he will be devastated because I know the family. He has 2 sons out and his daughter out canvassing, and the wife, and it's the whole team out now really, and it is very disappointing. And I would certainly have Mr. Rafe with him, and it's he will be very disappointed.
Yeah, and of course he had a big win 5 years ago, as you well remember as well, John. You were doing analysis with it back then.
Well, it was as it happened then. It was Barry Gather's, he elected him the last time.
Yeah.
He got a massive transfer from he got the twos from Curry. He got 400 or 500 votes that time.
More people telling this. Michael Neal Nocton is an uncle of Patrick Cleary. Right, okay. I'm sorry to hear Mark McSharry leaving politics. I respect him for standing up to the Healy-Rae brothers in the Dáil chambers. John Perry and Mark McSharry both giving out words of wisdom on election coverage. It's been nothing but absolutely fabulous. And two of the guys, Perry and McSharry, have been brilliant representatives for Sligo over the past 20 years. I don't think you should be leaving politics at all, or have left politics at all, with the comments coming in. Right, okay, what else are people saying? I totally disagree with the transfers of votes, as it's giving someone votes from people who didn't vote for the people who are taking them. You can only win a race if you come first. How can a person celebrate when they get elected with votes for another candidate from a totally different party? This is not democracy. Well, that's the whole PR argument.
They did vote for him.
Yeah.
It's real. They did vote for them, otherwise they wouldn't transfer.
No, there are a preferential voting, as Mark said, they have voted. They're on the ballot papers.
Well done to Marie Casserly on her re-election. Great to see her back to look after the people of Sligo Drumcliff. Hopefully Donald Gilroy will succeed later, and we'll be back to having our two local hard-working councillors back in Grange. Massive thanks to you all for the wonderful coverage over the weekend. This person is watching all the way from Tokyo in Japan. Incredible coverage. I'm watching here all the way from Tokyo, Japan. Your team have done fantastic coverage for all of those who can't be there, and there are lots of people who can't be there who would like to be here today, I'm sure. Great coverage from you all. Hopefully the councillors who will get in will allow signage to be put up in local parks about ticks and Lyme disease. Didn't get approved at last council meetings. Already there are suggestions as what the new council should be doing. Fair dues to Mark McSharry. He forecast that Ballymote result yesterday at about midday. It's a good job none of you bet him a cup of coffee on that one. Well, you did, in fairness to you. You called it.
And here. But anyway, I could just have easily been wrong. That's politics.
Yeah. Wishing Mark, well, it's not as if you're retiring tonight, Mark McSharry.
Absolutely, I'm not going away anywhere.
No.
I'm still working away.
Yeah.
I don't talk to him at all. He's been around for quite a while now.
Yeah, wishing him a good retirement from a good friend, and thank you so much for what you've done.
I'm not retiring, I mean.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, yeah.
Change.
Yeah. Now, the reason it appears that only 49% of the electorate came out to vote, the voting register is in such a shambles. Lots of people on the register who are deceased, and lots of people who have moved and voting elsewhere still on registers. There is an urgent need to completely revamp the electoral register.
On that point, I think the ear codes, I think, should be introduced on the electoral register. No ear codes on the, and that would be a change that should be. And also, you have duplications, massive duplications. So if you take 49%, effectively it could be 59% if you were taking off the people who are deceased, which I think is nothing is more disappointing to a family if they get an election notice out or a notification to come voting and when their name is on the register. I think it's an appalling. Nothing annoys the family more than that, and I think that the local authority, I'm not sure exactly whose responsibility is, but the registers that have been. I'm amazed with the technology that exists at the moment that they're still so inaccurate.
Yeah, Jerry.
It used to be done by the. Someone on my mic, is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
It used to be done by the rate collectors.
Yeah, and what?
And they used to go around to houses.
That was a good system then.
And they'd call in and they'd check everybody on the register and they made sure there was people on the register. And there's a lot of people living out in the country that time, so they were able to do it. I don't know why they can't do it today.
Yeah. Did we get a turnout, by the way? I checked that with Porrick. Did we get a turnout for County Sligo?
I think Jerry had the turnout, didn't you? And to the turnout, Jerry, you had?
No, I had the total vote.
Oh, the total vote.
Yeah.
But not the actual...
the percentage, I'm just wondering how it compares to the national situation.
I'd say it's up there with the best, really, no? I think Jerry made the point that there's only 5,400 votes or 5,000 450 Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael respectively. Is that right?
It was 5,500 votes in Ballymote, Tubbercurry area, 5,500 each.
And
there's only 10 or 15 votes between them.
And those 5,000 independent.
And it was 5,000 independent.
So there was over 15,000 votes cast in South and West Sligo. 15,000.
Oh, I had that all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. John Perry, you were a Ballymote councillor. Pat McGrath was a councillor. We had Keith Henry as a councillor. But we don't have any councillor anymore. People at Ballymote are not supporting their own people and taking the people for granted. We've gone through this numerous times, John, over the weekend. You're not accepting it, I don't think.
Well, I know that. Obviously, I always listen to the views of people, and naturally enough, there's a lot of people disappointed for Keith Henry. You have to empathise with him as well. So I wouldn't in any way discount the concerns out there by people expressed. He was a fine candidate. So I'm not going to. It's understandable that his supporters are disappointed, and that is you have to listen to that and understand it as well.
Yeah. I have the total votes that was cast in Sligo was 33,584. So you can say 34,000 to the nearest.
In the county?
In the county. 33,584. Fianna Fáil votes was 9,781, which was 29% of the vote. Fine Gael had 9,498, and that was 28% of the vote. Sinn Féin was 3,522, and that was 10% of the vote. And others was 9,926, 30% of the vote. And Labour was 857, 3% of the vote. Now, the only one we don't have in there just was People Before Profit, but it's included in others.
When you look at that percentages, they're extraordinary, aren't they?
Well, it looks like a third between Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and independents.
But if you take the 28 and 27, it's 55%, is it really? That's combined Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, isn't it?
Yeah.
God, I said that.
And 10% Sinn Féin.
Last night, actually, that you had the huge percentage of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael votes in the South Sligo, West Sligo area. And if you included, it was 68%. And if you included Queenan and Clark as sort of gene pool, that's probably 54% alone. So it's interesting to see the way that it all breaks down. Niall, I'm going to leave you now. I want to thank you for including me. Thoroughly enjoyed the last couple of days. I want to pay tribute to all 39 candidates. A very special word of commiseration and encouragement to those who haven't been successful on this occasion. I know how you're feeling. I feel the pain. There'll always be Law Ella. Thanks for putting your names forward in the first place. Many congratulations to the new candidates, all those elected. And a special word of best wishes to those who are the new candidates. They'll have a tough job, and being Sligo, they'll always have to fight that little bit harder to get the resources from central government, regardless of who's there. And thanks to all your listeners for the kind comments, and I look forward to tuning in during the week as normal. Thanks again.
And we just want to thank you. Well, I want to thank you on behalf of all our staff and particularly all our listeners for all your expert guidance, advice and analysis over the weekend. It's deeply appreciated, and we know we kept you long hours, but it's for a very, very good reason.
Thoroughly enjoyable.
I enjoyed the panel immensely, and I must say that with Mark here and Jerry here and Liam, I think and Marion, it was really a most enjoyable experience, and I must say that you were a pleasure to work with Mark, and I must say your political instincts read it very well, and I think that I wish you very well whatever you decide to do.
Thanks very much, John. Talk to you soon.
Deputy Mark McCharry, we thank you for all his help. We'll be talking to him soon, no doubt, when things get back to normal, and we're going to account
For the Sligo Drumcliff electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Marie Castley's 213 votes. Results: Fox Tom Fine Gael plus 73, given a total of 1,300. Gilroy, Donal, Fianna Fáil plus 66, giving a total of 1,328, 1,328. Non-transferable papers not effective 74. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will now proceed to distribute Edel McSharry's surplus of 76 votes. This is the only available surplus that fulfills the condition that it equals or exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates. Thank you.
Okay, well there he goes. As Michael said, as Michael told us, there's two left standing now. 76 of the surplus from Edel McSharry is going to decide things, and Gilroy is 28 votes ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that Tom Fox can close that.
Yeah.
That's, I would be inclined to agree with him on that.
Because there's only 76 votes in it.
Yeah. So it's swinging back strongly towards Gilroy now.
Yeah.
Okay. Porrick McGorty and Porrick Hart are with us. Do you want to comment on that development?
I suppose we're going into a transfer of Edel McSharry surplus now. 28 votes between Donal and Gilroy. It's hard to see, and Tom Fox. It's hard to see that being made up on a transfer of 70.
Yeah, it's very unlikely to see it being made up. But it's tight.
It is tight though, but yeah.
It's just not possible really to. It's very tight. No, it is. It can happen, but it's unlikely to happen.
It's unlikely. Yeah. The percentages that we're seeing of non-transferable votes would probably make it that the batch of votes wouldn't be big enough to make up the difference.
And just explain to listeners again, the 76 of the surplus are coming from those 4 eliminations, isn't that right?
Yeah.
After the second count, I think it was.
They're the votes that elected Edel McSharry, which were from Thomas Healy's surplus, but they came from the 4 eliminated candidates, so those votes are following through now. So we should see the same pattern, but it won't be enough to close the gap.
And do you expect any non-transferable votes in that 76?
I don't have the figures, but it'll be the same proportion as the other batches, so whatever that is.
Yeah, there was 117 in the first one, the 250 from Thomas Healy, and there was 74 out of 213 from Mary Cassidy. So there was a third of them, and more than a third in Thomas Healy's.
So there'll be a third of those non-transferable.
Yeah, a third of those non-transferable.
So that's 20 odd votes, which leaves you at 50, which
50. And he's 28 ahead.
Yeah, so he needs
or behind, whichever way you look at it.
He need to get it nearly 3-1 or 4-1 even split.
Especially if it was 76, there could be a sporting chance.
We're nearly there. We have 2 counts left, and one is on the way in a matter of minutes, which is the final 12th count in Ballymore Curry, after which we'll see 2 new councillors elected, 2 Fianna Fáil councillors, Barry Gallagher and Liam Brennan. Okay, and then 1 count left then, isn't that right, in Sligo Cliff?
Yeah, they're doing the 109 surplus votes from Gerard Mullaney. And the 76 surplus votes from Edel McSharry.
And it just shows you, does it not, because how things change quickly, and you can never predict the sequence of counts, as in how many counts you're going to have. We thought we would be over after 3 counts in Sligo, but it didn't work out that way. So it can change very quickly, can't it?
But you'd see number 10 votes now coming into play out there, so you will.
There you go. Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was wondering how far down. And very, very quickly and briefly, how are we on number 10 votes now?
Well, somebody would have voted for a number of candidates.
Yeah.
And the candidates that voted for earlier have either been elected or have been eliminated. So their vote still carries on.
That would have been more likely to happen in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area because of the number of candidates. We're probably maybe only on 4s and 5s in Drumcliff because of the smaller number of candidates.
Yeah, sorry.
You're a good point, yeah. 15 candidates.
Yeah.
Right, so we're just awaiting this final count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. 12th count. We're not here as late as you were last night, Porrick.
No, not quite, but we're not far off it now.
No, we're not.
But yeah, look, it was phenomenal work by the count staff in Leitrim to get it finished last night. And I think probably the returning officer Mary Quinn seen the end in sight and just decided to keep going till she finished it out. And I suppose it was, to be fair to the candidates, the outcome was more or less visible to everybody, but the process had to be finished more like this distribution of Milani surplus here. It's an academic exercise in terms of what we're doing, because there's no practical way it could affect the outcome.
And overall then we're looking at, based on what we're predicting, we're looking at Sligo County Council will have 4 independents, 6 Fianna Fáil councillors, 4 Fine Gael councillors, 1 Labour, 2 Sinn Féin, and 1 People Before Profit. I think I'm right on that.
We should, because the 4 candidates were eliminated at one time, and it was kind of overlooked because it was an unusual thing to do. So I think we should commiserate there with Rob DeSally, Amanda Gallagher, Colin McGurn, and Anishka. Yeah. You can chance pronouncing the second name there.
I still go with Dr. Aga. I tried once and I failed misery, so we'll go with Dr. Aga.
They put their name forward. They ran their own campaigns, and they have to be commended for that. And we just like to commiserate with them.
Yeah. We got around as many candidates as we could over the 2 days. We didn't get around to them all. Some weren't here, some were here, and we didn't get talking to them, unfortunately. But we did try to get around.
Colin McGurn there, that's his second time out, and he ran for Fianna Fáil the last time, and he was independent Fianna Fáil. He was independent this time.
He didn't get the nomination. Didn't get the
no. And he was a hard worker for Fianna Fáil, and it was just unfortunate the way it worked out. There was 3 people going for normally one candidate first, and then the party headquarters added a second one. So Colin then was just unfortunate, and he ran a good campaign there, and he had 421 first preference votes, and it was only unfortunate now. He's just locked into a corner there in Ballot, that side, and up against Thomas Walsh and Thomas Healy. So that was going to be always a difficult ask. So I'd like to send her well wishes anyway and commiserate with her.
I suppose that the votes haven't finished being counted, and already people are beginning to talk about possible pacts for the council and who'll take the chair. John.
We've had a suggestion yesterday, and at least one candidate has suggested that for a ceremonial point of view, more so than anything else, that Declan Breed should be given the chair because he's 50 years a councillor. So I think that proposal is going to be made by one of the Sinn Féin candidates. But it had been touted as well, I'm told, by a Fianna Fáil representative, not necessarily a current councillor. So maybe the pacts won't apply in relation to the first year of Caherlock. And Declan Breed told us last night he'd be only delighted to accept.
Well, I no doubt he'd be entitled, but and as to know in politics,
no sentiment.
I don't think, no, absolutely not. Void of sentiment, unfortunately. And when it comes to I would say, when you look at 6 and 4, to me the most, if they have a 5-year programme of bringing in harsh decisions and making changes, in honesty, I'd be amazed if you haven't Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil with 10 councillors doing it, because it means it'll be a very tight ship with the 2 parties. That's my opinion now.
I suppose he's 50 years there, and the last time I think he was chairman of the county council was in 1985.
Yeah, he was only once Caherlock, he told us last night. I can't remember what year it was.
It was
not long ago.
It was I think it might have been 1985. It was definitely in that term between 1985 and 1991. And Tommy Higgins was on the council with them.
Yeah.
And it was a kind of an agreement with Fine Gael at the time when that was made.
You have your doubts, so John.
I'm not saying that Declan would be justifiably, and it should be acknowledged by everybody that he should be the chair. But knowing the party politics, how they operate, that I don't think, I honestly don't see them, unfortunately, I don't see them doing that now. But if you were to ask my opinion here tonight now, the pack that would be clearly obvious at the moment is Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, to be honest. 10 seats, there's not a third party involved, and they'll be able to work on the chairmanships and whatever it is over the period. I might be wrong, Jerry, now.
Yeah, well, under the chairmanships, there's all groupings can get together.
They can, yes.
And there are probably different like-minded groups there. There's a kind of the left, there's Independents, Labour, Sinn Féin. There's a group there of around 5 or 6.
And there could be a possibility that there could be agreement with the two parties that they could give give it over the 5-year period to give a without outside the pact to give the chair trajectory as an independent chairman.
Yeah.
It's not beyond possibilities.
No, you could find that could happen.
That could happen.
It could happen.
And I think that wouldn't be a bad idea either, to be honest. If there's 5 chairmanships, you would say that there could be agreement with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to say, fine, we'll drop one and give it to Jackson Bria, which would be, I think, would be a universally popular thing to do to mark his 50th year as a public representative.
No talk in Leitrim, Porrick. We were to last night about, well, not hardly at 10 to 5 in the morning.
Not at 10 to 5 in the morning, and I don't think there was much talk about anything other than going home at that stage. But I suppose again for Sinn Féin in Leitrim, in that they doubled their number of councillors. You have off the top of my head, you Fianna Fáil with. They held their own 6 councillors, and then Fine Gael have probably a bit like John. The obvious one is probably Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael there again. While Fine Gael lost 2 councillors, they still have 3 going back in. So there's 9 councillors there. So probably need one more from somewhere, one of the independents.
To give
them
the major parties always collate, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, we're told there is we're almost there. The next few counts are coming very soon. They're just deciding on the order of the 2 counts. I would have thought Ballymote to Macquarie was next, but we'll see. So 2 more counts to come, and then we have all 18 seats filled.
Yeah, it's been a marathon, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's been a long time, and it was particularly slow, I think, yesterday, and that's people were getting a bit frustrated because there wasn't much progress, and we only had 2 counts by the time we finished last week.
People have to remember that European ballot paper and the other look, they had to be folded several times to get them into the ballot box. And the unfolding process alone of those European papers slowed everything down. It's alright if you're unfolded a month, when you're into thousands, it does dramatically increase the amount of time involved and the effort.
Unofficially, there we got an unofficial count in relation to Drumcliff.
Yeah.
And the gap doesn't narrow that much. I think it goes from 28 to 22.
Okay.
Is that on the Ballymote side?
Which consisted of the distribution of Gerard Mullaney's 109 votes. The result: Brennan, Liam, Fianna Fáil, plus 57, giving a total of 2001. Connolly, Martin, Fine Gael, plus 23, giving a total of 1477. Gallagher, Barry, Fianna Fáil, plus 13, giving a total of 1569. Non-transferable papers not effective, 16. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota: Liam Brennan and Barry Gallagher. All seats now have been filled, and I propose to formally declare the result of the election in a few minutes' time. Thank you.
Barry Gallagher, you have waited a long time for this. You're a county councillor.
Thank God at long last, yes, surely. 5 years ago, look, we started on the road, got a good result. It's unfortunate, Merton Connolly is a pillar in our community in Curry, and I am sorry to see him gone out. I thought hopefully that votes would go away in South Sligo. There's plenty of votes there for both. And it didn't go the ways in boxes in certain areas. I was high in areas and I was low in other areas, but look, I'm delighted. I have to say, you can see all my team around me, Alicia, my wife, Jane Bailey, mum and dad, everyone is here. Just I'm delighted.
It was an almighty tussle for these final 2 seats. What was the key for Barry Gallagher, do you think?
I suppose on the outset, getting 1,200 number ones, that was our goal. We got 1,243. And we kind of kept going all the ways. We were picking out of boxes, we were picking out of transfers all the ways along. So that was keeping us always in the mix and keeping us ahead. And we knew eventually that the Fianna Fáil vote would come back to help us out at the end.
We've known you through your sporting credentials and commitments in South Sligo, but you've always had a passionate interest in local politics in particular. What do you think you can bring to Sligo County Council finally, Barry?
Oh, look, I'm delighted to see it. As I said, all during my campaign, I'm young, energetic. Give me a job to do and it will be done. And I promise the people of South Sligo that you have now elected a county councillor that's going to work for you.
Barry, thank you very much. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers.
Yep, some great pictures there of Barry Gallagher elected as a new councillor on Sligo County Council. Missed out 5 years ago, John, as we well remember, as an independent, but he gets through.
Obviously, commiserations to Merton Connolly, but I know he must feel in a difficult position at the moment. But that Barry Gallagher, you have to congratulate him, and I suppose he got that 200 extra votes. 200, he got the 1,200 votes. I suppose that's where Merton Connolly, he needed those 200 votes, which he didn't get. And I think that was the difference of winning the seat and not winning it. To be honest, his vote, while he poured well but not well enough, and I think that was with the removal of the last Fianna Fáil candidate in the last election, was 290 votes, and I think Barry Gallagher has picked up a lot of those.
Right, some nice pictures there of Liam Brennan and Edel McSherry, 2 new Fianna Fáil councillors on Sligo County Council.
It's definitely tough on Merton Connolly now, and as Barry Gallagher said, he was a great councillor, and it was a serious vote. We went out on 1,500 votes.
Yeah.
And it was a great achievement for Barry Gallagher. Now it's the second time running, and then for Liam Brennan his first time running to put in those 2 seats.
Yeah. And a popular man as well, Martin, and a very decent individual. Martin.
Yeah. He's a nice man.
The following is the final result of the poll taken on the 7th of June to fill the 7 seats in the local electorate area of Ballymore Tubbercurry. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order: Clark Michael, non-party; Taylor Paul, Fianna Fáil; Queenan Joseph, non-party; Mulvey Dara, Fine Gael; Malani Gerard, Fine Gael; Brennan Liam, Fianna Fáil; and Gallagher Barry, Fianna Fáil.
Well, Liam Brennan, you're in. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's a great achievement. A lot of hard work done in the last 11 weeks, so it all has paid off. We had to do a huge, intensive campaign. I knew this was going to be a tough one to get across the line.
Did you honestly believe you could get in at the very first attempt?
I did. I honestly did. I knew that Merton would have had a base there built up. I had Merton with me on the doorstep every time, nearly most evenings, and it was a huge help to get that vote to transfer over. and I really thought that we were going to do it. Now it was a struggle, but we got there.
The Martin you're referring to, of course, is your predecessor, Martin Baker, and mentor.
Yeah, Martin Baker, a huge help, and as I said previously, he has worked in the council for the last 20 years for the local areas of Giva, Highwood, Riverstown and the surrounding areas, and he's served the area well, and as I said before, he's been regarded as a decent, honest and honourable gentleman, and a great statement to be said about him.
Well, that ball is now in your court, Liam. Yeah. Best of luck with your new councillor role.
Thank you very much. I think the work starts, the 21st of June or whatever, so we'll have to put the head down and give it all the best for the people of this area and for South Sligo and the county and work with all the councillors within the area for the better of the county. That's what I'd be hoping to do.
Congratulations tonight.
Thank you again, Gail. Thank you.
Okay, we have one count to go, and that count will be with us in the next 3 minutes, we're informed. And that'll be that. And we're expecting that Donald Gilroy will prevail. Tom Fox looks like he's going to lose his season, that'll be it. Okay. John has shown me that's the national picture, John.
Yes, that's I'll just give you the glasses. Sorry, I got my here. It's the national figure. Sinn Féin, as of now, with 89 seats, 11.84%. Fianna Fáil with 194 seats, 22.90%, and Fine Gael with 211 seats, 22.96%. We said the Green Party has 20 seats at 3.52%, and Labour has 48 seats at 5.33%, and Social Democrats have 20 seats at 3.47%, and we would say the Independents have 194 seats with 20. Very good result for Independents, 28.42.
This is the count for the Sligo Drumhead local elected area, which consisted of the distribution of Edel McSherry's 76 votes. The result: Fox, Tom, Fine Gael plus 24, giving a total of 1,324, 1324. Gilroy, Donald, Fianna Fáil plus 18, giving a total of 1,346, 1346. Non-transferable papers not effective, 34. There is one vacancy remaining to be filled, and as the votes of the highest continuing candidate exceed the total votes of the other continuing candidates, I deem the highest continuing candidate to be elected, Donald Gilroy, on 1,346 votes. All the seats have now been filled. I propose to formally declare the result of the election in a few months' time.
Okay, we'll get a word with Donald Gilroy in a moment, but that's it. Let's go over to Austin with Donald Gilroy.
Well, Donald Gilroy, you can come up for air at last. You're in.
Yeah, it's the most stressful 10 or 12 hours of my life. It really has been a pressure. It's a bittersweet victory. I've lost a good colleague in Tom Fox, an exceptional councillor who worked hard for the people of Calry especially, and Martin Connolly, to see him going out there in the last few minutes. It's hard to celebrate when you know that somebody else is going through the hard time, which any of us could have faced, and I'm very lucky not to be in that hard time.
When the tallies came in yesterday morning, and those last 24 hours digesting, I'm in a real battle here. How do you manage that emotionally as much as anything else?
Well, I was telling earlier how I got up in the middle of the night and started emptying the dishwasher and cleaning the kitchen and doing jobs like that, which I normally don't do in the middle of the day. So it was very unusual for me to do it in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep. I had headaches. It really is a roll around in agony. You can do nothing about it, but you're going back on all the things during the campaign, maybe during the last 5 years. If I had done this differently, if I had done that differently, and you think, what ifs? But it came out all right in the end, and the hard work has paid off.
And to finish, it doesn't matter how you get there in the end. The record book is going to show back-to-back elections to Sligo County Council. That's got to feel pretty satisfying.
Well, it's back-to-back elections for me. I had an uncle and a grandfather, and I have here in my pocket my War of Independence medal belonged to my grandfather, who was a Fianna Fáil councillor on Galway County Council. And it's a lucky omen. It carried me across the line, and I think my grandfather and my uncle have led the way on that. My family, my wife especially, and the rest of the family I hope it's my wife I just touched behind me.
You're safe, don't worry, you're safe.
There was an occasion one time coming out of the Knocknarea Arena when I held the wrong woman's hand coming out the door, but they both laughed at me. But look, it's my wife and family. There's one of my daughters had to leave to go back for work. I have to wish her a happy birthday now that it's after midnight. It's her birthday today, so I've got a big present from the people of Sligo Leitrim, Sligo Drumcliff, and I need to keep serving them.
At this hour of the morning, we'll forgive you that one. Donald Gilroy, congrats on your re-election.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, okay. Well, there's not much more needs to be said. It's 3:15 in the morning. We've come to the end of our coverage because of all 18 seats have been filled. Just a final maybe reflection from all of you before we sign off for the night. It's been a long 2 days. Jerry, really.
It's been a long 2 days, all right, Niall. And I'd like to congratulate you and your team for that excellent job that you have done. I'd like to congratulate all the tally people and for the two lads here for minding all doing all the data and getting it up online for Ocean FM, Pádraig and Pádraig. And they have done a serious job, and even Pádraig went off and did Leitrim as well. But to be doing it from morning to night, and it's now 3:15 in the morning. And I'd like to thank you, Niall, as well for your hospitality. There's plenty of food, sandwiches, coffees and teas and food, and meals. And I'd like to probably pay tribute as well to the council staff that were here all day, and John Morden, who managed it. And of course to all the listeners out there.
Yeah.
And I hope we were able to be of some use to you, Niall, and we didn't say too many things wrong.
No, absolutely
and
not.
That we tried to get
from it.
most of the stuff right and treat everybody with a bit of respect.
Yeah.
And again, commiserate with all the candidates that lost out. And again, Tom Fox, who's fine councillor, he's lost out, and congratulate those who got through it. And I'd like to wish everybody well now and for the next couple of years. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Jerry. Pádraig, final wrap up from you.
Well, I suppose the first thing that I'd like to do is thank Ocean FM for all the cooperation that they've given us, and it's very much so to all the candidates and all their tally people, because the tallies are so important and everybody worked well as a team, and that has to be acknowledged. We also want to thank the council staff for the way they cooperated with us during the course of the 2 days. It was fantastic. I'd especially like to thank the ATU Sligo team, technical team back, that provided us with the facilities to be able to host this data. And then I'd like to thank my own tech team, Edmund Gray, Pádraig McGorty, John Comiskey, for all the hard work that they've put in as well. There's been a lot of eyes on this. We've had Siobhan O'Connor up there in Leitrim as well, helping out yesterday. So very, very thankful to them. And finally, to the candidates, for every candidate that's brave enough to put their name in front of the people, they deserve great, great credit. Commiserations to those who just didn't work out for them, in the last 2 days. And for those that were successful, we wish them the best of luck, and hopefully they will represent the people of Sligo and bring it forward to greater prosperity.
Okay, John Perry, a final word from you.
Yes,
John.
I'd just first like to thank Pádraig here on my right, and Pádraig on my left here and his team at the ATU, and also all of the extraordinary skilled and skilled tallymen. They did an excellent job. I'd like to thank Michael Kilcoyne indeed as well. He was forensic and very good on the explaining the whole PR system. And I must say the Ocean, with regards to its coverage, not alone here in Sligo but in Leitrim and Donegal, that it's an extraordinary achievement when you have over 600,000 people tuning into shows you the impact it had. And I suppose I very much enjoyed working with Jerry here and Blaine Gaffney, and also American Sherry and Marion Herkin, and all of it's most enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. It's very good to, as Pádraig said here, candidates who put their names forward, there's winners and losers. But I think that for those that lost, and especially to Tom Fox, a good friend of mine indeed, I know, and his mother East listening at home, she will be bitterly disappointed now, because she was really an extraordinary successor councillor, and Tom was fully supporting him, and it is and Tom's wife Mary and their son as well, Tom. It is a disappointment. And may I add Martin Connolly and his wife Stephanie and his extraordinary family as well. It will take them a while to heal from this, and likewise Keith Henry and Ballymote. For every action, for every vote, there is a reaction. And I suppose the reaction, some get elected and others don't get elected, and the reaction, it can have an impact. And I've no doubt it'll take them a while to heal, but they will be fine. And just to say, I enjoyed it. I want to thank all of everybody and the listeners out there. Indeed, they vote when they switch on to Ocean FM and get the results that was certainly very much brought the experience into their own living room, which is very important. Niall, thank you very much, Niall, yourself personally, and your team, all your team.
Pádraig,
I have similar sentiments to the three lads. Just to, I suppose, first of all, thank the tally people who started all off in the morning, yesterday morning, and allowed us to get a very accurate picture very early on. I suppose it's a historical record as well that we can look back at that in subsequent elections coming up, and it gives us as analysts a view as to what might and might not happen. To your team, the lads in Leitrim yesterday, Kevin and Mark and John especially, and to yourself, we can't have these discussions without having a skilled facilitator, and yourself and John are certainly that. So just to pay tribute to yourselves, and I suppose to Siobhan O'Connor, who helped me in Leitrim yesterday, and to all the candidates who were very cooperative in terms of their tally people helping us out throughout the day.
So many people to thank for our broadcast, our production over the past 2 days, but it's been long in the planning before that, as the two Pádraigs have just outlined. In Sligo, here in the Sligo Park Hotel, I'd like to thank Kieran and Dean and Yatsik and Austin and Ronan, our panellists, Marion Harkin, Mark McSharry, John Perry, Blaine Gaffney, Jerry Healy and John Comiskey, Pádraig Hart, Pádraig McGorty, Edmund Gray, and all the ATU staff for helping us out. Back at base with a huge team as well, Andrew Mooney and David O'Connor, and Shamey and Brian Kerrigan, Paddy Cunningham, Jimmy McManus, and Darren Mahan, who made sure that everybody right across the world could access all this information online, and ensuring that all systems held up. We had a credible Leitrim team, as Pádraig McGorty referred to. We had Kevin and John and Mark, and the panel there as well, extensive panel, and our Donegal team, Catherine and Mags and Donal and Kevin Fury as well. All the staff at the Sligo Park Hotel who have hosted us and been very accommodating all weekend. Sligo County Council and all the staff, all the counters, and the returning officer and his staff, who again went out of their way to provide information to us. And indeed all the candidates, as Pádraig said, their families and their supporters. They made it so easy for us by facilitating interviews whenever we asked. Thanks to Sligo County Council also for their sponsorship, but most of all, the listeners, and they're not listeners anymore, they're listeners and viewers, and the hundreds, and I mean hundreds of thousands of people who accessed all our services over the weekend, online, on live video streams, audio streams, so forth, from all 3 count centres. We deeply appreciate the fact that you did that, and it shows us that you loved it. We've certainly loved doing it, and we'll do it all again very, very soon, no doubt. Hopefully before too long. So on that point, I'd like to say good morning to you all, and thanks for being with us for the past, 48 hours or more? More. Thanks again. Good night to you. Oh, thanks for that now.